and getting out of April with a decent record. Now, okay, we're only a few, it is a small window. Right
5 in a row.
But it's 5 in a row, and they are finding ways to generate base runners, and even if there's not generating base runners, they generate their own, because it was, 3 in 1 inning, but more importantly, it was back to back to back home runs for the Tigers. It was a thing of beauty.
I think it was 3 and 4 at bats. Cole Keith was wedged in there.
Was Cole Keith in there?
He was wedged
Did
in
I miss
there.
that
People
one?
forget about that.
I must have blinked my eyes.
It was all quick because I think Sweeney was the batter.
Yeah.
He hit like a pop fly and the crowd goes, whoa! And it was just a pop fly. But we were thinking, hey, every time they make contact, it's going to go out.
Yeah.
Who's got the torpedo bats now, baby?
Yeah. And how about, okay, Torque hits one, and then you're thinking, all right, is somebody else going to hit one? Then McKinstry goes yard.
Yep.
And then you're sitting there going, well, okay, home runs must be done. And then Dingler goes yard. At that point, you're like, odds are, it's not going to be 4 in 1 inning. Do you want to be that guy up to bat next? Because the odds are against you that you're going to hit that next home run. But it was just so much fun. And maybe I was just celebrating too much for Torque, because Torque keeps hitting.
Oh, I missed it too in the moment. I thought it was back to back to back as well. Because the Torque thing, the euphoria, you're like, this guy's incredible.
Because it was left center. Like, it wasn't
it wasn't
short,
a cheapie. No.
It wasn't a short side of anywhere in the outfield for Comerica Park, I want to say.
So you think about it. So Torque's hitting, Carpenter's hitting every day now, right? He's playing against lefties and doing damage against lefties. And you think about the top of this order, which has Justin Henry Malloy, who has a great eye, can get on base, Green, Torque, Carpenter in some order for your next 3 bats. That's a mash unit at the top of this order. Get Torres and Vierling back. At some point, get Parker Meadows back.
And if McKinstry's going to hit, if Dingler's going to hit, and Dingler's going to be in there a lot because Jake Rogers is, they're going to give him some rest. And
oblique issue.
And then obviously Javier Baez.
What did he do yesterday?
He was 1 for 2.
You have a walk in there? Yeah, look,
yeah.
on base twice. That's our guy. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, at least 98 people, you guys, are dead, and the death toll, it sounds like, is going to continue to rise after the roof of a nightclub in the Dominican Republic collapsed. Just a tragic, tragic story. And among the victims is former MLB and Detroit Tigers pitcher Octavio Dotel. Yeah. So sad news there. Hundreds of people were at this nightclub, Jet Set nightclub, attending a concert in Santo Domingo when this roof collapsed. More than 150 people were taken to the hospital, including Dotel, because officials are saying he was actually found alive when he was pulled from the rubble. Ugh. He died on the way to the hospital. He played with, I think it was 13 teams over 15 seasons in Major League Baseball. Spent 2 seasons here in Detroit, his last 2 seasons. He was 51 years old. And when you look at scenes, photos, images, it's devastating. Rescue crews are still frantically searching for any survivors, for victims, and they don't know the exact cause yet of this roof collapse. But it was like an iconic nightclub. Several politicians and high-profile athletes. There were actually other former MLB players that were there but left before the roof collapsed. Were attending this concert. It's tragic. Thousands of intimate photos and videos were seized by the Department of Justice from the home of Matt Wise. So, as you know, Wise was indicted in March for, allegedly hacking into the private accounts of students, athletes around the country to steal all these intimate photos, videos, right? Then he allegedly downloaded the information of more than 150,000 athletes, used it to hack into their social media, to their email, to their cloud storage accounts, primarily female athletes. The crimes date back to 2015. He's facing 24 federal charges. He has pleaded not guilty to all of those, but officials say that these photos are very intimate. Almost all of them are nude photos. Some of these women engaging in sexual activities.
I don't understand. Why did it take this? I know there's a process that the law has to follow, but why did it take so long to seize these photos? Why was he allowed to?
I'm not sure when the seizure took place, because it says the seizure was revealed in court filings, part of a lawsuit against him released on Tuesday.
Okay. All right.
So it doesn't mean that these were just seized from his home.
Yeah.
The way I'm taking that is that we are learning that there were thousands of photos that he had
were seized.
that he had on his phone or on his personal computer that were taken. To me, it happened prior. It didn't just happen, but
Well, and I think that's some of the frustration for these victims is they weren't made aware of it until much later.
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
awful.
I mean, if they were seized at that time, I know there's a process, but you would think that they would have been notified long before they
for
were.
Sure. April is Parkinson's Awareness Month, if you guys didn't know, a very important month. And the Tigers are celebrating by hosting Gibby's Day on April 23rd, a very
Awesome.
fitting day, right, with his number, obviously, for Kirk Gibson. The Tigers will be playing the San Diego Padres. There's going to be like various activities throughout the game where fans can choose to participate in support for Parkinson's research. Plus, the Tigers will also be supporting the Kirk Gibson Foundation. Part of the ticket proceeds will benefit that, which is great. I saw this and I thought, I got to get tickets for this game.
Yeah.
It's something very near and dear to my heart.
It's a Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah.
So it should be easy to go to.
It should be warmer than it is right now.
Let's hope. Yes, that'd be great. So,
Show outing, maybe.
yeah,
Yeah, there you go.
that would be fun. Bring our spouses.
Yeah.
Sounds great. Now, we've got 2 dogs, all right? We love Orion Oaks Dog Park. We spend lots of time there, especially in the summer. And I was really devastated to hear that their big dock, like the dog beach where the dogs can jump and go swimming, is now permanently closed. I know it maybe not affect you guys. You don't live right in that area, but it's an awesome dog park, and a lot of people love that. But according to the Oakland County Parks, the decision to close the dog dock was made due to elevated levels of E. coli in the water. So they say it was made, looking out for the health and safety of not only the dogs, but also all of the human visitors as well. They do say there is going to be some good news, though, that they're working on some improvements for its 2026 plans, and it could include adding a water feature to the park so the pups can still enjoy some water despite the closure of the dock.
So maybe it all works
when
out.
I saw this, you guys, I was like, no, permanently closed. We love that dock. It was a little chaotic there, though, won't lie. Lots of people. Finally, one more. Florida's comeback victory over Houston in Monday night's NCAA title game was the most watched men's championship game in 6 years.
Really?
Yeah. So the game averaged 18.1 million viewers, which is about 22% more than last year's game.
Good for them.
Attendance peaked at 21.1 million. This was during the game's final minutes. So the last game that had more than 18 million viewers was back in 2019. Virginia, Texas Tech, there was 19.6 million people watching that game.
I'm fascinated to see that because I know it was close. It was competitive. There was drama. Neither team could shoot.
Yeah.
It turned into a foul fest in the second half. Ton of turnover. It was kind of an ugly game, but because it was so close, I think people felt like they had to sit and see it through. It's a big number. All right, Heather with the news. Coming up next, the Red Wings. Why is this happening? Why did they fall short? We've got open lines, angry ticket text, a lot to do. It's 97.1. I saw Kenny Cott active last night on Twitter. He was unhappy. A lot of people unhappy. Let's talk about it. Why are we here? Biggest reason the Wings missed the playoffs. 248-539-9797. Last night's game perfectly sums up this season. They came out hair on fire, right? Showing some long overdue energy and urgency, only to run out of gas. 2 shots in the third period. They missed a couple wide open nets. Weak in front of their own net. Tarasenko with a critical third period turnover. Like, just a clown car of mistakes down the stretch of that hockey game. And that's just who they are as a hockey team. Why is that what's happening to us 6 years into Yzerman's regime?
I mean, it to me, it just goes to however he has tried to construct this roster, there's one element that they are missing. And you could talk about the 5-on-5, the power plays, the goalies. You could talk about, all of those different parts of the game. There's no toughness. There's no toughness on the ice. There's no physicality on the ice. There's no enforcer on the ice. And in turn, when there's no mentally tough individual, I don't think on that, there's no collective mental toughness, because you go through the month of March, and we saw it last year. And last year it was, their captain is out for, the start of March. And that's when they had the 9-point lead, and then it all withered away. Who was going to step up to be that mentally tough individual? Because you have veterans on there. You've got DeBrincat, you've got Kane, you've got all these other guys. And then this year, your captain is there, and they fall apart. Yeah. Where is the toughness?
And when you put it side by side with Montreal, and I thought Ken Daniels did a great job pointing this out last night, Nick Suzuki is their captain. He went to their management and said, keep this team together. And he backed it up. He's been on fire. He's their number one center. He's their captain. He's been there since really before this thing kicked into gear. Montreal finished dead last in 2022, 55 points. That's rock bottom. That's resetting where you are as an organization. They would go on to finish last in their division the 2 seasons following that. So 3 years at the bottom of the Atlantic Division. That's resetting where they are as a hockey team. They've passed the Red Wings. They've done it with a goalie they claimed off waivers. 3 of their top 4 point getters, the non-Suzuki players, were drafted since 2019 while Yzerman's been here in Detroit. It can be done quicker. And I know the puck knowers are going to say they're not built for sustained success. I'd like the Wings to be built for any success at this point. You know what I mean? Like
one trip to the postseason.
Well, what I find is there's a lot of people who still want to carry the water for the organization on the idea that we're building a dynasty, that it's all going to work out because not only will the Wings be good someday, they're going to be good for a decade plus and stack multiple Stanley Cups. And sure, if you believe that, I don't know why you would believe that right now. As well as they've drafted, they don't put together a cohesive hockey team. Montreal's doing this with one current top 5 pick on their roster. We got to stop the excuses about what Yzerman inherited. I'm so sick about hearing what Ken Holland did or didn't do for this organization. Steve Yzerman's been here 6 years. Every member of the Detroit Red Wings organization is here because he drafted them, signed them, or extended him. Ken Holland didn't leave Hull. Ken Holland didn't sign Tarasenko or JT Compher. He hasn't played musical chairs with our goalie room. Ken Holland is not the boogeyman. Stop bringing him up. This is Steve's cross to bear. And I keep hearing it's a big offseason for Steve. We heard that last year. It's his fault that they're where they are. His free agents, his acquisitions. His draft picks are mostly promising. But that's not enough. It's never been enough. You got to do more.
It's so frustrating because you're right. They're not doing enough, and they're not adding the right components. They're not building a team. And we've seen it with the Pistons. We've seen it with the Tigers. We've seen it with the Lions. We've seen it with everyone. And we can have our frustrations with all the different teams, and maybe they're too patient. Maybe they're not going for it. There's not that all-in, move. But there's no move. There's no move here that says we're going to go from a team that is just struggling to get to and burst a light bubble, a very weak bubble, to get into the playoffs, There's nothing that we're doing to get over that hurdle.
And this is the easier part. Getting in, right? It's a lot harder once you're in that contender tier and you're fighting and giving up picks and you only have a few cracks at this thing. Look, if you want to defend this, I don't know what you're defending anymore. We'll get some ticket, text, and phone calls, 248-539-9797. I'm not calling for Steve Yzerman's job today. I think he's drafted well enough that I don't feel comfortable doing that. But I do need to see, and I think we all need to see, more urgency. When you have a lifetime contract, you tend to kick your feet up, and this thing's been going on 6 years now. We got to see progress, not just hear about a prospect pool, but actual progress.
And that's the thing where I somewhat cringe a little bit, like that lifetime contract and you're kicking your feet up. I don't believe that's Steve Yzerman. I just don't believe it.
You don't believe that's like who he is as a person because it's what he's done as the general manager.
But that's the conflict that I'm in. I don't believe that's who he is as a person. It wasn't who he was as a player. And I know player and GM are completely different, but your personality, your want to win, your drive for success is not going to change. I don't believe it does. It's still there, but why hasn't it translated to even moderate success?
Right. Some ticket text. I want to get some of these out of the way. This one says Pearl Jam needs to come out and disown the Wings. Bad PR, much like politicians using popular songs without getting the band or performer's blessing.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that Pearl Jam even knows what's going on.
Well, if they did, they should step up and say something. Ticket Texter says, are we going to play the game of if we get rid of Lalonde earlier, how many more games would we have won? We can, but I think aren't they proving with a different coach and the same results?
Yeah.
That it wasn't all Lalonde?
Yeah, I mean, because you get the coaching bump, you get the 7-game win streak, then they lose a couple, then you get another 7-game win streak. But then after that, it's just been, you had 8 points in the month of March. 8 points in the month of March.
Last night's game was a perfect example of how the Wings always play. Good teams play hard. Good teams when they play hard, but they can't sustain it. Yeah, 2 shots in the third period. How different does this team look with Wallman and Gostisbehere, Todd in Trenton? Well, Gostisbehere is allowed to leave and sign wherever he wants as a free agent. You can't keep him if he doesn't want to be here.
Gostisbehere.
But it's a good point about their blue line, which I think is a huge weakness of this hockey team. Hull and Gustafson and Petrie, these are all Yzerman acquisitions while he let Wallman, and you could have paid Gostisbehere earlier, walk.
I think that is a little bit of a valid reason why they're at 79 points instead of what they got to last year. They're not going to reach last year's point total. So I think not having those 2 guys and having who they have instead is a solid reason why they're probably going to be 6 to 8 points worse, right?
Yeah.
But the reality situation is a team that collapses after the trade deadline every year. And the core of the team has been in place most of that time. I know some guys have been sprinkled in over 3 years. I think 3 years ago it was okay to collapse. But the fact this keeps happening and happening has to say something about the locker room. I think the team has a chemistry problem. And I just find it funny how most fans are reluctant to blame the leaders on this team, the best players on this team.
I'll go back
to say what you're going to say. I mean, it's Larkin is what you're saying.
It's not just him. No, I do believe that the concoction of the team together is not working. What's how do you change that? Well, I think there could be multiple answers to that. But I do believe you've got to spice things up in that locker room a little bit. You tried the coach. They continue to do the same thing over and over as a core, and you're still getting the same results. That's insanity. It's not. It's something needs to change.
And I'll go back to now. I know this isn't going to be the answer that would have solved any problems because this player wasn't producing like he had in the past, but he was a guy that provided a little bit of a toughness, a little bit of a backbone. Go back to 3 trade deadlines ago, and you get rid of Bertuzzi.
Yeah,
I mean it's. And again, he wasn't going to provide a lot of points from you, but he was a guy that would provide some toughness.
He brought a different set of tools.
Yeah.
Too many of these guys have the same set of tools.
Yeah, why does this team need Kopp and Compher?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like the redundancy of 2 $5 million third-line centers at best. I mean, Compher missed an open net last night, wide open. He's been a complete underwhelming free agent. Is that Ken Holland's fault?
But
I just go back to this because that is the number one defense is this was a lousy situation. You got to give Steve more time. Steve signed these bad contracts. Steve signed these soft players. Steve ices this team on a nightly basis.
But
It's
my
Yzerman.
point is that they're kind of irrelevant guys long term.
Sure.
And maybe that's why we're sitting in the pond that we're sitting in
Yeah.
right now. But to me, I look at a guy like Sider, and he's a nice player. Is he playing where you thought he'd be playing right now?
No, I thought he'd be a tick high, at a higher level at this point.
Bingo.
And they play him in some tough situations, but I thought he'd be a little better.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm not saying he's a bad player because
We
people
never
are going to
get that
jump all
call.
over me because I think he's a good player, but it's a fair criticism.
So I'm not just pinning on Larkin.
No, I know, but all these guys. This is your core. Look at Montreal. They have Nick Suzuki, who is a holdover. Their next three leading scorers. Lane Hudson was a 2022 pick in the second round. Yuri Slafkovsky was the number 1 overall pick. And the other guy in there is Caulfield, who was picked 15th or 16th. It's not like they've stacked all these number 1 picks and had all this lottery luck. They've just built a better hockey team than us. And people got to accept it, and we got to see change. It's 97-1.
Hey, FanDuel is giving new customers an offer unlike any other for the first major at Augusta, because right now new customers get $250 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. That's new customers, and you're going to get $200 in and $250 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. And maybe it's Jordan Spieth to get his second green jacket. Maybe it's Scotty Scheffler to go back-to-back for his third green jacket, or Will Zalatoris to finally break through in a major. You can bet on all these storylines, plus first-round leaders, top 20s and 30s, 3 balls, tournament matchups, and so much more. And here's one of the best things. When you win, you're going to get paid instantly when you bring home a major win this major season. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ken Kell on the call. Red Wings jumped out early. Fizzled late. Story of the season. So much needed urgency in the first, 2 shots in the third. Season's over. They'll miss the playoffs for the 9th consecutive year as an organization, the 6th consecutive year under Steve Yzerman.
And I think fans are exhausted. We've had a lot of text.
Yeah.
How many calls have we had since we started talking about the Wings?
I do think there's some burnout. And we're going to talk Tigers a bunch in the show today and a little bit of college hoops here, Michigan State, some portal stuff. But to me, this is the finality of it. Today's kind of the last day to talk about them with any degree of passion. I suppose in the summer, there's the Marner sweepstakes. But if we think Yzerman's suddenly going to flip the switch and turn into a different person, last offseason would have been the offseason to really move and shake. They were tied for the final playoff spot. They were locking in Seider and Raymond. They weren't going to have them cheap anymore. It was time to start putting some pieces around these guys, and the result was Tarasenko. The result was more musical chairs in net with the goalies. The result was not only is Hull on the team, instead of being a healthy scratch, he's going to play damn near every game. Petrie's still here. I get he's cheap. He's also not very good. Up and down the lineup. Wallman's not here. You know what I'm saying? Like their blue line is in disarray, and this is by his hand. There is no more excuse making about what Ken Holland he inherited from Ken Holland or how bad they were 6 and 7, 8, 9 years ago. This is Steve's doing. And I'm not calling for him to be fired today, but I think you have every right as a fan of this team to question the direction, to wonder if this is actually working. Sustained success, right? What Montreal's doing is a cheap, get-rich-quick scheme to get back in the playoffs. No, they had 3 straight terrible seasons, picked themselves up, drafted well, accentuated their roster, and they're in. This is allowed to happen. It doesn't have to take 10 years.
And it's somewhat apples to oranges, but the team that they tied with last year for that last playoff spot.
Yeah, they had an aggressive offseason.
Washington.
Yeah.
Where are they now?
They're the first place team in the Eastern Conference.
Okay, you've got a Hall of Famer on that team. And he's a difference maker. He's the best goal scorer that we've ever seen. But they went from last wild card team to the best in the Atlantic. Montreal has passed the Wings. Like, other teams aren't going to wait. The other teams are trying to get better.
I'm more concerned about Montreal and Ottawa passing them than Washington, because I will say this. I think, Jim, you would agree. Washington hit the jackpot in the offseason. It's very hard to make that many free agent acquisitions and turn your team like that in the NHL. Like, you can look – the Predators were quite aggressive, weren't they?
And there's a cautionary tale there. But at some point, you have to step up and be the general manager of your hockey team.
Take a chance.
And take a chance. So they took a chance in Washington in adding Pierre-Luc Dubois. It's a bad contract at the time. It was looked at as like, oh, boy, you're going to get saddled with that thing. He's played well. One of the blue line guys they added is from the state of Michigan. That's our specialty. All we do is bring in guys that grew up in the state of Michigan. Matthew Roy is a quality right-handed blue liner, a top 4 defenseman. Did we offer him?
I mean, with all due respect,
did we pursue him?
Our boss, Jimmy Powers, wanted the Wings to go after Pierre-Luc Dubois.
Yeah.
And why is Jimmy Powers, the program director at the Ticket, making that move and not Steve Yzerman?
Is Jimmy trying to angle to run the Red Wings?
I don't know. I mean, seriously, I probably kill me now for bringing this up, but I remember him specifically last summer. They need a player like that.
Because he's a more physical player. Yeah.
He brings an intangible and a grit that this team is missing.
And that's why I said, when you ask the question, what is this team missing? They're missing toughness. They're missing the physical toughness. They're missing the mental toughness. And until they add somebody that brings that to this team, because I don't believe it's a switch that you could just flip on and off. We're going to continue to have these conversations every March, every April, and then throughout the offseason. Well, who is it that they can add that brings some of that toughness?
Texter says losing culture top to bottom, soft physically and mentally. Nothing will change unless personnel gets changed. Might not be a bad idea to trade 1 or 2 of their top 6 players this summer for a shakeup. The Wings are playing to their talent level. I don't blame the players. I blame the GM, who always thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. If we signed one more useless forward or blue line help, I'm going to lose it this summer.
I'm wondering, because we've been very measured in Wings fans, very measured in their assessment of Steve Yzerman. is there anyone out there that says, let's be patient. Let's wait until and see what he does this offseason? Because I think most Red Wings fans are they're kind of throwing their hands up in frustration.
Yeah.
Like we don't know what it is that they're trying to do.
I mean, Jim's Twitter feed last night, you've still got people blaming lottery luck after 6 years. Look, I used that card a couple years ago. I thought it was valid that he didn't get a superstar, and that is a reason why it's going to take longer to develop.
Yeah.
That's the NHL.
Sure.
We got a text. Go hire Gerard Gallant. Seriously? That card has been flung 1,000 times. He brought in somebody that was going to bust balls here. It worked for a while, and then the team faded just like they always do. It's not the coach.
I think we learned that definitively this season. It's not the coach.
I mean, Lalonde had I don't think he was a good coach, and it was necessary.
Yes,
but then
the problems run deeper.
Yeah,
I think that was pretty clear because they did make the coaching change. They still had their March collapse. They're further back because of it. It's not the coach. So you can single out individual players or the collective locker room, but they're all here because Steve wants them here. And if he doesn't want him here, he can trade him this offseason.
It falls on him.
He can make some bold moves this offseason because he should be disgusted with this. I keep coming back to that. Like, the guy has competitive fire. Mm-hmm. I don't think he's, falling asleep here. You see him at the games. He doesn't look happy. Do something about it, dude. You're literally the only guy that can do anything about it. I can't do anything about it. Tom can't do anything about it. John, you're not making any trades this offseason or signing any players.
Not right now.
He's got to do something about it. 248-539-9797. We'll talk Tiger baseball coming up in the 7 o'clock hour. John, you have a great question about this baseball team early in the season, and can't wait to get into that. Michigan State, no more Jace Richardson. Michigan, active in the portal. Are we seeing a shift here? 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. The Tigers took Game 2 of the series against the Yankees 5-0. They bombed 4 more home runs. Carpenter, Torkelson, McKinstry, Dingler all hit it out of the yard. Tarek Skubal had the best game of his young season, tossing 6 innings of shutout ball. No walks compared to 6 strikeouts. A.J. Hinch weighed in after the game. The Tigers just keep getting bit by the injury bug. Before the game, Jake Rogers strained his left oblique in the batting cages. He's been placed on the 10-day injured list. Joining him is new outfielder Manuel Margot. He has knee inflammation, first noticed while running the bases in Game 1. The Red Wings' playoff dreams may have been put to bed last night thanks to a 4-1 loss to the Canadiens. Dylan Larkin put the team up 1-0 in the first, but Montreal scored 3 goals in the third. The Cleveland Cavaliers officially landed the Eastern Conference's top seed thanks to a victory over the Bulls. The last time they did it was 2016, a year they won the title. The Grizzlies have likely lost starting guard Jalen Wells for the year as the playoffs loom as well. Wells broke his wrist and hit his head on a hard fall, which kept him on the ground for 8 minutes before being taken to the hospital on a stretcher. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for Morgan at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Tigers have won 5 in a row. We're going to be talking about them at 7:35 today. So much for torpedo bats. They shut out the Yankees. Skubal picks up a win. Team's showing some power of their own. It's good.
Going into the season, if you had told me that the Yankees would get shut out at any point, no matter who they played, prior to the Tigers being shut out, I would have said absolutely no way.
Right, especially with the injuries.
With the injuries, with the bats that we just didn't know about going into this season, I would have said absolutely not.
We'll get to it at 7:35. A fun question about this year's team compared to last year's team. Jace Richardson, he's going pro. Made his statement yesterday. He's going to leave Michigan State.
I will put the asterisk on there.
He can always come back.
As of now.
Okay.
The timetable for those who aren't following the NBA draft timeline, the offseason, players have to put their name in by April 26th. Jace Richardson did that yesterday. They have until June 15 to decide whether they want to stay in this year's NBA draft or not. The draft happens 10 days later. In that time frame, the draft combine will happen May 11th through the 18th. The lottery is obviously the 12th. And then the June 15 is the drop dead date. By 5 p.m. on June 15, anybody that's in the draft, as long as they haven't done anything to compromise their eligibility, which anymore these days I don't think that's even possible, can withdraw their name and return to their school or a school.
Jace will be a first-round pick if he goes, and he may be a lottery pick. He's going to go.
I wonder if the feedback that he gets is, hey, you're going to be a lottery pick or not, if that's going to be the determining factor of whether he wants to come back. And like if they're telling him, hey, you're later first round, I'm not here to say that's the case. I'm just saying there's a lot of guys that are making a decision, and they'll put a definite, if I'm projected to be a lottery pick, I'm gone. If not, maybe I want to come back to get into that lottery, and maybe next year's lottery is not as deep as this year's.
I just think part of this is if you have an NBA skill set, and he does,
yeah,
and you can start getting an NBA paycheck and get one step closer to free agency, and that's how these athletes have to think about it. If you think your skill set's ready, and the teams will give them that feedback, you go pro, and it's not any shot at Izzo or MSU. It's just the reality of the situation.
Yeah. And everybody's talking about, Cooper Flagg, he's making a lot of Duke. And no, he's going to be gone. Yeah. There's no question he's going to be gone because it is a year earlier to get to. It's not about what you make as a rookie or your second or third year. It's about getting to that second contract. You want to start that clock ASAP.
So what I wanted to bring up is where they go from here for both Michigan and Michigan State. Both teams had strong seasons. MSU was clearly ahead of Michigan. They won the Big Ten regular season. They made it further in the NCAA tournament. Michigan State's ahead of Michigan. I'll say that again before we get into this topic. But will they stay that way? I have not seen or heard, there's no rumors of MSU being aggressive in the portal. We have seen Michigan land what many believe is the number one player in the portal. This Lendenborg. He's a power forward, rebounder, shooter. He's regarded as maybe a guy who could go to the NBA too, right. But if he plays in college, he's going to play with Dusty May. Michigan has hit 3 players in the portal already to bring into next year's team. We're not seeing that yet from Michigan State. And look, teach an old dog new tricks. Maybe Izzo does change. But the belief here is Dusty May is better equipped for this era of college basketball. The University of Michigan and their donors are better equipped for this era of college basketball, and it feels like they're going to pass Tom Izzo and Michigan State in the near future here.
Well, you have a much younger coach in Dusty May who his perspective is much different than Tom Izzo's. Tom Izzo has been very resistant to change. And I've got to respect that. I like the way that he's done things, but it's not the way that it's not the business of college athletics anymore, but certainly in basketball, because is he recruiting one and dones? Like, is he recruiting that type of talent to where you don't necessarily need to go to the portal as much? And I would say probably no, he's not. And so if that's not going to be the type of player that you're recruiting, are they going to be in a position next year where the ones that are staying at Michigan State and in East Lansing that are going to develop, and they're going to have a veteran team that will just be more experienced, and that will be what carries them? I don't think so. But
it's not what wins anymore.
Well, no, it's not. And well, I mean, you could somewhat say it with Houston. I know they had some transfers, but they had a lot of guys that was stuck around that program for a long time.
Their leading scorer was from Baylor. Their point guard was from Oklahoma.
Yeah. So you have competing methods of getting to a winning team, a winning program.
I don't know that we have one method. You go buy players. If you don't go buy players, you don't win national championships. Michigan seems to get it. I don't know that MSU does, because they think, well, there's more than one way to do this, and Izzo's way is the way, and Izzo's way isn't the way.
So I guess the question, I don't know the answer to this question.
Yeah.
Is it Tom Izzo? Or, and I can't believe that this would be the case because of his reputation, what he's done, and the supporters all know that, get him that one more championship. Is there not the support? Is there not the financial backing to go out and get some of these guys?
It would be silly because they are such a proud basketball program and Izzo has such a reputation that I would think if he wanted a player, there'd be some rich Spartan alum or alums plural that would foot the bill for it. It's a question for you guys, and it's a true or false statement. Michigan is better equipped, and Michigan will pass Michigan State in college hoops in the near future. True or false? 248-539-9797. If you say false because you think Michigan State's got something cooked up, now that Jace has got one foot out the door, they're going to be flooded with players that they're going to hit from the portal that are going to elevate the program. I mean, look, I don't doubt that Tom can identify talent. I think Izzo could look at players on other teams and say, hey, they'd make sense here. Is he doing that, and are they paying those players? If they're not, Michigan's going to pass them.
Here's what I don't like about the new way of doing things is coaches are actively telling guys, you need to enter the portal because you're not going to play here. We don't need you here anymore. But on the flip side, players are doing that to coaches as well. So you've got to find that, that doesn't feel like there's any loyalty left.
Correct.
In college athletics from players or from coaches. But then you do have a coach that does show some loyalty. That's part of who Tom Izzo is. And I don't know that I want to ask Tom Izzo to be different. And this isn't me talking from a Wolverine perspective. This is me wishing that he could win that way.
Oh, I wish he could win that way too. I think it's an honorable way. Let me make sure that's clear here. What Tom Izzo wants to do is honorable. He wants to get people into his program. He wants to coach them. Wow, what a concept. He wants to invest in young people.
I want him to prove that it can still be done that way.
Okay, but I don't know that it can be.
I agree, but until it is, we're all going to say it can't be done that way. That's why, and again, to the detriment of my program, I would love for a coach, whether it's Tom Izzo or anybody else that is able to retain their players, recruit their players, develop their players, and win with those players. I would love, whether it's in East Lansing or anywhere else, to show that can still be done. I just don't believe it can be.
So the question is, true or false, Michigan will pass Michigan State in college basketball? I think the answer is true. Texter says false for now. Give Izzo a little more time. Jace literally just turned pro yesterday. But to me, it's not just the MSU part of this equation where it's been radio silence so far. It's also an aggressiveness from Michigan, and it's not always going to work out. Not all the transfer players are going to hit. It's not an automatic national title. But I'm seeing a recognition from the Michigan basketball program of what you need to do to win in 2025. And because of that, I'll say true. They're going to pass MSU.
And I think it was apparent that not only does Dusty May understand that, because in the first year, right, it was the transfer portal that took them from an 8-win team to the Sweet 16. Mm-hmm. It's also recognition in his new contract, and we don't know what all of the specific details are, but it was reported that he got assurances that there were going to be investments made in his roster.
Which is critical to win. Texter says that Izzo's way made the Elite Eight, while Dusty's only made the Sweet 16. Well, actually, Dusty's way won the national title. It was being executed by the Florida Gators. You know what I mean? Look at Florida's roster. All three of their guards are transfers. Look at their front court. Condon's a Florida guy, but Chinyulu's from Washington State. Like, their whole team, the majority of that team, was bought and paid for. Michigan recognizes it. I don't know that Tom recognizes it to the degree that is necessary to go to that next level and win a national title. And maybe he has the epiphany and the reinforcements are coming, but consider me skeptical and consider me paying attention to what Michigan's doing.
Well, but it's also, and this is where I go to, in when Stoney was here, right? He would always talk about the recruiting rankings and how Michigan wasn't at a certain level. And then all of a sudden on National Signing Day, you would have a top-rated class.
Yeah.
Like I know I always say this. I do want to give Tom Izzo and his program time to let it play out. The transfer portal's not closed. Good players are being plucked
Daily.
every single day, and the pool becomes smaller. Now, the pool was huge, over 1,400 players in the transfer portal. And to their credit, they were playing longer than a lot of others, and that should be a draw for some of those players. Do I want to go to play with Tom Izzo? But it's also the style. How many of those kids in the portal want to be coached by the style that Tom Izzo?
Sure.
You're going to get yelled at.
Yeah.
You're going to, but it's also a demand. It's a demand to get better. There are players that are willing to go through that because they see what the end product can be. But the portal is not closed. The time to sign those players is not over. He can still address all the issues that they have. And so it's, as of today, just because Michigan has been more active earlier doesn't mean that Tom Izzo won't.
Michigan has been more aggressive thus far. The question is asking you about the future for these programs. Does Michigan pass MSU? It's 97-1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank, and I think you should as well, with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you and listen to your goals, listen to your family situation, your individual situation, and build a financial plan that fits you. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools, and it's an app that I use on a daily basis. It's easy, and it does. It's got great tools in it. They're deeply connected to the community's needs as well because it's their community, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
If you're injured in a car accident, there's a law firm out there that really and truly cares about you. It's KG Law. I know Lawrence KG and his team. It's true. Check them out. Phone number is 877-KG-CARES, kgcares.com. They're not cutting corners. They're not going to leave you in the dark, and you'll have someone who sees you as more than a number. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, you need to call KG Law now. That's spelled K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com. That's kgcares.com. So much for those torpedo bats. Yankees shut out. Love it.
Yeah.
Always great to beat the Yankees.
If you can't hit the ball, it's not going anywhere.
Meanwhile, the Tigers need torpedo bats to hit 4 home runs yesterday. A 5-0 win. That's 5 in a row for the Tigers. We'll talk about it at 7:35. A comparison from last year to this year. It's a good conversation. The chat right now is about Jace Richardson going pro for MSU and how they replace him. We know Michigan is active in the portal. We have not seen that from Izzo. And while I respect what he wants to do, I don't know that he's willing to do what he needs to do. And it's why I forecast Michigan basketball will pass the Spartans. Spartans are ahead right now. They won the head-to-head. They won the regular season. They made the Elite Eight. But for how long? Dusty May hits the number 1 player in the portal along with 2 others. And they're not done. MSU, we'll see. To be fair, we'll see. But Michigan's doing this much more aggressively than MSU, and that's the way you win national titles in 2025, love it or hate it.
And it's not just Michigan you're competing with. I know we're talking about that comparison here between Dusty May and Tom Izzo, but it's also Matt Pater in West Lafayette. They have done a tremendous job. They got a lot of guys coming back, and they're adding through the portal. It's Wisconsin. Like, there are a number of other teams in this conference that aren't going to sit on their hands and just hope that they can recruit and develop.
Lifelong Spartan fan on the ticket text. I'm done with MSU basketball until Tom either modernizes or retires. I'm sick of being stuck in the mud. Will be interesting to see how Izzo competes when he loses 7 scholarship players and only brings in a pair of recruits. Well, they're going to have to hit the portal. It's just going to be
got to have to fill the roster.
Yeah. We can all respect and appreciate the way Izzo wants to coach this team, but at this point, if he's unfixable, he's becoming a deterrent to the program.
I'm not.
That's harsh, but you get what he's saying.
I get what he's saying, but I'm still not going to be of that mindset where Tom Izzo can't win. Like, I don't know that as long as he's at East Lansing, they're a threat.
Michigan won't pass state. Tom will coach 2 or 3 more years, hold down the fort, and then a new coach will come in and do things the modern way. It's a great unknown, whoever replaces him.
Yeah, so that's the great question.
As an MSU fan, I've been frustrated with Tom for years when it comes to the portal. We're losing well over 60% of our scoring from last year and seemingly doing nothing to replace it. I'm fully expecting us to miss the tournament next season. Come on.
I don't.
He's never missed the tournament, right? I said maybe his first year. He hasn't missed the tournament. Pedro, you're next up in Port Huron. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. So I'm a Spartan fan, and I've been saying this for the past couple of years. I know it's crazy to say after Izzo just made it to the Elite Eight, but I think it's time for him to hang it up. I just think last year's our ceiling. I don't think we'll be back there again. And he has to change the way he does things. Like his old school way just isn't going to work anymore. I mean, you lose all these players, and we're probably going to go get another Frankie Fiddler or that big center we have. Like,
it's a power.
Get anyone, worth anything in the portal. And like you see all these teams winning, and like Florida and these teams advancing, and he just for some reason refuses to do it.
It's so funny because I think his heart's in the right place, but the game's not made for coaches whose heart's in the right place anymore.
Yeah, it's not the way business is done.
It's cutthroat now.
It is on both sides.
Yeah.
From the players, hey, if I'm not making enough, even though we just made it to the Elite Eight and I'm not even a starter, I'm going to go for the paycheck.
In some ways, like Tom's being punished for having a heart of gold, for like really caring about the players and wanting to do it the right way. I mean, that was the criticism for years when people were illegally paying players is, well, Izzo wouldn't stoop to that level. Well, now it's legal to do it, and I don't know if it's just muscle memory or he's not comfortable with it.
And again, I'll reemphasize this. I want him to win that way. I want him to be successful of recruiting, developing, retaining players and then winning that way. I'm begging for somebody to be able to do it that way.
We'll talk Tigers at 7:35. Heather with the news.
So Amon-Ra St. Brown wasn't thrilled with the idea of being drafted by Detroit. So during an appearance on Kevin Hart's YouTube series, Cold as Balls, St. Brown opened up. Have you seen it?
I've not seen it, no, but that's cold.
The guests are actually interviewed while sitting in ice baths.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so Amon-Ra was in one and Kevin Hart was in another.
I do miss the ice bath.
And then
those are wonderful.
Have a conversation. Anyway, during that show, he opened up about his initial reaction on being drafted by the Lions in 2021.
Well, he's a SoCal guy, right? He grew up in Southern California, went to Mater Dei, went to USC. I think, going to Michigan, going to the Midwest probably was a shock to his system. And Detroit at that point, what had they shown?
Well, I think that's also the ultimate compliment is you get here and you realize it's much better than people realize.
Yeah.
It grows on you. You realize what you got here.
Yeah.
Yeah. They also talked about a lot of other things, including his prediction on next season.
Oh.
His reaction was, I want to win a Super Bowl.
I think we all do.
Don't we all? Don't we all?
Not a shock.
Yeah. Former Detroit Tigers pitcher Octavio Dotel, you guys, is among the many victims of this tragic roof collapse at a Dominican Republic nightclub. At least 98 people were killed. More than 160 people were injured in this collapse. And officials say Dotel was alive when he was rescued from underneath all of the rubble, but passed away on the way to the hospital. Such a tragic story. He played for 13 teams over 15 seasons, playing his final 2 with the Tigers. He was 51 years old. And I did see there's conflicting stories because what they're dealing with right now, trying to rescue anyone who could still be alive, and the stories are coming out slowly. I had seen that there were other former MLB players there who left before the roof collapsed. However, I did see another story that said, no, that's not true. There was another player, Tony Blanco, that died in the collapse as well. There was like 300 people or more inside this nightclub, Jet Set nightclub. They were there for a concert. They're still working to determine what happened, still working to see if there is any survivors left underneath. I mean, the rubble, it's not just like a small roof that collapsed.
Right.
It was a massive club, and it's devastating when you see these photos. Earlier this year, you might remember another really, really awful story about 3 kids that died in a house fire in West Bloomfield. The kids were aged 16, 14, and 12. They were home alone at the time of the fire. And the oldest called 911. And during her phone call, she said that they couldn't get out of the house. And I remember this thinking, what do you mean you can't get out of the house? Were they stuck upstairs? But now we're learning a little bit more, and it's just so tragic. So it turns out that the parents, they were both working at the time, but they had put locks on the inside of the front door. There were also locks installed on the windows, and it was to protect their son, who was autistic, who kept getting out of the house and wandering down the streets or wandering away. So it was all to protect. That measure to protect their son was also the measure that prevented their kids from getting out of the house. It's such a sad story. We're learning more of this through the search warrants that were released.
Yeah.
And police say that everything is still under investigation, but it sounds like the measures that these parents took to keep their child safe appear to have been taken from recommendations from knowledgeable experts, right? It wasn't just something they're like, let's just put a lock on the door. It's something that they were advised to do. So sad for sure. Well, thousands of private, intimate photos and videos from over 2,000 college athletes were found on Matt Weiss's devices, his cell phone, his computer, whatever other electronic devices he had at his home, and the photos, which he stole, right, by hacking into the social media, the email, and the cloud storage accounts, showed these athletes naked, and some were engaged in sexual activity. And this information was revealed in a court filing on Tuesday as part of a lawsuit against him and also the University of Michigan. I'll end on some better news real quick.
Okay.
Sure.
Luke Bryan is bringing back his farm
This is
tour.
awesome.
He's coming back to Michigan. He's going to be performing at this farm, Kubiak Farm in Weberville on September 20th. Not the first time he's performed there. He also performed there back in 2022. So kind of cool, like middle of farmland with nothing around you for miles and miles. Tickets for the concert go on sale Friday at 9 a.m.
It's really cool. I haven't been
Have
to
you
one
been
of
to
them.
one?
No, I would love to. It's never worked into the schedule, but I've seen video and highlights of them, and they just look like they're so cool.
I gotta be.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, how does this Tigers team compare to last year's team? It's 97-1.
Well, guys, there's few things that go better than Surfside and the Tigers on a nice day, but Surfside iced tea and vodka on the golf course is up there. Now, after Augusta, it's golf season, and there's no better drink to enjoy out on the golf course. It's light and refreshing. It's made with premium vodka and real brewed tea. Only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. That's my favorite part. So cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside, a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
You knew that was coming. Tigers hitting homers. No torpedo bats needed. Tigers keep winning. John, first place, 5 straight wins. Everybody's feeling good about this team. I think we need to shift a little bit from survive to thrive. Like, this team's thriving without these injuries.
They certainly have
with
been.
These injuries, yeah.
And so it was initially, all right, well, they lost to the Dodgers. And we talked about how they played in those. They had some opportunities to win in those games, but then they they won a series against Seattle. They swept the White Sox, and everybody said, well, it was Seattle and it was Chicago. Now it's 2 over the mighty New York Yankees. They've secured a series win against the Yankees, and they've done it in great style. Yesterday was amazing. And once they had that win with Casey Mize, you're looking at going, okay, Skubal, 0 for 2 so far. He's bound to get one. Mm-hmm. And he pitched great yesterday.
His best start of the season.
And I don't know if you were watching or listening to Dan Dickerson. I was listening to Dan Dickerson for a lot of it, and he talked about the 2 bloop singles that Aaron Judge had. And he's like, I don't know that anybody has described any hits by Aaron Judge in the last 5 years as bloops, but that's exactly what they were, because Tarik Skubal had his good stuff yesterday. He was focused. He didn't have any mistakes. He didn't give up any home runs, didn't even give up a run. And he was, after that first inning, just dynamic. And then you look at what the bats are doing. And whether it's Spencer Torkelson in 11 games, it's Javier Baez in 11 games, it's Jay Henn, it's some of these guys that were contributors last year, but they are performing better this year. And then you insert Dylan Dingler, and you insert some of these other guys that are just, right now, they're hitting. And it is a pitching staff with more than one starter. So I think if you just go off of, at the end of last year, minimal offensive production, because it wasn't like they were knocking the ball out of the park at the end of last year. In that historic run that they had one starting pitcher. And now all of a sudden, you've got Skubal, you've got Flaherty, Olsen has pitched well, Mize has been awesome.
And whatever Job gives you.
Yeah. And so I think the answer is yes. They are a better team through 11 games this year than they were at the end of last year when they went on that historic run. They played in the postseason. They beat the Astros in the postseason. And my excitement for this team is continuing to grow. I know it's 11 games, but they are holding their own against some of the best teams.
They're more than holding their own. They've won 3 straight series, and you feel like they got a shot to sweep the Yankees today with Flaherty on the bump. Are you guys willing to say it, that this team is better than last year's team? 248-539-9797. We'll do the routine with the texts and the calls. What do you guys think? Is this team better than last year's team?
And
last year's team was limping to the finish line, and they caught lightning in a bottle. This year's team is much better from a starting staff standpoint. This team has a Spencer Torkelson, unlike last year's team. That wasn't. Last year's team had Javi Baez. This year's team has Javier Baez. They're better.
And with the prospects of possibly, because Flaherty be on the mound today, the prospects of sweeping the Yankees and then going to Minnesota, and Minnesota has not looked good. They had a 1-0 win over Cleveland. Yes, was it Cleveland yesterday that they played? And it's just looking at this team and recognizing that they're a good team. They're just a good team. They're not great. No. They're not going to knock anybody's socks off throughout the course of the season. And I know it's 162 games, but for all of those that said it was Seattle, it was the White Sox, you have to at least take notice of what they're doing against the Yankees.
Well, because it becomes a slippery slope. You go, okay, well, the Yankees, they don't have Soto anymore, and Garrett Cole's injured, and Bellinger ate bad wings, so it's not really an impressive win. We could do this all day. So the Twins game's coming up this weekend. Won't be very good because they're not very good. So the only wins that matter are if you beat the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Sorry,
we
can't.
Correction. It wasn't Minnesota. It was Cleveland over
Played
the White Sox.
Yeah. My point, though, is like this division is not seen as a great division. So if they win a bunch of games in division, will those also not be good enough for people? Because we looked at the schedule and thought, boy, April's going to be tough. They just got to survive. I kept saying they got to survive. What if they thrive? What if they end the month of April and they're not a 500 baseball team, but they're like a 650 baseball team? Then you really start looking at this going, they're going to kick this thing into gear. They'll go through a slump. Every team does. But to get through April with the injuries and reinforcements coming, yeah, it does recalibrate what you think about this baseball team. From a team that may have been a 500 team fighting, could be a team that sits atop the division and tries to run away with it.
And what's been the conversation of the last couple of years about the bats in April? Oh, well, we got to wait for the bats to warm up. When the bats warm up, they're going to be all right. Well, the bats are warm.
How about that? On a day where it's frigid,
yeah,
they had 4 home runs. And Kerry Carpenter, it's not a fluke anymore. 2 homers off lefties. Think about the top of this order, where you have Green, who was an all-star a year ago, Torque, who's rejuvenated, Carpenter, who can play every day. That's a mash unit at the top. That's not, oh, it's good for the Tigers. That's good across baseball.
And Dickerson said yesterday that Veerling was given, permission to start throwing. So you got to believe that. I mean, the tea leaves say that he'll be back sooner rather than later. He'll obviously be back quicker than Parker Meadows. So you get him back in the lineup. You get him up to speed. You add another bat to this lineup.
So what's the difference from last year? It is the bats. Like you guys just nailed it there. And the fact that they're hitting out of the gates, this is last year's full season, regular season.
Mm-hmm.
They were 24th in OPS and 24th in home runs. Right now, they're 3rd in OPS and 5th in home runs. Look, to expect 4 home run games like yesterday, I don't think that's sustainable with this roster and team.
But any noticeable power means you don't have to string together 3 singles, or you don't have to run the bases like maniacs to score. You can actually count on some offense.
The team was bottom 10 last year in both categories.
Yeah.
And this year, I think top 10 is potentially sustainable. And that's a significant difference, guys. I mean, you get any kind of pitching.
It changes everything.
You get any kind of pitching with that hitting. Of course they're better.
So listen to what you just said. If you get any kind of pitching with that batting, you have one of the top 3 pitching staffs in Major League Baseball. So you're going to get pitching, and all you need is the bats to be sustainable. And right now, through a young season, they've been sustainable, and they've done something that they have not done in the recent past, and that is start with the bats warm.
So what do you guys think is what do you not believe in yet? Like, are you still buying? You don't believe that, and I don't either.
Okay, I don't believe in Javi Baez, but I'm starting to believe in.
Did that reverse it?
Did that reverse the Javi Baez jinx? I don't know, but as long as he is playing as Javier Baez, I think that is a huge component, a huge component for this team.
I don't feel like I've seen the ugly strikeout yet from Javi Baez. He's made some good contact. He's playing
no walks,
playing decent in the field.
Okay, all right. There's my detriment to Javier Baez. He doesn't walk.
He's a lot better than Javi Baez, though. 248-539-9797. An observation: this team already better than last year's team. Do you buy it? It's 97-1.
Hey, are you an individual that just doesn't like getting stuck in the front of pictures? You don't like taking pictures because, and we got the summer months coming up. You're not going to be covered up with all that winter clothes, and you just don't like the way you feel, don't like the way you look. You got to get in touch with Ideal You. You can do it at idealu.us. Now picture yourself 40 pounds lighter, and imagine doing that in just 40 days. That's right. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You, and I know the program really works because I lost 50 in those 40 days with Ideal You. If you book today, Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free. Here's what you find out. You got to find out where you start. You got to set your goals. You've already done enough to make that call, so you're going to find out how much muscle mass you have, bone mass, water weight, fat mass, all of that stuff you're going to find out. And then the health coach, your weight loss coach, is going to sit there and you're going to construct a program that is going to help you be successful in losing weight. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal You is different than other weight loss company because it works and it works fast. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures yet again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. $150 value, absolutely free.
Dan Dickerson on the call, not a torpedo bat in sight. Tigers put up 4 homers, a 5-0 win, 5 straight wins. We're talking about them. The thought is, are they already better than they were last year? Is this a better baseball team than the team that made the playoffs, won a playoff series, and came a game away from the ALCS? We're talking about the Tigers. We'll talk about the Wings in the 8 o'clock hour. Just trying to have a positive conversation before we go down the dark rabbit hole. 8:02, we'll talk about what happened last night on the ice and where we're at in this whole deal. But yeah, they're better than they were a year ago. That's what people are telling us on Ticket Text. Guys, this year is better. They've got Javier Baez and Tensor Sporkelson. Who are these new guys?
Yes.
Another big difference this year is it seems we have a full stable of starting pitchers. No more piecing things together. No chaos. Jason and a car.
That's, I think, maybe the biggest difference. And the one that you can look to automatically as one that
should be more stable.
Yeah, it should be more stable. If you're not ready to believe in Javier Baez, if you're not ready to believe in Spencer Torkelson, and even though, Colt Keith has been drawing some walks, you just think that, he's not going to take that next step. It's the pitching staff that makes you believe. Even if they only had 1 home run yesterday, that would have been enough to win.
The thought was the pitching will keep him in it all year. The offense takes him to another level. The offense has been there so far. Where does Keith play when Torres comes back? Nort and Pinckney. It's not a conversation. He's their everyday second baseman, so Keith will have to be the DH. You want to smarm alarm that? I'm just quoting what the manager told us.
I love when he gets it up. Like, he gets it. Your look of smarm is priceless, man.
Well, we're on radio, so not everybody can see it.
I know, but you were doing it there. You're like, well, what do you want me?
What do you want me to say? Like, I asked this innocent question to AJ, and the guy took my head off. Like, why would it even be a conversation?
You look at me like I said it.
But Torres is their everyday second baseman, and it's not a conversation, so Keith's going to have to find a home somewhere else. And with Tor kidding, that's why I thought it was an interesting question. Keith will have to DH is the answer, and that may mean he plays less. Because Justin Henry Malloy's done such a great job as their leadoff hitter. And if you can't play both, okay.
Eventually, your question, there's going to be a pinch somewhere. Somebody's going to get pinched, and they're not going to be deserving of being on this roster. So what? Is Keith going to be – is he even eligible to go down because of the contract? And he can be sent down, all right?
Yeah, he doesn't have enough service time.
Yeah.
I think he can – you have your options. I don't think he's used them, right?
Right. So, look, is the team willing to do that? You're talking way down the road there. But there is a world where Torres comes back and hits, contributes. You got Torkelson, you got Malloy, you got Carpenter. Who's going?
It's a good problem.
Vierling, Meadows?
Vierling, yeah.
Eventually, somebody's going to have to go.
Well, and that's the thing is Vierling can play multiple positions. A lot of these guys have been asked to do different things. Javier Baez has played a bunch of different spots. Riley will slide over and play some center. Colt Keith has played a couple spots. They were at least flirting with the idea of Torkelson playing some outfield. Torres is the only guy that doesn't play multiple positions, which is why the question was asked.
Eventually get this puzzle figured out.
Yeah, of course.
But you know what? Just going through all that, the versatility of this lineup
it's a strength.
Is much like the versatility of the pitching staff last year.
Agreed. This is a no-brainer. They're way better. Tigers will easily win 90 games. They won 86 last year with an awful offense. This team is top 4 in the MLB in OPS right now.
Well, so that goes to the belief of, do you believe the bats and the way that they're operating, even if they're not operating at the level that they are now, that they will still be much better than they were last year?
Yes. Yeah, I mean.
So you believe Torkelson is here to stay and the bat's here to stay?
Is he going to hit 300 all year?
No. That's not what I'm just asking. No, he's going to be better than last year.
Yeah, well, yes. He already is.
Well, he is,
but
we're
10 home runs all last year.
So I'm just playing the other side of that card.
If Torque hits 7 more home runs the rest of the year, he'll outpace last season.
Right.
Yes. So some of this is low bar to clear, but yes. Texter says they love the Keegan-Michael Key Tigers lineup sketch. Says they didn't all work, but the Baez is an instant classic and will probably stick for the rest of his time here and beyond.
Oh, yeah.
This team is easily better than last year. Pitching is better with their starters. The hitters are picking their pitches to hit. They might be the same bats, but they're better and smarter bats. It's showing with the early run production.
Well, it's showing with the early run production, runners in scoring position, and I mean, until they play the Yankees, like the Yankees are a different animal, right? That's why they're good wins. So yesterday, I believe, is the first time that the Tigers pitchers actually threw more pitches than their opponent. And we're 11 games in, and because the Yankees pitchers only pitched 108 pitches. Now, granted, those were some pitch at bats.
The Tigers don't have to hit in the ninth inning, so the math isn't equal.
Right. And the Tigers pitchers threw 127. But when you have Skubal operating at an elite level, and then you bring in, Herder, who it himself was operating at an elite level. Now, I know that in the ninth inning, he got into a little bit of trouble, but he got himself out of it. Yeah, it could hurt.
It could hurt. Javier Baez has always had at least a stretch of 4 or 6 weeks a year with great baseball, and then we all get hooked. This year is coming when we need him most, and when Vierling gets back, Javier can turn into Javi, and we'd be okay. Travis and Warren.
Well, okay, I don't want him to turn into Javi, but if that's the case, and you stem the tide by having Javier Baez, and then you get Vierling back, I mean, okay, the timing needs to be a part of this issue as well.
Someone made the comment yesterday, the Tigers being competitive rejuvenated Javier. Not sure how true it is, but he does seem more focused compared to previous seasons when the Tigers weren't competitive. Winning. Contagious.
Well, and he's getting more run right now because Torres is down because of a lot of the injuries. But even to start the season, it wasn't like he was in there every day. Like they are being much more measured at how they use and when they use Javier.
Is this one a troll ticket text? It says, I think the verdict is still out on the Tigers. I need about 150 more games before I can determine if they're better than last year.
All right. Yes. I mean, we could just not talk about the Tigers until the regular season is over and then look back and say, well, did they get 87 wins? Okay, they're better.
I don't think that's a troll. I think there's a group of people out there that believe that.
But to say 150 games is saying we can't judge the team until the team's done playing baseball games. Well, kind of defeats the purpose of talking baseball if you can't talk about it until the season's already over.
Ultimately, you can't make that decision until then. You're right.
It's what are you seeing? It's what do you believe? Use your judgment. You guys are watching and listening to this team. I think everybody's having fun with this start.
And maybe one of these days, because we did this last year, right? What did we think their record was going to be at the end of April? What do we think their record is going to be at the end of May? We were kind of doing the month by month because it's such a long season. And maybe that's an exercise for tomorrow after we get a chance to see them for the third time against the mighty New York Yankees.
248-539-9797. You love beating the Yankees. You were all fired up yesterday.
Yes, love. Absolutely. I mean, it's the torpedo bats, it's Judge, it's the Yankees.
It's so good. All right, we're going to talk about the Red Wings. So much fun. We'll get to that next. Why are we here? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. The Tigers secured their 5th straight win yesterday, shutting out the Yankees 5-0. Detroit thrived in the fourth, scoring 3 runs while flexing their muscles as well. That was the first of 3 homers in a 4-batter span. Zach McKinstry, Dylan Dingler had the other 2. Skubal shut him down in 6 innings of work, allowing just 4 hits. Brant Herder earned a 3-inning save. Outfielder Wencel Perez was transferred from the 10-day injured list to the 60-day injured list. That makes room for catcher Thomas Nido on the 40-man roster. He was called up for the game yesterday. Jake Rogers felt something in his oblique and BP. He's heading to the 10-day injured list as well. Manuel Margot will join him with knee inflammation. The Minnesota Twins have had a less than perfect start to the season. They sit 4th in the AL Central, and their ace pitcher Pablo Lopez may be heading to the shelf as well. He left their game with the Royals early with hamstring tightness. A disappointing night for the Red Wings in Montreal. They had a 1-0 lead after 1 and were out shooting the Canadiens 23-4 for Former USA Development Program star Cole Caulfield here in Plymouth tied the game in the second, and Montreal cruised to a victory with 3 goals in the third. The Denver Nuggets have fired head coach Mike Malone with just 3 games left in the regular season. Denver currently sits as the 5th seed in the West, but are in a 3-way tie between 4th and 6th. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Let's have the funeral. Red Wing season ended last night. And it was in the most poetic way possible. They jumped them. For many of you that watch the game, you know what we're talking about. They jumped them like 23, 24 shots in the opening period. A lead, the urgency that we had been missing all year, the overdue energy that we had been missing all season. And of course, it didn't last.
Yeah.
Of course, it didn't sustain.
It showed up for one period with 6 games left.
Yeah, John, that's the thing. You get to the third period, and it's, do or die. Tie game. Find what you're made of. And they put 2 shots on net and blew it. I mean, that is who they are as a hockey team. It's a fitting, poetic exit. And we can do the taps routine. We can do the funeral today. But even in the first period when they were winning, you were kind of irked.
Well, I was irked because I could just see the storyline. You know, it's unlikely, even if they won that game, that they were going to make the playoffs. And the storyline was going to be, oh, well, we fought to the bitter end. Well,
not really. Not
really, yeah. I mean, it's what. Where were you in the month of March? Where was the sense of urgency when you could actually make a difference, an impact on your record, the points? You got 8 points in the month of March. You can't make the playoffs that way. You just simply can't. When you were a team that was just fighting to be above the cut line or be right there, you can't go an entire month and actually a little bit longer because it goes into February and it strings into a little bit at the beginning of April. You can't go that long and only get 8 points.
I'd go a step further. The way they lost the game also included a blunder from Hull in front of the net, getting bodied and outworked by a smaller player in Cole Caulfield. Hull, the bane of our existence as Red Wing fans, with a bad play. Tarasenko, what a disaster that signing has been. He has the critical turnover that leads to the game-winning goal. Compher misses a wide-open net. I don't mean, he had half the net to shoot into. I mean, the goalie was standing behind the net. Compher shot sails, not deflected as it appeared initially on TV, just flat-out misses it. These are Yzerman players. So our question today is, why did they fall short after being right there a year ago? Why did they fall short? Who do you blame? 248-539-9797.
Well, ultimately, the blame has to go on the general manager that put this team together.
Some people would fight you on that.
Well, okay, they could fight all they want, but these are his guys, these are his players, and the reason I say that is the one thing that I think the most glaring thing, not just the one thing, the glaring thing that this team is missing is toughness. Yeah. It's both physical and mental toughness. When you get to the end of the season, and as you approach March, you are in a playoff run. You are hoping to be able to make the playoffs, and you tank every single year. There's a physical toughness because there's nobody out there that's the enforcer. There's no one out there that is there's no aggression on the ice. We saw it for a period. That doesn't constitute a physical team. We saw it for one period. You have to be a team that has individuals that will enforce, that will set a standard of toughness, and then it goes to the mental side of things where if DeBrincat isn't the one that is scoring goals, then it has to be Kane or it has to be Larkin. It has to be somebody that steps up to make plays.
Yeah, and I think McClellan actually did a nice job describing toughness when he took the job. It's not exclusively a bunch of goons throwing elbows in the corners. Toughness is a lot of things. It's mental toughness as well. And this team is not mentally tough. That's a big issue. Because I get it. It's not 1980s hockey. It's not 1990s hockey. You do need a little more of that speed on the ice.
Well, yeah, you need some finesse, but you also have to be.
But your finesse players have to be tough players too, and that's back checking, that's aggressive forecheck, it's fighting for loose pucks. It's not 2 shots on goal in the final period of relevance for your season. Like, that's a mental toughness issue. For all that had happened, they're out shooting them 3-1. It's the third period. You're in Montreal. It's a hostile environment. Their goalie's playing well. Your season's on the line, and you put 2 shots on net. That's pathetic. That's a mental toughness issue as much as it is, being big and burly and pushing people around. They need to do both, but it's just a toughness issue. And then you wonder, why is the roster built this way? This is done intentionally. Ken Holland didn't bring in these players.
Right, and the contracts have all expired.
Right. Anybody who was here from the Holland days was extended by Steve or replaced by Steve. I looked at Montreal, and I know the puck knowers will say they're not built for sustained success, but I'll look at what they did in half the time and wonder why Steve doesn't take more heat. Montreal in 2022 finished dead last, 55 points, worst team in hockey. They finished last in the division in 23 and 24. They're bad. Now they're in the playoffs. They had Nick Suzuki already, much like we already had Dylan Larkin, and you can do a comparison there if you'd like. But the next 3 point scorers on Montreal were drafted in the time Yzerman's been here. I say that not to suggest they've drafted better, but that they've had enough time here in Detroit to show progress, and they aren't. That's the big issue here. So I know people will say this is a big offseason for Yzerman and he's got to win me over. We said that a year ago. I think he's lost a lot of the fan base.
It's withering away. There's no question. And the question is about the job that Steve Yzerman is doing and what will he do this offseason to make this team better. We asked that question going into last offseason. We asked it going into the offseason prior to that. And there's been nothing to get over the hump of actually getting in the playoffs. And I think there's another question. This one was brought up on Twitch. And it just like questioning Steve Yzerman in Detroit, I think this kind of goes along with it. Is the C on the right jersey?
It's a harsh conversation that probably needs to be had.
I don't know who else on this team you would put the C on. It's the best option probably on this roster, but if you're talking about toughness, mental toughness, you also have to talk about leadership.
Yeah, and I don't know if people are ready to have the conversation because I think everybody collectively likes Dylan Larkin, Waterford native, homegrown. He's been through all the suffering, and he's a good hockey player. He might not be your elite number 1 center that you hoped he would be, but he's a good hockey player. Hey, and he wears his emotions on his sleeve, but he's also part of the problem. If you don't step up in these big games, if you're getting outplayed by their captain, Suzuki, you're part of the problem, dude.
We need to separate good guys and guys that we like from guys that are doing the job that they need to do.
Winners.
Yeah, just because you're not able to win doesn't mean you're a bad guy.
No, but my point is
there's always that correlation.
People bristle if you said this offseason there should be a conversation about stripping the C or trading Dylan Larkin. Not saying that you want to, but that he's on the table, he's available. I think people would bristle at it because of the first part, because of the likability.
I think these things should be on the table, but it's not necessarily his fault for sure. The bottom line is that, especially the last 2 years, or even you go back to 3 with the collapses in March, that's what this team's doing. The core of this team has been the same, throwing in Kane the last 2 years. And the last 2 years have been far worse than a couple years ago. They were still young then. The core continues to collapse when it matters most, after the trade deadline, right? When NHL teams usually say, all right, we got to get going here. Like if you've been a team that's sputtering, it's either now or never, and they fall apart. The core keeps doing that. So I think the team has a chemistry issue. That's why the things you said about Larkin are on the table, just like I think, I'm disappointed in the growth of Mo Seider. I expected more out of him. I expect him to be a true quarterback, number 1 on the point power play guy. I don't think he's that. I think you can have a conversation that he's a number 2 defenseman in this league. Not a number 1. You need another Mo Seider to go with Mo Seider to have a couple of great defensemen, right? Are you disappointed in Seider's growth?
Yes. Yeah, I thought that there was more offense coming, and I think some of this is he is forced to play brutal minutes in his own end, and some of that is the collective decor is pathetic here. I mean, think about the defense around Seider. I'm not trying to give him an excuse. I agree with your point. But look at the defense around him. Hull was a healthy scratch all last year, yet Yzerman put him on the ice all season. Petrie, when he plays, not very good. It's another Yzerman guy. Seriously, look around this room right now. Gustafson, disappointing addition from the offseason. You know who's not here? Wallman. They had to give him away for some reason. And Gostisbehere, who was a puck mover who could get the puck out of his own end and create some offense. Those guys lighten the load on a Mo Seider.
All right, so what you're saying is that he's not able to play his game. Well, if he's not able to play his game 3 years ago, I think that's fine.
Yeah.
2 years ago, you're starting to say, man, we gotta let him play his game. We gotta put people around him that makes him his best.
You're saying
this
he's not
year,
the star that you were hoping he would be.
Right.
He might just be a very good hockey player.
But if he could be a star and he's not allowed to do it because of the things you're saying, defensive liabilities elsewhere, shame on Steve Yzerman for putting Mo Seider in that position this deep into his career.
Yeah, I think that's well said. 248-539-9797. Let's knock out some phone calls. Sam and Pinckney, you're on 97.1.
So I think the problem is Steve Yzerman as the GM. And you're right, I don't think the team has chemistry. The reason the Wings failed this season is because of Yzerman, and he should be fired. Because if you ask yourself honestly, if it was any other coach who didn't have the name Yzerman, he would have been fired last year or the year before. And then with the trade line, when he told the players don't expect any help, he's not trying to help this team. He has to go. I don't care who they replace him with. Anyone is better than him.
I think some of the frustration is there doesn't appear to be enough urgency. And
sure.
when you have
there's no urgency on the ice. There's no urgency in the front office. There's no urgency in the organization.
And when you have a lifetime contract, that tends to be what happens.
I get connecting those dots.
You don't think he has a lifetime contract?
He may. That's not.
But is that
part
of the issue?
I can't go to a spot where I could say he's doing it wrong, but I think he certainly still has the competitive fire, same as he was as a player. That competitive fire doesn't leave. That competitiveness. Do you think he shows up and says, I'm okay with not being in the playoffs?
But then do something about it.
So he's just doing a bad job.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to sit there and say that he's not competitive enough. He's just not doing it the right way.
Fine. That's a distinction we can make then. That he is a competitive person. He just doesn't act like it.
I don't know. I don't necessarily know that. I think the moves have been wrong.
Okay. I think it's a fair question about the competitiveness. Other teams are making moves to win. We're treading water. Actually going backwards. And we could say this offseason will be the one that he really gives it the old college try. Okay. We said that last year. And an offseason where they signed Seider and Raymond and were really locking in the core and could they put players around them? The players they put around them, maybe you're right, John. Maybe he's just bad at it because the players he brought in aren't very good. It's 97.1.
Hey, a personal injury of any sort is, in fact, personal. Injury attorney David Femininio has dedicated his career to securing justice and maximizing recovery for those who have been injured. David is also dedicated to ensuring that you get all the medical care that you need to put your life back together after that injury. You need an attorney who's going to make it personal, and that attorney is David Femininio. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell them to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
That's all she wrote. Wing season's over. 2 shots in the third period. Good fight. Ticket Texter says it's a poorly built team. They have 2 competent defensemen, goaltending by committee. None of them are very good. We continue to elevate players to star status that just aren't stars. Nobody was there to take over last night, Dave in Detroit. Texter says, I haven't had the Wings app this season, so I haven't watched as much, but did they change the rules that you're not allowed to check players anymore? I watched the game for 2 periods and never saw a single check. This team is soft, signed Bill. Yzerman is to blame. Remember when we fired Lalonde and went on a run? Imagine they would have fired him sooner. We may have squeaked in this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but yes, that texter's right, but I also think we learned that it's not a coaching issue because McClellan was here in March and they had another March collapse.
Yeah,
that speaks to the roster.
Your roster is completely the same.
Yeah. Texter, I'm tired of the complaints with Yzerman. He's on a perfect place to get us to the playoffs and win a cup by 2030. He's done an elite job drafting and signing great free agents. Our problem isn't personnel, it's coaching. Yzerman has put together a great team. Signed Jamar and Westland. Didn't read that till the end. Didn't realize that. May have been getting trolled. Paul in Clinton Township, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Yeah.
Yzerman is doing exactly what he has told us is the case from the very beginning, and including every year. He has stated he is going to build through the draft. And he is going to build through the draft, and that is what he's doing. And I know a lot of people aren't happy. I mean, I'm certainly disappointed. The collapses are no fun, but he is doing exactly what he said, and much to many people's disappointment, he's not going anywhere. He is going to see this through, and he is either going to be proven right on his approach or wrong, but he isn't going anywhere. So the calls for his head, I think, are... it's fantasy, and he is going to see this through. And I would caution people. I don't know, John's a little older. Cookies, if you could go back, this almost mirrors the conversations back in the early 90s about Jimmy Devellano and Steve Yzerman before he had become
Paul,
the greatest captain
But there's one major difference. Those conversations were happening when the Red Wings were in the playoffs and making runs even to the Stanley Cup. That team was so much closer than where this team is.
I'm well aware of that, but you can go back into the 80s if you want before that and talk about Devellano. The Yzerman questions, and I'm just comparing. Larkin is not an equal to Yzerman. We all know that. But my point is, the same things were said on the radio airwaves that we could not win a cup with him as our captain, that he was not a great leader before he all of a sudden became the greatest leader. So I'm just cautioning people to not be jumping to these conclusions. We literally just watched Larkin get every type of accolade from the American Hockey Organization for how well he played, what a great locker room and bench guy he was. No more than a month and a half ago at the Four Nations Cup. So I just caution people to watch.
Why was he a ghost since Four Nations then? I think that's a fair question.
I don't know. Listen, I read online a lot of people, say that that he's playing injured. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. You know how hockey goes, right? They don't even tell you what the injury is. So I have no idea. I will say this: the team definitely changed after that Four Nations Cup. It's clear. We can see that something changed. I don't know if it's a dynamic in a locker room. I don't know if it's because he's been injured and been unable to drive things. Because let's face it, when your number one center can't drive the team, you're not going to be successful. There's zero doubt about that. The other thing, just give me 1 second.
Yeah.
They last year had to make some decisions because they were going from paying Sider and Raymond $800,000 a year to $8 million a year. So they made some tough decisions, and they said they were going to bring up more young guys this year. We saw Casper for a full year. We saw Edvinsson for a full year. We would have seen Mazur much quicker if not for the injuries that he went through, and we saw Soderblom. Next year, I think you're going to see the same thing, and you're going to get more of those draft picks up, and then we'll see. I can't defend the free agent signing.
Yeah, okay. And that's what I was going to say is because you can do both. You can nurture this great young pipeline of players, and I don't dispute the upside of a lot of the guys you mentioned. I think Edvinsson has couple more gears to get to. I think Marco Kasper has some big upside sliding into that center role when they needed him to in the last couple months of the season here. I think he played well. You can highlight those players, but if you say they're going to call these guys up, more of them next year for reinforcements, and we'll see, does that mean no playoffs again next year?
So that's the improvements that we're looking for this offseason. It's Carter Mazur to be healthy and better. It's the development of Edvinson. It's continuing to develop Marco Kasper. Is it bringing up Sandin Pellikka, Nate Danielson? Is that what this team is we're all waiting for?
I just want to be clear, too. Paul makes great points. I know Paul is a listener and a hockey fan. He's outstanding. And he talked about Yzerman, about the being careful about what you wish for, back in the day. Well, guess what? They traded John Ogrodnik in 87. He was a huge player on this team at the time.
It took a risk.
They went on to make the conference finals the next 2 years. They traded Ray Shepard in 95 or 6, and he was the Igor Larionov trade. Ray Shepard was a 40-goal scorer. That's a big move, okay? He was threatened to be traded to Ottawa after 96.
I'm aware.
And he saw it through, and that's Paul's point. But humongous magnitude events happened to see it through.
Well, they traded
Steve's got to take a risk.
You mentioned two guys. They also traded away Keith Primeau and Paul Coffey in the 90s as well. There were risks being taken to push the team in the right direction.
I mean, you don't think Brendan Shanahan changes a locker room?
He absolutely does.
I don't know if that guy's out there. He's probably not. But you got to keep shaking it up. They shaked it up every single time Yzerman was starting to be questioned, and eventually they got it right. So Paul's point of seeing it through is true, but they also did some humongous things in order to make that happen.
Got to have some shakeups.
Tom Monticello, you're next up. What's up?
To push the team in the right direction. I mean, Brendan Shanahan.
Tom, you got to turn down the radio.
Tom, turn the radio down.
I don't know if that guy's out there.
All right, we'll go to Chris. Chris in Rochester, you're on 97.1.
Hey, I was just calling to say that you need someone that's not familiar with the 80s and 90s. You need someone that is willing to do like what that one guy did with the Pistons and Troy Weaver and go up to him and say, you suck at your job. Because especially with the free agency and the lack of signings, you just need to light that fire.
Someone has to be able to apply some pressure to the organization because it's as much as we think we have all this power as fans or media types or people on social media, like it has to come from the organization. There has to be a desire to improve more rapidly. I get it. They think they're doing this sustainably, that they're building the next great dynasty. They're being lapped by everybody in their division. And maybe the joke's on them because they're only going to make the playoffs and they're not built for sustained success. What they are built for is trying to compete and win. And I haven't seen that in 6 years for the Red Wings under Steve Yzerman. Early, it was understandable. But at some point, you shift to, oh, no, we're in win mode now. We're trying to win. We need to add good hockey players and improve and make the playoffs. They won't even publicly say they expect to make the playoffs. Is that going to change going into next year?
I would be floored. I would be shocked if after the season, Steve Yzerman said, we expect to make the playoffs next year.
Right. He's going to say we're going to keep competing. We're going to try to do smart, strategic moves. That's why I brought up the competitive thing, John. I don't dispute that he is a competitor, but he's not willing to hand out term. He's not willing to take a risk. Competitors risk things. That's inherent to competing. You might have to hand out term, but instead we'll get what we get.
Well, and I mean, okay, I mentioned some names, and I do think that they will eventually arrive. They will get better, and they will be contributors. But it's like watching Cade develop. We all thought he was going to be a really good player, but until they were able to complement him to make him better and give him a better chance at success, he's not been an all-star. He's not been the guy that's going to be all NBA. And now all of a sudden we're looking at the same thing with the Wings is how do you make Lucas Raymond better? How do you make Mo Seider better? Simon Edvinson, Kosa, Mazur when he gets here, Marco Kasper now. How do you make these guys better? You got to complement them with players that aren't who they are. They play a little bit of a different style. They bring something that Marco Kasper doesn't bring or Lucas Raymond doesn't bring.
I think cross-sports comparisons are really tough. But I think the sentiment is right, John. You're right when you say Fine, you want to do this with your guys, your draft picks. You still have to add Malik Beasley, Tobias Harris.
Yeah.
You still have to add the NHL equivalents, and instead the NHL equivalents have been Hull and Tarasenko and Comfer and musical chairs and net, and that's the biggest reason they're stalling out. It's 97-1.
Hey, we talk about Planet Fitness all the time, and I know that I want to make sure that whether it's now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, I'm able to play with the kids, and I'm able to just do things and stay independent. And I'm not close to that, but you got to start thinking about those things right now. And going to Planet Fitness on a weekly basis, having a regimen where you are addressing your fitness is something that you've got to implement in your life. And Planet Fitness right now is making it super easy. $1 down and $15 a month gets you in the door. It's a judgment-free zone. They're not going to care which machines you're using or if you're doing too much strength and not enough cardio. No one's going to be walking around looking how much you got on the bar. It's a judgment-free zone. They keep it that way, and it's that way because as soon as you walk in, it's a welcoming environment. It's super clean. Everyone that I've been in, and if you want to be able to have access to every single location, you got to upgrade to the Black Card membership. You want to be able to take somebody with you. That's the Black Card membership. Unlimited guest privileges. And so it's one of those things. You got to address it. You got to take care of it now. And if you want to find more information, you can find your nearest club and join today. It's either in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. That's Planet Fitness.
And from there, they'd pour it on. 4-1 win for Montreal. Season on the brink. Third period. Wings get 2 shots on net. Season's over. Hot start. The urgency we've been begging for, but as is the case with this team, just not enough. And we have the open lines for you guys. We'll knock out some phone calls talking about where this team is at falling short and why they fell short after being right on the bubble a year ago. They're going backwards. 248-539-9797. The myth that it has to take 10 years to make the playoffs, I'd point to Montreal, who's done it in 3 years. Yeah, but they're doing a quick fix. Look, there's no guarantee the Red Wing way is going to lead to a dynasty. This idea that, well, if we just build for success and wait long enough, if we're just patient, we're going to recreate the 90s. Like,
we're not asking for a dynasty. We're asking for a trip to the postseason.
And some runway, some young players with the upside, which I think they've identified, but there's not enough follow through there. And this idea that, well, it's only taking this long because of Ken Holland, that excuse needs to be left in the rearview mirror. It's been enough time now where that's no longer a valid excuse from hockey fans.
I don't necessarily know. I haven't heard that excuse in a while.
Right.
I think that excuse has run its term, and that's not a valid excuse anymore. The valid excuse is, are you building a team that's going to be competitive? How do you build that team? Yes, I think a major part of it, especially with the salary cap and the way that hockey in terms of business is structured right now, you're going to have to be good at the draft. Check that box.
Now what?
But now you've got to be able to complement those players, make them better. And what is it when you look at your team that you don't have? Mm-hmm. That's where you go into free agency. So you don't have to, set the market with the best player available, but you can go out there and complement the players on your team with what you need to be better.
But you already see where this is going. Tarasenko's got another year on his deal. Hull has another year on his deal. Gustafsson has another year on his deal. Mrazek, they traded for. He has another year on his deal with Talbot, meaning there's not really a path for Kosa. Like, they're going to continue to slow play this. And I don't know if people have the stomach for it anymore. Let's get to Paul. You're up. You're on 97.1.
Guys, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, not so good for the Wings, but so here's the deal, okay? The last 5 Stanley Cup teams are from out west, down south. It's a different game than when we were growing up. Scotty Bowman's not around anymore, so we got to fix it. And what we need to do, number 1, first move, Stanley Cup goalie coming to Detroit. I don't care what they need to get rid of. You don't have a team without a goalie that's substantial in the NHL these days. There's a few guys that can fill that role that are out there. I like Fleury. I think he's got one more cup in him, maybe 2.
I think he's done.
Personally.
Isn't he retiring? You're talking Marc-Andre Fleury?
I don't know. Maybe he is, but I'm just saying, okay, we need a goalie. That's where it all begins.
Their answer is Sebastian Kosa. They drafted him in the first round. That's going to be their answer.
That's not the answer.
I'm just telling you.
That's not the answer.
Well, it'd be, you know what would be nice is to figure it out sooner rather than later. He'll be 23 next season. I'd like to see him in the NHL. I think you're with me on that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But, Vernon, Hasek, Osgood, we need one of those. We need one of those, or we're going to have the same revolving escalator over and over and over again. That's where we're at.
Yeah, they're treading water. They're treading water in a lot of ways, and I think goalie is clear as day, a spot that they've just kind of been piecemealing for several seasons now, just waiting
for Kosa to be their guy.
For Kosa, but they're also not exactly paving the way for him to get here either. He's played well, and he doesn't have a spot for next year unless they trade one of these goalies or they eat a roster spot. Like, they're not going to carry Kosa to be the third goalie is my point. So they'd either have to bench Mrazek and park $4 million as the third goalie, or Cam Talbot, who's their goalie right now, doesn't play at all next year. See, that doesn't make sense either. They haven't had a solidified goalie situation, but it's true of the whole roster.
Right.
I mean, they're how about just their decor? They've got guys coming, but the guys who are supposed to stabilize things while you compete have been disasters, which is why this is lagging behind. It may end up where he wants it to be. There's no promise of that. But it's lagging because the moves you're supposed to make along the way to get you better have been duds.
And it may end up being where he wants it to be. But the question is, how long is it going to take to be what he wants it to be?
Yeah. Let's get to Colin in Westland. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, everybody. How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
What's up?
Good. Hey, thank you. Always making my ride to work better in the morning. I appreciate you guys. I just want to say, and first and foremost, I'm an Ottawa Senators fan. I'm not a Red Wing fan. And I'm not sure if you guys have already touched on this, but when are people going to finally start blaming Steve Yzerman? I mean, it's just, in my opinion, it's as simple as the fact that the guy just hasn't done enough. I mean, it was very obvious what needed to be, what needed attention going into this season, and it felt like nothing was done. I mean, going into this season with Cam Talbot and Billy Husso, what did Red Wing fans expect?
You're not blaming the fans, though. I said you're not blaming the fans for expecting playoffs, though, right?
No. Listen, I promise you, I am the biggest Detroit Red Wing hater of all time. You will never meet a bigger one than me. And I empathize with the fans. I feel bad for the fans because they've had nothing but faith in Steve Yzerman, and he hasn't done anything.
Look, to say he hasn't done anything, it's a little extreme, but there's no progress. He's collected some good young hockey players. Al Avila collected a bunch of good young baseball players, and Troy Weaver collected a bunch of good young basketball players. You got to build a team. Takes a little longer in hockey. We've given him more time. He's been given more time than anybody in the city is given. So I think it's all a wash at this point. You're right. Rubber meets the road. Pressure's on. Hot seat is here. Honeymoon's over. Whatever you want to say. This offseason, you're going to have to do major surgery. You're going to have to make some bold decisions and take some risks. Otherwise, they're going to throw out a bunch of kids and roster filler and miss the playoffs again, and it's going to be a decade. 10 years without the playoffs. It'll be their 100th season as a franchise, and we'll be doing the same stupid thing again.
Well, and it comes down to, I mean, it's as simple as this. You either win or you don't. That's the business. You win or you don't.
You can't sell a dream forever.
And you get a certain amount of time, and Steve Yzerman is and has been given more time than any other GM would be given here with this run. But ultimately, you're going to be judged on, and should be judged on, do you win or not? And right now, you're not winning enough.
And for anybody who doesn't think this is fair, they went backwards this year in points.
Yeah.
How's that acceptable?
John, I
actually
think that's a great question for Steve. When will you be judged on wins and losses? When do you think it's fair to judge you on wins and losses? Because he doesn't want to put timelines on it, and he doesn't want to compromise the future. He talked about at the deadline, I'm not going to give up a first for a rental. We understand the wisdom of that. But when is it fair to judge you on wins and losses?
Or and a spinoff of that, when are you expecting to win? When is it that winning becomes the number one priority? Not just building a team that you believe is going to be a dynasty that's going to win for a number of years, because nobody wants to get in for 1 year, just barely, and then miss it for the next couple of years. But when does winning matter?
Let's get to Scott. Scott, you're in Heartland. You're on 97.1.
Oh, we're on hold.
Scott's very important. Yeah. Let's get to Chris in Ypsilanti. Chris, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I mean, you guys are pretty much on it. I think, Steve has done a good job with the amateur scouting. Chris Draper's done a good job. They've brought in some, good young developing talents. And he's also done a good job of, getting his own guys to take team-friendly extensions. But, beyond that, I mean, it's been really underwhelming. The pro scouting department in particular seems like they're just a bunch of quacks. Justin Hall has been disastrous. Petrie has been disastrous. I mean, they rolled the dice on Patty Kane. That worked out, and that's great. Of course, he's the greatest American-born hockey player of all time. But, other than that, this team is going to be stuck in a rut unless there's some kind of unified direction between both their amateur and their pro scouting departments, and it just seems like a huge wasted opportunity here.
The disjointed.
Yeah.
How can you draft so well but not identify talent in free agency?
I don't know. Ask Troy Weaver.
Well, it's something that's got a lot of guys fired.
It really is. I've mentioned this last week. I think I mentioned it even on Monday. There are so many facets that you have to be. You don't have to be the best at every facet to be a good GM. But if you're really good at drafting, there's other ways to acquire guys, and there are trades and there's free agency. You have to be at least competent in those other positions. And what has Steve Yzerman, what type of competency level has he shown us here in Detroit that he can do the additions via free agency or via trade?
I think we could also stress to people this is the easier part. I don't want to call it easy to rebuild a hockey team. This is the easier part. When you're bad and you get good draft picks and you can sell hope and optimism, getting from playoffs to the next level is so much harder. What faith do we have that they can make those moves if they can't even make these moves? Right? Once you start paying your own, the salary cap goes, the space goes quick.
Mm-hmm.
Are you able
Which
to,
we've seen.
even with this team,
Sider and Raymond.
are you able to thread that needle as it gets even harder when you can't do it right now? Anyway, we got a bunch of phone calls. We'll get Heather's News in the mix. It's 97.1.
Hey, FanDuel is giving new customers an offer unlike any other for the first major at Augusta, because right now, new customers get $250 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. And here's a few suggestions for you. Maybe take Jordan Spieth to get his second green jacket. Will Zalatoris to finally break through in a major. Or maybe it's Scotty Scheffler, the defending champ. He's got 2. Will he get his 3rd? You can bet on all these storylines, plus first-round leaders, top 20s, 30s, 3 balls, tournament matchups, and there's so much more. So download the app. You got to find it and figure out what you like in those bets. Here's probably the best thing about the FanDuel app. You're going to get paid instantly when you bring home a major win this major season. So don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
They were on fire to start that hockey game. Problem is they played 2 other periods.
Yes.
See what happened?
It's like the season. Problem is you play more months than just November, December.
You can't get hot for stretches. You got to actually, deliver and finish it out, and they weren't able to do that. 2 shots in the third period. Red Wing season ends last night. We've been asking you guys all the big questions about Yzerman and the direction of the team and where we go from here and how you feel about it. Let's get some of those phone calls. 248-539-9797. Ryan in Clarkston, you want to stick up for Yzerman? You're on 97.1.
Absolutely. When Yzerman first got here, I think his first press conference, he said it was going to be 8 years, and everyone was like, "Wow, that's a long time." But he's basically doing what he's saying. But my whole thing with Yzerman is he's drafted well. No one's saying that he hasn't drafted well. In the NHL, there aren't these big blockbuster moves. Like, people hang on to their guys. Look at Toronto. They go in with the same aces every year. They lose in the playoffs every year, and they refuse to move these guys. Like, Cale Makar's not available. McDavid's not available. McKinnon's not available. These guys don't move. So when you're good in the NHL, you're good for a decade. And when you're bad, unfortunately, you're going to be bad for a decade until you stumble across a star. We're all used to the years of Yzerman, Fedorov, and Lidstrom. I tell you what, Larkin, Raymond, and Seider are not even close to those guys. We got second liners.
So how does this end then, Ryan? How does it end? Because
next year's a decade.
It's unfortunately, hopefully next year we get some of those draft picks in and we do sneak into the playoffs. But we got to get lucky and find some diamond in the rough that nobody else thought of or passed over. But
Ryan, how did Montreal do? How did Montreal do it in less than 8 years?
Montreal hasn't won a cup since '93. Is that a good rebuild story? I mean, they were
dead last in the league in 22. They're in the playoffs this year. They're led by young players they drafted in the last 6 seasons. I think it's a pretty good example of a team that did.
Aren't they one spot ahead of us?
Well, yeah.
That's kind of the whole point here, isn't it? To take the next step. They're taking the next step. Yeah, I mean, come on.
I wouldn't use the argument of a team who hasn't won a cup in 25 years that snuck into the playoffs as a rebuild story. You know what I mean? And Cole Caulfield, he's a great player, and Yzerman could have got him, but he drafted Seider instead. Would you rather have Seider or Caulfield?
What I'm telling you is, in the time frame that they drafted Caulfield and Slavkovsky and Lane Hudson, 3 of their top 4 scorers, Yzerman has also been drafting. Yzerman has also had his timeline, and Yzerman is behind the Canadians.
Do you know who the top point scorer this year is during Yzerman's draft-eligible years are? It's Lucas Raymond. Lucas Raymond's 28th in points, and he's...
But Ryan, you're making my point then. So he's identified some quality young players, but he hasn't been able to build a winner around them? Isn't that an issue?
And you know why that is? We don't have the leadership, and I say that because when Yzerman first came here, we went a year without a captain.
Right.
Sorry, if you're a captain, you don't go a year without a captain. So we need a strong leader. I would trade Larkin today.
Okay.
Get him out of here, start fresh.
Well, that's something to shake things up, Ryan. I think we're all saying, hey, they need a shakeup at this point. Time for one more quick one. And we've been pushing off Heather's.
No, yeah.
One more quick phone call. You guys have had a lot to say today. This has been a good conversation. Paul in Northville, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how you doing this morning, gentlemen?
Good.
Cookies, you've come a long way from breaking down lions on your couch back in the day, haven't you, bud?
Sure.
Attaboy. Facebook Live back in the day. Hey, here's a crazy thought. Maybe Yzerman isn't that good of a general manager. Has anybody ever given that some thought? Now, he goes down to Tampa because there's no room in the front office here. He walks in there. He has Stamkos and Hedman, which is a huge head start, kind of like having McKinnon and Makar. And then you hit gold with Vasilevsky, and he runs it from there. Now, he didn't win a cup in Tampa. He came back here before they won. Now, look at a guy like George McPhee. George McPhee takes the Capitals all the way. The next year, they pick him up in Vegas. He builds that team. That's a general manager. That's a guy that understands how to be a general manager. Steve Yzerman, fantastic captain, fantastic hockey player. Remember him getting up on one leg back in his last couple of seasons?
Oh, of course. Well, that's what's so frustrating about it is he's a legend in this city. Yep. Everybody loves Steve Yzerman. That's the frustrating thing is we did watch him play on a busted up knee. We know how driven this guy was when he was wearing the skates. We have not seen that drive yet to put this team to the next level since he's been the general manager. That maybe is what hurts the most, is what he's capable of, and we haven't seen that. So then you start to question, was he a great hockey player and not this great executive that we were promised?
We just haven't seen the results.
Haven't seen the results. We'll get to the Tigers. Team actually giving us some good results right now early in the season. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, Jason Day, who turned heads with his outfit choices last year during the Masters, said he won't be wearing such bold outfits this year after Augusta National requested that he kind of wear a more reserved look. So apparently he did have some interesting outfits ready, but he says they were not approved. And I Googled,
I did look what he wore last year.
I was expecting something very over the top based on how this article read. And yes, it was bold for the Masters, but it wasn't like that outrageous. But anyway, expect a more toned down look from him.
Sure.
A 74-year-old Michigan woman who vanished after a trip to a casino was found stranded in the woods 3 days after being reported missing. Yeah, crazy story. Nancy Bloomquist was last known to have visited Little River Casino in Manistee. This was last Thursday. Surveillance footage shows that she drove away from the casino alive and well. Well, she was alive. She was found alive. But then never heard from again. So people were obviously very concerned. Several days later, her car was found burned. Yeah, and she was found in a heavily wooded area lying down next to a tree. Like a downed tree. She was found alive, thankfully, and it's believed that she got lost, ended up on a long driveway of a seasonal home, according to investigators. And then while she attempted to get turned around, the vehicle became disabled and caught fire.
Jeez.
Yeah. So she obviously left the vehicle, then forgot her cell phone in the car. And when she tried to get back to the car, she got lost and ended up just lost in the woods. And then the weather, it was cold and rainy. I mean, it's been really cold.
Yeah.
So she found this tree to kind of try to take shelter from. And holy cow, what a story. Her brother actually says that she had fallen out of her bed the night before she went missing. And instead of family saying, hey, you should probably go get checked out, she said, no, I'm good. I'm going to go to the casino. And he thinks maybe she had suffered from a concussion and was a little disoriented. Anyway, crazy story. All right, we know, all of us here except Jim, that, maybe he knows this, but he hasn't experienced it, that raising a child comes with a lot of responsibilities.
So I hear.
Financial responsibilities as well. And there's a recent study that reveals that the annual cost of raising one child has increased 35% since 2023, with the total cost heavily influenced by your location, right? So the most expensive states to raise children in are Hawaii, Massachusetts, and Washington, where raising a single child can cost families between $32,000 and $36,000 per year. And then in contrast, families in Mississippi, South Carolina, Alabama, much lower expenses to raise a child, $16,000 to $18,000 annually. But the largest contributor to these rising costs, no shocker here, childcare, right?
Yeah.
So expensive. They say, according to this article, that the average childcare cost will set a family back about $6,000 each year. And they say that they believe that's the reason why there is a decline in birth rates. Specifically.
Can't afford them.
Yeah.
Yeah, paying for childcare.
Makes sense.
Yeah. We just enrolled Brooks at Emily's school, and I'm like, how am I going to pay for this?
Yep.
I'll figure it out. Because you have to.
You have to. We'll talk about the Tigers coming up next. Comparison with last year's team and how this team stacks up. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Tigers beat the Yankees 5-0 yesterday. Tarek Skubal logged 6 innings of 4 hit ball while striking out 6. Brant Herter got to save the old-fashioned way by entering the game in relief and pitching 3 shutout innings. More unfortunate injury news, though. Outfielder Manuel Margot, who had a good start at the plate, hit the 10-day injured list with left knee inflammation. Brewer Hicklin gets the call-up in his place. The 29-year-old has played sparingly in the MLB with the Brewers and Royals. Catcher Jake Rogers was scratched from the lineup yesterday and hit the 10-day himself with oblique tightness. Former Tiger reliever Octavio Dotel was killed in a tragic nightclub roof collapse in the Dominican Republic yesterday morning. He was just 51. He pitched for the Tigers in 2012 and 2013 to finish his career. The U.S. Justice Department has seized the intimate photos and videos from ex-Michigan football coach Matt Weiss. He pled not guilty earlier to charges of identity theft and unauthorized computer access. The Red Wings lost to the Canadiens 4-1. They had a 1-0 lead in the first, but surrendered 3 goals in the third. MSU player Jace Richardson is declared for the NBA draft. The freshman averaged 12 points and 2 assists this season for Sparty. The final AP Top 25 was released yesterday as well. Michigan State ranked 7th, Michigan number 10. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, John, you want to talk about a winner today?
Love to talk about winners.
Let's talk about the Tigers.
Over the mighty Yankees.
Where are those torpedo bats now?
Mm-hmm.
Shut out by the Tigers, Skubal and company. And the Tigers hit 4 home runs in the frigid temperature yesterday. How about this power, this pop that we're seeing? Kerry Carpenter from the left side again this season. Torkelson, again, a home run. John, is this team better than last year?
I think they are. And it is, I'm not going to say against all odds, but it's against some tough odds where you lose, you're devastated with injuries at one position, and then some of the players that you bring in, whether it's Gleyber Torres, he's out. Then you bring in, because of some of the other injuries, Emmanuel Margot. Now he's out. Fortunately, Spencer Torkelson, we talked about wanting to add a right-handed bat. What's Spencer Torkelson been?
He's been a power bat from the right side.
And he's taken over first base, pushes Colt Keith back to second. Javi Baez, Javier Baez, as we like to call him this year, because he's a completely different player than he's been since he's been in Detroit. How sustainable is it? I don't think anybody is sitting there going, oh, okay, yeah, this is fixed for Javi. But they have started off smoking hot from the plate for the Tigers, for what they've been
for anybody in baseball
in March and April. But especially for where they were the last couple of years in March and April, we have always said, oh, well, when the weather warms up, the bats will warm up. They have not waited for the weather. Now, okay, they did start out in L.A. and they played in Seattle, but they had, a series against the Sox at home, and it was cold. It was snowing. Against the Yankees, they've moved the games because it's so cold, and they're hitting. That's the biggest difference, and it's been consistent over 11 games. Now, I know 11 games, but if you pair that with pitching, and at the end of last year, they had one starter, albeit the best starter in Major League Baseball, they had a starter, and then pitching chaos. Now they've got Skubal, Flaherty, Olsen. Mize has looked good, and we'll take whatever we can get out of Job. I think throughout the course of the year, he's going to continue to pitch better and better. So, yeah, I think when you lay it out like that, so in my mind, they're not just a better team. They're a much better team than they were last year.
The hitting has been so nice to see, and it's why I think we have to recalibrate. It's not about surviving. They're thriving. Mm-hmm. This isn't about, if they can be 500 at the end of the month. John, they're 7-4. It's about thriving. Mm-hmm. It's about this team in the midst of all these injuries, all the adversity, the difficulty of the schedule, 7-4.
And how about Kerry Carpenter? Hitting home runs off of lefties.
Huge storyline. Yeah, I think we have to recalibrate from what we thought. Hey, this team just has to kind of stay afloat early in the season. How about kick some ass, build a lead? Well, if the division's no good, all right, let's get a nice little cushion early in the season, because you never know. Baseball is a weird game like that. There will be slumps. They'll hit a rough patch at some point along the way. So let's build up a lead. Forget hanging in there. Start running away with this. They got the Twins coming up to play the Royals later this month. There's an opportunity right now. Strike while the iron's hot. These bats are hot. I don't know that Javi Baez is going to keep this up, but while he's hot, make up some ground. Take away the opportunity for teams to catch you. Build up a lead.
Well, and he just needs to stay hitting this way until Matt Vierling comes back.
Yeah.
Because then Vierling could take over, and you could still use, and I like the way that they were using Javi early on in the season. It was piecemeal. It wasn't, hey, you're the starting shortstop every time, but he has been productive. He's been good in the field. He's been good at third base. And so it's can you stem the tide and have a Javier Baez be good enough until Vierling comes back? Because I heard yesterday, listening to Dan Dickerson, that he's been cleared to throw. So
what do you think, like end of the month maybe or sooner?
Maybe sooner. I mean, the month is still young. I know we're not even to double digits, and we could have him back in a couple of weeks.
And I think the Yankee stuff's significant because we're not just talking about beating the White Sox. Someone will point out, well, they don't have Soto anymore, and Garrett Cole's injured. The rotation's all banged up, and even Bellinger was out with food poisoning yesterday.
Okay, so if injuries are a thing for the Tigers, injuries can be a thing for other teams.
Exactly, and that's the key here. At some point, you just acknowledge this team's battling, this team's improving, this team's winning, this team's better than last year.
It took to the end of last year for this team to believe that they can win games. It took a long time for them to be able to go into a game expecting to win. Now, I do have this feeling whenever the lineup comes out, and it's always interesting, we want to see the lineup, but when they take the field, I believe they take it with, we expect to win this game. They're not going to win them all, but they expect to win those games. And now that you're seeing it, and it's proof against a good team. All right, it's not at the Dodgers. They're the best team money can buy, even though they're third in their division right now. They are still the best team money can buy. The Yankees are a good team, and they're beating a good team. It's different than beating the Sox, and it's different than beating the Mariners.
Throw the number out, 248-539-9797. You guys let us know. Are they better than last year's playoff team? Do you agree with that statement? Because it's quite the statement, right? Last year's team won 86 games, won a playoff series, came one win away from the ALCS.
Dare we say this team, I mean, if you're just 4 games better, you're a 90-win team. That's a landmark.
It's a landmark. Enough to win a division.
Yeah.
Enough to have more home playoff games, a chance to make a deeper run in the playoffs. A lot of that's going to depend on how they're playing at the end of the season, but they look better. And this is not how we forecasted this. We forecasted a team that was going to be struggling early in the season.
Oh yeah, not as good as last year. The record wasn't going to prove that it was good because the division isn't any tougher than it was last year.
It's a wide open division,
but
it
might be worse.
It may be. The odds for the division where everybody was going to win like 82, 83 games, that's all taking a step back. Yet someone has to emerge, and the Tigers are emerging. So we've got that for you, 248-539-9797. Later this hour, we have a Michigan State rivalry, true or false. We'll get to that. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch any sporting event, whether it's golf this weekend. We're done with college basketball, but we got the NBA playoffs coming up. You can do it at Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience absolutely built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view, no matter where you are, of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Yes, we have. Dan Dickerson on the call. Tigers win. They'll play again today. 110, Jack Flaherty on the bump. Question is, are they better than last year's team? Last year's playoff team?
Mm-hmm.
Phone calls, ticket text. Let's get to them. Rafi, you're on 97.1. Rafi, what's up?
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good.
I live in New York, but I'm in Detroit right now. I was at the game yesterday. I was going to try to go today, but couldn't go. But I'm a big Yankee fan, and I hate to admit it, but I'd be scared of the Tigers in the playoff series. Other than the fact that the Tigers are much younger, that's kind of the only handicap they might have. Otherwise, I think they'd take down the Yankees.
Who says you guys are making the playoffs?
It's a foregone conclusion. I mean, at least in my head, I'll be cocky on that one point. Other than that, though, I'm willing to admit that the Tigers. My brother-in-law is a big Tigers fan, so I'm not afraid to get into it a little bit. But I don't know. I think they're pretty good. They look exciting.
We like the outside eyes on it because it's not just us seeing it; other people see it too.
Well, especially if it's coming from somebody who's a fan of a team that they're confident that they're playing in the postseason. Going into this year, we weren't confident the Tigers were going to be as good as last year, have a season like they had last year, or be a postseason team.
Yeah, it might be a little early to say for sure where the Tigers end up, but I mean, so far it's a good look early on.
Yeah.
It is. It is very early. But if you're just looking at, the year-over-year comparison, I don't think it's even close to where they were last year, because last year, all right, they started, 5-1, they had opening day, and then there was this lull. And it was the lull because of the bats.
Yep.
Early on, they had pitching. And then after the trade deadline is when they didn't have Flaherty anymore. He's back. You've got Casey. You didn't have Casey Mize last year. Now you've got Casey Mize, who has started out pitching at a very high level. And Reese Olson has been as consistent as you would want a number 3 to be.
One of the great sins in baseball is to waste quality pitching just because it's fragile. Guys get hurt. If you have a staff of horses, you have to win. It's kind of what made those 2012 and 2013 Tigers so frustrating, is they had all those Cy Young winners and they didn't win. To waste pitching is infuriating, and it felt like for a lot of last season they were wasting quality starting pitching. This year, they've taken the weight off of those starters. As a ticket texter points out, Skubal is the best pitcher. He's 1-2. And the record is what it is.
Yeah.
That speaks to them being a much better baseball team. It says only 11 games in, ... But we all know.
Yeah.
It says, is this a real text? Could you imagine if this team signed Matt Chapman 2 years ago? We'd be talking about a minimum undefeated season, possibly better. Signed Jim Costa, probably.
That is real. I didn't do that.
Okay.
I knew you would enjoy that. What about Bregman?
He's hitting 300.
I know.
It's amazing.
I trolled him yesterday on text with you. John, you were on it too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, screenshot.
I knew you were going to send me the stats. I knew it.
I was waiting for it as well. And, because I think, what was it? Who Needs Bregman is what you sent. And then, obviously, Costa followed up with the screenshot of, he's over 300. He's got home runs. He's got hits. He's got RBIs. Yeah.
You guys bring him up more than I do, I feel like, at this point.
No, you just play the drop.
What drop?
It feels like I'm bringing him up.
We may not be giving A.J. Hinch enough credit. Texter says, I believe he's changing the culture the same way Dan Campbell changed it for the Lions.
Oh, A.J. Hinch, there's no question. The only reason they were in the postseason last year was because of A.J. Hinch.
Yep, managed his ass off.
And now he's being able to do it with more tools. Have to do it with the pitching staff as much. There's going to be some times where he does. But, I mean, if you're able to get 5-6 innings out of your starting pitchers, but just think of how much he's saving the bullpen right now.
And the bullpen's been good.
Yeah.
I think that goes hand in hand, though. You don't ask him to do too much early in the season. You get the best out of him late.
So you get 6 out of Skubal, and you get 3 out of Herter. Like, they didn't tap into their bullpen hardly at all.
No, they're ready to go for today's game. Anybody they need should be available. This is your daily torque text. Let's go. It says the last 2 years seem like the Tigers have been the best team in the division from May to September. Strong April is so important, Kyle in Livonia. They've been disjointed to start years. If they start hot, then they would cool quickly, or they'd start cold and they'd dig themselves out. It feels like when they've got everything going at the same time, pitching and hitting, they're built to have a hot start here. To get through the month of April, not with a 500 record or fight for, just staying alive in this division, but to take the lead in the division and try to run away with it. Put the pressure on everybody else to have their miracle.
Mm-hmm.
Texter says, Kerry Bonds, baby, let's go.
2 off the lefties. He's got 4.
Kerry
Half
Bonds.
of them are off the lefties. Give him more ABs.
If he's in the lineup every day, off day here or there, they're a better baseball team. Simply on that alone.
Yeah, and now it comes down to, there was a before, and they started their comeback last year before he was even healthy, but he missed a large stretch of last season. And then last year you didn't have Torque for almost the entire season, but he wasn't actually on the roster for a part of that season. Parker Meadows, same thing. Now you're starting without Parker Meadows. Hopefully we're going to get him back at the end of May, but Vierling has been cleared to throw, which to me means he's close to being back as a part of this roster.
And it'd be good problems to have when you figure out who you're not playing.
Yeah, because then you'll get Gleyber Torres back.
Mm-hmm. And then you're really looking at a lineup that's only got one or two hitters that you don't feel great about, as opposed to a lineup that only had one or two that you did feel great about going into the season.
Yeah, and one of those might be Javier Baez.
Not Javi Baez.
No,
He's a new man.
No, new man, Javier Baez.
248-539-9797. Let us know what you think of this Tiger baseball team through 11 games. Game with the Yankees later today. Looking to sweep New York. They've already won 3 straight series. They look better than they did a year ago, which is quite the statement. I've got a true or false for Michigan and Michigan State.
Oh.
Everybody loves the rivalry, right?
Yeah.
Right? Some accuse it of being too toxic. I like the rivalry. And I like that these two teams are pushing each other right now. Both are coming off strong seasons. Let's just say this on the front end. Michigan State basketball, better than Michigan basketball.
Mm-hmm.
That's an easy, true statement.
Yeah, they beat them twice this year. Yeah. They won the Big Ten.
Won the regular season, made it further in the tournament, went to the Elite Eight. Michigan State is ahead of Michigan. That's a true statement. My question is, Michigan basketball positioned to pass MSU rapidly with the way they approach the portal. True or false? Because I've seen Michigan, doesn't mean it's going to work, aggressively hit the portal. They've already brought in 3 players, including one who many say is the number 1 transfer portal player. With Michigan State, they have to replace Jace Richardson. It appears he's going to go pro. He could pull his name out, but I think he's an NBA player, and I think he sees he's an NBA player. Izzo encouraged him to look at his pro prospects. Mm-hmm. Will Izzo backfill aggressively the way Dusty May is? Because that's college basketball now. We admire Tom Izzo, the person, and wanting to do it the right way, the old school way. The new school way is you got to go pay money to starters, plural, in the portal. Michigan gets it, undecided if Tom does, and history would suggest doesn't.
Well, okay, history would suggest that, but the portal is still open. He still has the opportunity. Now, players are being plucked out of the portal on a daily basis, multiple players on a daily basis, and the best players aren't going to last long. What is it that he is either, one, waiting for, or do they have some commitments they just haven't announced them yet?
Silent commitments?
Yeah.
Maybe.
And here's the other thing about Jace Richardson is he has up until June 15th to decide if he wants, because you're going to have the NBA Combine in there, you're going to have the lottery, you're going to have all those different things, but he could, if he decided, to pull his name out by June 15th. I don't think he will. I think he stays in. I think he's going to be a tremendous NBA player, and his time at Michigan State is done. But that possibility still is there.
You raised the point that the portal is open and that Michigan State could announce a high-profile name or two today. I mean, it could happen 5 minutes from now. But I know Michigan is doing it. I don't know that MSU is, and that's why I asked the question, true or false.
They're going to have to no matter what, right?
Will they be Frankie Fiddler types, or will they be frontline starting best player on your team types?
But my point is, because the portal's still open, and they haven't, I mean, it's not closed, they can still sign guys, because of the departures and the graduations, with what they have as an incoming class, along with what they have returning, they won't have enough for the roster. So they will be forced to go to the portal. But the question is, will he go with dollars? Will he go and try and get not just the best guy, but the one that fits his system, one that he knows is going to be able to take his style of coaching?
The sport's changed forever. Everybody sees it. Florida Gators win the national title, and their backcourt was all transfer. 4 of their 5 starters were transfers. Mm-hmm. You have to have a robust transfer portal program. You have to have an NIL program that's going to funnel significant money to those guys. And with Michigan State, it shouldn't be an issue. I've got Tom Izzo, a legend who everybody loves. I've got big money donors from Michigan State. I have a school that cares about basketball. It shouldn't be a question. It is a question, though. It's not a question for Michigan. It is a question for Michigan State.
Yeah, is the NIL resource going to be there?
With Michigan, we know it is. And that's why I think they are better positioned to be the best team in the state moving forward. But that's the true or false question. If you're not comfortable with it, if it's too early to say, you could say false. MSU's still top dog until proven otherwise. I just see where this is going. I see a program embracing it, and I see a program fighting it. Struggling with it may be a better word.
So it's all about timelines here. I mean, you there's no way Tom Izzo, we're kind of thinking, would ever go into the portal and get Holloman's replacement before Holloman announced it, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, the portal was open before Holloman. So that's getting really nasty and dirty. But guess what? It's legal.
Well, it's legal, and this is where I do have to side with Coach Izzo. I don't think I could at that time with a guy still on your roster, even though he is maybe not the player that you desire for a certain outcome or a certain position and a skill set. He doesn't seem to me to be the guy that's going to say, you know what, you need to enter the portal because you're not going to play here.
So, look,
there are coaches that will do that, are doing that, and it is widely accepted because what can the player do? Player can say, you know what, hey, coach, they're going to pay me X amount of dollars over there. It's a lot more than I'm getting here, so see ya.
To Jim's point, he's got to play the portal more aggressively. How aggressive, you know what, that can be debated maybe. But, you know, I think we need to be a little fair here for Izzo. We haven't said, in your argument, he hasn't shown this, but he needs to show it.
It's just that there's uncertainty that MSU will do it to the extreme necessary to win.
But Danny Wolf entered the portal March 29th last year. Significant piece to what Michigan did this season. Mm-hmm. He didn't sign with Michigan until April 20th. And we're in that window right now. So who knew Danny Wolf, honestly, man? Unless you had to be a pretty geeky and watch Yale hoops to know who Danny Wolf was.
They were in the tournament, and they pulled off that upset against Auburn.
Right, but to see that his game would translate all the way to the Big Ten, and he had his flaws.
Yes.
But they needed him this year.
Oh, yeah.
So maybe that kind of guy's out there, the second-tier guy, but can actually play just as well as he did. Because some of these guys don't play as good when they transfer either.
Oh, it's a total gamble. I mean, no one is telling you if you go to the portal, you're promised the title. We just see the teams that made the Final Four were Duke and a bunch of teams with transfer stars.
Yeah. All the leading scorers were all, not all, a vast majority of them were all picked up by their current team through the portal.
Your stat was Sweet 16.
11 of the 16.
Their leading scorer was a portal guy.
Yeah.
Michigan is embracing that.
Yeah.
Michigan State,
I think yours was in the Final Four, 3 of the 4.
3 of the 4, 75%. Not bad. We know Michigan's embracing it. MSU's more of a question. Now, if they come out and land a couple big names, not just names, but productive quality Tom Izzo basketball players in the next couple weeks here, game on. Mm-hmm. Right now, hey, may the best man win. These two teams are going to duke it out and fight for it, which I think will be good. But right now, there's more certainty with Michigan. The question, true or false, Michigan is better positioned to be the best basketball program in the state. It's 97-1. There is some buzz that Michigan State may be landing a name later today.
Oh, you mean let it play out a little bit? This is where I definitely want to defend Coach Izzo in regards to, first of all, I would love for him to be able to recruit, develop, and win. Just because I want somebody to be able to still do that. It's not the way that the winners are being built currently that we're seeing. But I used to go through this battle with Stoney all the time where he would be talking about where recruiting classes were ranked months before official signing day. The window, the transfer portal window is still open. There's still plenty of really good basketball players in there. He can add to his roster. And, whether it's today, it's this weekend, it's in the coming days, that opportunity is still there. So I'm not going to bury him before it's done. It's just, to your point, his history doesn't say that he wants to go this route.
Well, and that's why I bring it up. I mean, I'm not looking to bury Tom Izzo. I like Tom Izzo's approach. I don't know that it works in 2025 unless he's willing to change, and that is a question. It's not a question for Dusty May in Michigan. They hit the portal from the jump. They brought in Donaldson, and they brought in Wolf, and they brought in Golden. Their best players were portal guys, and they're doing it again this year. They've already added 3 names from this year's portal. It's not a question whether Michigan is going to play ball the way you need to play ball to make deep runs and chase championships. It is a question for MSU, which is why I pose the question, who's better positioned moving forward? I have concerns if I'm an MSU fan. I don't if I'm a Michigan fan. Well, MSU's on top now, but for how long?
And here's one thing that Coach Izzo has to answer, because when he's recruiting high schoolers, they come to practice, they see him coach, they understand what they're getting into long before they make that commitment. Now he's going to have to judge, and whoever this transfer portal players that they want to bring in are, it's going to have to be judged on both sides. Can this player take the way I want to coach? Because I'm not going to change how I want to coach. I would be crushed if Tom Izzo decided that he's not going to coach that way anymore. He's not going to yell at his players. He's going to handle them with kid gloves. I think his head would explode.
No, I don't want that either.
And so he has to make that judgment. Does this individual seem like the type of guy that will be able to handle my coaching? And the player on the reverse side, okay, I hear about this, but it can't really be like that, right? Because there are some players that they can't handle it.
Ticket texters weighing in on this. In the words of Ric Flair, to be the man, you got to beat the man. The Big Ten Championship goes through East Lansing until someone says otherwise.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Simply put, as long as Izzo is in East Lansing, MSU always has the better chance to be the best in the state. Tom Izzo has been overrated for 20 years and won't adapt to new realities. That's the other perspective on the ticket text. Mark and Howell says, guys, I think you're jumping to conclusions early. State has had 2 players in the top 10 highest paid NIL in February and March, Richardson and Holloman. You guys are forgetting Michigan's top transfers also exploring the NBA draft. We'll see how the next few weeks go before we start picking Michigan over Michigan State. I still have faith in Coach Izzo.
I'm not going to argue that. Yeah, there is an opportunity for some of those portal players that even though they do decide, hey, this is my landing spot, if I have the opportunity to explore what it would be like, where I would go in the NBA draft, that's why I said Jace Richardson. He's going to go through the entire process, and I think he ultimately stays in the draft, but he has until June 15 to make that final decision. And it used to be, well, if you hire an agent, your decision's made for you. There's not much that you can do to become ineligible.
Oh, anymore?
Yeah, other than you just let that deadline pass.
He's referring to this Lendenborg guy who may have an NBA opportunity before going back to school this season. I can't tell you. I've scouted the guy. I can't tell you he's the instant fix for Michigan and they're going to win a national title if they get him. All I'm telling you is it's a good sign that Michigan was willing to pay top dollar to chase the number 1 player.
Mm-hmm.
That's part of the calculus here. Sorry, I'm a little discombobulated. Tom just brought me in a story. John, did you see Michigan is recruiting the son of Clinton Portis? And this is a real story.
Yes.
Michigan Wolverines have been working just as hard on the field as they have off the field with spring practices in full bloom. This is one of the prime times for recruits to make visits. Many of these recent visitors have left impressions what they saw on the field. Michigan looking to flip son of Miami legend. Camden Portis, the son of former University of Miami and NFL running back Clinton Portis, the younger Portis has been committed to his father's alma mater for some time, but this has not stopped Michigan defensive backs coach Lamar Morgan from pursuing the 2026 four-star corner. The standout junior emerged over the past year and has picked up offers from Michigan, Florida, Ohio State, and many others. He remains locked in with the Hurricanes, but made a trip north to Ann Arbor last weekend. So this is a football question. Did you even know that, John?
No, that's probably not a visit they want me on.
I got looks from John Jansen a few times since I've been working with him. The one I got after he heard what you said, I got the death stare.
Okay.
Like this, so for background,
kids can be different than their parents.
Like the opposite.
Hey, kids make their own lives. They make their own decisions. And so I'm not going to hold anything against an individual just because they have a relation that I don't care for.
Very mature.
Thank you.
With that, let's get to Heather's news.
Dear John tomorrow.
You guys, have you heard about the extreme weather that's happening basically across the country?
Yeah.
24 people have died across 7 states, and they've been killed due to this severe weather. Tornadoes, tons of rain, catastrophic flooding. There was even a story I saw about this little boy, a 9-year-old boy who was killed in Kentucky by the floodwaters. He was walking to his bus stop when he was swept away from the floodwaters. So tragic. There's been tornadoes in Tennessee, Missouri, Indiana, Arkansas, Mississippi. And like I said, the flooding in Kentucky. And now those who are kind of like starting to sift through all the debris, right, and wait for the floodwater to recede, they're now getting news that they could be hit with some more extreme weather, as well as thunderstorms, heavy winds, hail, possible tornadoes are expected again.
We've been so focused on our own backyard and the ice storms and the damage that was done up north and people that are still without power up there that I don't know that we've been necessarily focused on anything else that's going around the country, but it's been devastating.
You look at those pictures from Kentucky.
Oh, yeah.
Full buildings are underwater in some areas. It's wild. And there's a restaurant in Kentucky. The owners are taking an interesting approach to try to protect their restaurant. They're actually filling their restaurant with fresh water.
Yeah.
To try to avoid it filling with the nasty, muddy
river water.
Yeah. That's their hope. They said that they're using sinks, faucets, and a well water pump to fill the restaurant with about 6 feet of water. And they say the strategy aims to prevent dirty floodwaters from entering the building. But the owners say they're also concerned if the outside water rises above 6 feet, that could breach the ductwork, windows, doors. It could be
a whole new set of problems.
But let's just fill our restaurant with 6 feet of water.
Well, you could see there were some sites that have a video of it, and you could see the guy walking through there. So they've taken away some of the tables and electronics, all that stuff.
They prepared for it.
Yeah.
And they have a lot of tile and other things that aren't going to be ruined by the water. But walking up to a glass door and looking on the outside and seeing all the muddy water and then the clean
water on the
inside. I mean, if it works, it's genius.
Yes, if it works, for sure. This is an interesting story. A man who learned that his mom and dad aren't actually his biological parents over 60 years after his birth is now suing a hospital in New York. So he has since learned that he was switched at birth with a little baby who was born basically almost at the exact same time he was, with the same last name. So this guy, Kevin, learned that he was born the same time as another little boy named Ross. Both have the last name McMahon, right? They were born, like I said, same hospital. They were tagged Baby McMahon. You know, before the babies have a name, you're just baby so-and-so.
Grab the wrong McMahon.
They were born within an hour and 45 minutes of each other. This story actually, it's kind of sad when you hear about his upbringing, because he learned about his true identity when who he thought was his sister did her DNA through Ancestry.com. And she found out that she's got a biological brother she didn't know about. And they contacted this guy, Ross, right? And then they all did their DNA and they realized, hold up, this is all wrong. And he says it's been speculated forever that he wasn't actually their biological child. And he said growing up, his grandmother treated him differently, was abusive towards him because she thought his mom cheated on her son to produce this child and didn't treat him fairly. Dad also never thought it was his child, treated him poorly his whole life. Says once he found out about Ross, he was kind of jealous of him because he had a great upbringing, right? Dad was very supportive, very loving. Anyway, Kevin is now suing for medical malpractice because he's saying, dude, I dealt with all of this trauma growing up because of your simple thing you did wrong without checking and making sure that this was prevented. So he is suing the hospital.
That is a crazy story.
Yeah.
Because it just doesn't seem like it. I mean, and the way they spell their name, I don't know. The fact that they were both born with the same last name right there, laying in the nursery right next to each other. And then here you go.
It's
completely
wild.
Mixed up. Yep. Crazy. I guess that's the news. I got more, but I'll save it for
There's
tomorrow.
always more news.
I know.
There's always more news. It's 97.1.
Hey, the grass is going to start greening up. If it hasn't already, and you need to make sure that you don't have crabgrass, you don't have dandelions, you don't have any of the weeds that come along with spring and everything that springs along with it. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service can take care of it, all of it for you. You can give them a call at 888-GET-GREEN or find more information on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. If you purchase a full lawn program right now, you're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1, the ticket. We mentioned crabgrass. If you see it, it's too late to fix it. That first application is the most important, and you're also going to get the Natural Way difference. And here's what it is. They're going to use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. They're going to custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. And when things pop up, they're just going to fix it. You don't have to worry about it. They're going to give you 100% satisfaction, guaranteed. 888-GET-GREEN or naturalwaylawn.com. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Last night was the perfect summary of the Red Wings season. They showed some urgency, not enough of it, and they ran out of gas. Again, 2 shots in the third period. Wings get outscored 3-0 in the third period. And some of that's empty net. But Montreal took their best shot and found a way to win the game. Wings season ended last night. And we've been talking about it, and it's been a huge chunk of the show. If you want more in-depth stuff, you can hit the rewind function, use the Odyssey app, and listen to anything you missed today on the show. When it comes to the Wings, though, it sets up this situation where fans are rightfully frustrated, and Steve Yzerman's status in the city is taking a hit. He's not the guy you were promised when he took over. When he took over in 2019, the thought that they still wouldn't be in the playoffs today, I get it. They're not winning a Stanley Cup this quickly, but we expected progress, and they took a huge step back this season.
The frustration is there, clearly there. It's going to be another season, and it's a longer stretch than any time in the history of the Detroit Red Wings not being in the postseason.
It will be 9 seasons now, which is their longest drought in franchise history. Next year would be 10 if we don't see a kick in the pants. We mentioned competitive fire earlier with Yzerman. I want to be clear on this. I think he is a competitor. We watched him. I know that. I want to see that reflected in his decision-making as the general manager of this hockey team because we are seeing other teams pass them. Montreal is the obvious comparison to draw today. And while not a perfect comparison, I think it's important to point out to people, Montreal finished dead last in 2022. They were the worst team in hockey. They finished last in the division the last 2 seasons. 3 straight years bottoming out. And what's the result? Playoffs. And if you're thinking, well, it's because they cut corners and Steve's doing it the right way, The Athletic does a ranking of NHL prospect pools. Montreal's prospect pool is better than the Red Wings. They did not cut corners. They're doing it better, which does fly in the face of Yzerman as this genius. He's not living up to what we were promised.
No, the results haven't been there. And after the season, if you're unwilling to say, because you can't say that the playoffs next year are the expectations, and you could still come up short, but at least we know that as a fan base, their expectations are the same as ours, because it doesn't feel like it's been that way.
No, and Steve's been very careful when he was asked about playoffs the last couple of years. I hope to. We want to be in the mix. We want to compete for a playoff spot.
Yeah, we want to be a team that's buying, not selling all our assets.
Right. And I understand the thought of the wisdom of we're not going to give up premier prospects and picks for rentals. No one's suggesting it. But we are suggesting that they make more impactful moves in free agency. Take a few more risks. Because right now they're just kind of filling the roster with cannon fodder. Like Tarasenko on a multi-year deal has been a disaster. Hull playing all season, also under contract next year. That's a concern. And they could buy some of these guys out. They could trade them for future considerations.
Yeah.
But that can't be how this organization operates, where they make bad signings, suffer the consequences on the ice, and then trade them for pennies on the dollar, or in the case of Jake Walman, have to give up draft picks to move off of them. And Walman was actually a decent player. So
and he got traded for a hell of a lot more this time.
Yeah, first-round pick. Anyway, 248-539-9797. Watching the game last night, just to go back to last night for a second here. That first period, you text me following Larkin's goal.
Alive.
Because poor me, I'm sitting here sweating this thing out.
Oh, you're all
holding out
bought in.
hope.
Yeah.
Give me a chance. Show me some life. And they did have some life in the first period. But you had a really good point about how that almost bothered you more.
Yeah, because let's just play this game where if they had won that one, and they continued to play like that, and then they do it again, and they do it again all the way to the end of the season, but they come up short. Then they would play the card, well, we fought until the bitter end. Well, no, you didn't, because maybe you fought for the last couple of games. You saw the light at the end of the tunnel. The pressure was all removed because it was unlikely you were going to make the playoffs anyway. But where was that sense of urgency February 28th? Where was that sense of urgency at any point through the month of March? Or even before the coaching change was made from the players? Where was that sense of urgency early in December?
You're right. And it's infuriating that they're able to flip the switch the way they did to start that hockey game. But, John, you can't hide who you are. Because as the game went on, our group chat was popping. And I pointed out what they were doing was waiting for a mistake to kill them because they weren't up 2 or 3 goals despite outshooting them by 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
They were begging for a mistake, for a greasy goal, for bad things to happen. They were squandering the chances they did have. I mean, Red Wing fans, when Compher's got the empty net, the goalie, the Canadian goalie, is standing behind his own net on a weird bounce, and the puck is gift-wrapped to your player. Puck on his stick. And it wasn't deflected or tipped. He just ailmailed it. John, that's their season in a nutshell, is it not? Here it is. Go take it. Here you go. You're in the playoffs. Just take it. And they can't.
No, I mean, there's a lack of toughness, both physically and mentally. And there was just no sense of urgency when it would have mattered.
Yeah.
It wasn't going to matter last night because ultimately they're not going to be a postseason team. And I know Gator is held out slight hope. Did that slight hope die last night?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was the slightest. But, yeah, 100% it's done. I mean, I just had this sick feeling in my stomach after the first period with total domination. It was only 1-0.
Same.
And it's like, there's no way. There's no way this is going to hold up. I've seen this story play out all season long.
Yeah.
You know, where they outplay a team for 2 periods, but they let them hang around. They don't take advantage. And, I mean, that Compher, I still can't believe he didn't put it in the empty net. I mean, to kind of like reset and try to wrist it in. Just tap it in.
It's open.
But,
Tap,
look,
tap,
easy for
tappy.
us to say. When
Just
tap it in.
Tap it in.
You know, just
Are
listen
you
to
too good
Chubbs.
for your home?
Just listen to Chubbs. But it's easy for us to say watching from home, right? I mean, I do have some sort of sympathy for the players when it's like, look, everything happens like that in hockey. It's unbelievable how much can happen within a second. So it's brutal.
What's
It's
the plays they make and the plays you don't make?
Yeah, to an extent, yeah. I mean, but then there's dumb luck. The Johansson thing with the helmet coming off, and it's and people, if you don't know the rule, you got to either get off the ice immediately or put the helmet on immediately. There's no in between. Otherwise, you get penalized if you stick around there.
Which it would have been worth taking a penalty.
Well, in hindsight, sure.
Yes.
But I mean, at that moment,
Bang,
you're like,
bang, it's
I got to
tough.
do one of the two, and
you're a young player. You've grown up with this rule, and yeah.
And if I skate off the ice, I'm skating right past my helmet. I'll just pick up the helmet, and then boom, it's a goal.
Too late.
Yeah. It was just a brutal way to end the season, and at the same time, I'm glad it happened last night and not a few more games from now.
Right.
Okay, now here it is.
You let that heart beat a little bit longer.
Well, there's that, but I mean, now I'm already in off-season mode.
Yeah.
I don't need to worry about the playoffs.
Welcome.
Yeah, right. Well, I know. I was way late to it because I was holding out hope, and if had they won last night, it could have gotten interesting, but it didn't. And then halfway through the third period, when they're trailing, and now it's like, I don't even tying the game. What? So now you're going to give them a point?
Yeah.
So, Doug, you're in off-season mode. I know you were optimistic they were going to do something bigger at the deadline. Do you think there's going to be something significant this offseason?
I don't know why we'd believe that. They've tried, and they've swung and missed over and over. I mean, I think there were a couple moves they tried to make last offseason, didn't. Price was too much for what they tried to do at the trade deadline. I mean, it just is. But
at some point, isn't it on
really,
them then?
Let's
Like,
face it. The question is who's making that decision. That's
Steve, right? What do you mean, who's making that decision?
Well, is it going to be Steve?
Right.
You think there's a chance he would be fired?
I think there's a chance. Yeah. I think there's a chance.
I would tend to agree with it, but I'll take it a step further. I think they're going to make a significant move in the offseason.
Okay.
You know what it is?
I will tell you what I think it should be.
Okay, we'll get to that right out of the gate.
Oh, that's a good Carson Anderson, 97.1.
All right, Carson Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Hello and happy Wednesday. Sun's out shining. Tigers won last night. Red Wings lost. It's probably more important for the Red Wings to get that win than the Tigers, although I don't want to dismiss what the Tigers did. That was significant. Good for them. I'm excited about this Tiger team, and I think people should be excited about this Tiger team. We'll get into them a little bit later on, but obviously the frustration this morning is centered around the Red Wings, who played a must-win game, and they did not win it. They played like they knew it was a must-win game. But essentially the season ended when they were only up 1-0 midway through the second period, because they could have been up 2, 3, 4-0. But they couldn't put the puck in the net, Gator. And we go back to something I've been saying for months, and that is they got 1.5 good lines, and then they got role players and fourth liners. And they just don't have enough players that can finish. And, you know, the defensive issues, turnover in their own zone led to a goal, and I mean, it's a very, very frustrating team. And when we get into the what's next at the NHL level, what they're putting on the ice is simply not good enough. There's some stuff in the organization to be excited about, and I think if they do make a change from Steve Yzerman, which is certainly worthy of discussion, but if they do make a change from Steve Yzerman, the person that would be taking over isn't taking over a completely bare cupboard, but it's in the here and the now, the topic being the 2024-2025 season. It's a pretty big disappointment.
It's been a major disappointment to go from, a couple years ago, and they had a run, couldn't get it done. Last year, they had a run, and they literally missed out of the playoffs on a technicality because they had the same amount of points, but they didn't have enough wins in regulation, so they lost out in the playoffs. And then this year, they're playing very poorly, make a coaching change, and all of a sudden, everything changes. They play really well. 7-game win streak, lose a couple games, another 7-game win streak, and then things just go downhill. March happens. Four Nations Cup happens, and the captain comes back, and he doesn't look anywhere near what he did even when he was playing in the Four Nations Cup. Did he suffer an injury there? What's going on? And the other thing that happened we don't really spend a whole lot of time talking about is Andrew Kopp got hurt. And it might just be coincidence, but when Andrew Kopp got hurt, it looks like that's when the Red Wings went south. Now, is he that important a player? Doesn't seem like he'd be. But it's just one of those things you can look at and say, wow, that's strange. Look what happened there. But nonetheless, we've seen this before, and it's painful to watch and painful to go through again. And this team has, even last night's game was a microcosm of what's happened. You can thoroughly outplay a team for a period of time, but if you don't put them away, if you let them linger, it's not going to go well unless you've got the team that's good enough to withstand that. But they don't. They haven't learned how to win yet.
I'm watching that game last night, and it's early, and the Red Wings are playing great. And you're looking at the shot totals. It's 11-3 Red Wings. It's 21-4 Red Wings. The shots were 21-4. And I went from loving the way the game was going to slowly starting to hate the way the game was going, because they kept firing puck after puck after puck on net, giving up almost no scoring chances, and it was still only 1-0, and it was still only 1-0. And then you just have this feeling of dread where no matter how well they were playing, the fact that they didn't capitalize, and then Montreal ties it up, and you go, of course, great, shots are 30-11, and we got a 1-1 game. And then in the third period, Montreal started to turn it around, and they really didn't even at the beginning of the third period. It was like the first shift of the third period, Montreal looked good. And then midway through that third period with like 12.5 to go, that's when Hudson did that move, and the crowd really got into it. And the Canadians applied a bunch of consistent pressure for the first time on the night. And, you could see it coming. Okay, so that's a short term. Long term, you said end of the last show, you got the offseason move.
So, according to Spotrac, the Red Wings have $25 million in cap space, which is 12th in the league right now. I don't have all the league there to look and see how much different it is. I mean, numbers wise, they rank 12th, but it may only be a few $1 million out of me in the top, the top 5. I don't know, but it's $25 million in cap space. So it's time to make that big move. And I think you can do something in a couple different ways. One, I think they have to add a superstar to this team because they don't have a superstar. They have maybe 4 good players on this team and a couple other players that have some real potential to be good or better, but that's all they have. And none of those guys is a superstar. I love Lucas Raymond, but I don't think he's a superstar. Now, is he potential to have a 40-goal season? Yes. Is he have potential to be a 100-point a season guy? I mean, that's where you look at the superstars. So I don't think he's a superstar, and he's the best guy they have. But Mitch Marner is a free agent at the end of the season from Toronto. And I know what people say, they're not going to pay him. Well, he's 28 years old, and you heard Cookies say that he wants or maybe it was just us in the after the show, that Marner wants an 8-year deal. Okay, he's 28, so he'll be 36 at the end of the deal. I don't care what it looks like at the end of that deal. If it's 8 years down the road, when the salary cap goes up and up and up and up over the years, I don't care. Give him the $11 million a year now for 8 years or whatever it's going to take, $11 or $12 million. I don't care. I want the superstar. You need the superstar. And even if he eats up $12 million a season, you still have another $13 million to spend. But they have to get a superstar player, and there happens to be a superstar player available. Go get him. That's the number one thing. The other thing I think they have to do is to look at the restricted free agent route and see if there is a player that would fit what they want to do on defense. They need a defenseman. And is there a guy that they can sign to an offer sheet who's a younger player, because that's what restricted free agents are. They're in like their mid-20s. Can you find somebody there that's not going to cost you $8, $9, $10 million a year, but someone who's definitely going to be an upgrade over who you have, that's on a team that is in dire straits when it comes to their own cap situation, so they won't be able to match that deal. Now, it will eventually cost you draft pick compensation. That's what happens when you sign somebody to a restricted free agent offer sheet. But
you got a guy in mind?
I don't really have. There are a couple guys, I guess, that I saw earlier. I could go back and look at that, but it's, yeah, I think on defense, I would take a peek at, there were a couple guys.
Well, why don't you look it up?
Keandre Miller was one guy I was looking at from the Rangers, and the other was Luke Hughes from New Jersey.
Well, we all see what's going on, right? Drafted reasonably well, seem to have talent in the pipeline. They don't have a ton of cumbersome contracts moving forward. It's an organization that, as an outsider, if I took a 30,000-foot view, I think this team can get pretty good here in the future as the pipeline starts to produce players at the big league level, and they do have cap space. Just the question is, I mean, we all know what's gone wrong, and it's the veteran player acquisitions haven't been good enough. And, we could debate whether or not the players that they've drafted, how good or bad they are going to be. It gets high praise, but there's no guarantees with that. And so it's been awfully frustrating. Hey, it's Doug Karsch. Check out the spring savings at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $289 a month for 36 months with $19.99 down. $289. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with a GM employee discount and lease in the household 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Yeah, and they went on to win. And look, this is a 4-1 was the final, and the Red Wings basically done for the postseason. And look, the crazy thing is Yzerman's resume, and I went back to refresh, like what were some of the moves he made at the NHL level, not as far as draft picks, in Tampa that were considered brilliant, like moving on from Ben Bishop to make a way for Vasilevsky, who he drafted. And the Jonathan Drouin trade, just when he started to like bounce back, he struck while the iron's hot, moved on from him, made the team better. There's all kinds of examples of subtle to great moves to the drafting. Braden Point in the 3rd round. We mentioned Vasilevsky. They drafted Kucherov in the 2nd round. There were some good moves that helped build that team that eventually won a cup. But it's, a hard one is when you're looking at an offseason, and Gator, we talked about it at the time, but they signed Tarasenko, right? And I call a source in the league to get the take on this. And the response is, I don't know what that is. Like that's one worth questioning.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a head scratcher at the time. A couple years removed from a 30-goal season, he is a player that certainly has skill. And when you watch him play this year, you can see he's got skill, but he's not finishing. He's getting plenty of ice time. He's used in all types of situations, but he's just not making an impact. And it's not just him, but I mean, that's a big one because that's over $4 million that they spent for this year and next year. So he's on the cap next year, I think $4.75 million. You add Gustafsson to the mix, a defenseman who doesn't cost him much. I think it's $2 million, but it's another year on the books for them at $2 million. He's done for the year, and he hasn't done very much for this team. Then you talk about the acquisitions you make to get Craig Smith. Raise your hand if you've seen Craig Smith make an impact on this team. Right. Not that I don't know if he's supposed to, but it was an acquisition. Peter Mrazek. That one I don't understand. You have goaltenders signed to contracts, so I guess you're having him because you know that Alex Lyon isn't going to be re-signed. So okay, you go into next season, but Mrazek comes with a $4.25 million price tag. So between Mrazek and Tarasenko, you're talking $9 million committed for next year for guys that, do you really want them on the team?
Well, on top of that, aren't their goalies supposed to be in the pipeline?
Well, yeah. I mean, they have literally 3 goaltenders in the pipeline. One is really young at 19, who's incredibly raw, but apparently can't lose down in the minors. Then they've got Augustine, who's at Michigan State, who's would have come up. Probably would have signed a contract to go to Grand Rapids if Kosa was going to move on to the Red Wings. But it looks like Kosa is going to go back to Grand Rapids. Why? Because they went and traded for Peter Mrazek, which I don't really get. But, I can defer and say these are hockey people that know what they're doing. This is Steve Yzerman who put together a team that eventually won a Stanley Cup after he left, albeit, but he put together a very competitive team in Tampa Bay, made some savvy moves. The drafting I think it's been good under Steve Yzerman, given the circumstances of what they had to do because they weren't picking ultra high with some terrible draft lottery luck, but they've made the most of it. The guys they've got are some pretty good players, and we're waiting for some others in the pipeline, and they do have others in the pipeline. But the time is kind of like now, like the way that you get around, okay, if you feel that you're limited with your cap space, then promote one of these younger players. They don't cost you anything. Let's see Nate Danielson play. Would I rather see Nate Danielson play or Tyler Mott? Nate Danielson. Now, they tried it with Carter Mazur, but it was kind of an emergency break glass situation, and then, unfortunately, he gets hurt in his first shift. But Mazur is another guy who you would expect would compete for a roster spot next year. So you've got 2 guys there in Mazur and Danielson that hopefully are competing for roster spots. Add to that I would hope that one of these million defensemen that they have in the system is ready to play next year, whether it's Sandin Pellikka or Sandin Pellikka and somebody else. But all that said, those are players that aren't going to cost you much. So you can afford to go ahead and back up the Brinks truck to Mitch Marner and say, here it is, $11 or $12 million a year. And if it's got to be 8 years, then so be it. It's got to be 8 years. The one there have been now. He has hit on a couple of acquisitions. Okay, the trade for DeBrincat was a good trade.
Mm-hmm.
Alex DeBrincat's a really good hockey player. Signing and taking a chance on Patrick Kane in back-to-back years, Patrick Kane looks good. He doesn't look out of place at all. Now, he's getting older, and that's obviously something you have to consider. And what does Patrick Kane want to do? But I'm not going to bring Patrick Kane back on $5 or $6 million. But would I bring Patrick Kane back on 3 or 4? Would he want to stick around? I don't know if he wants to stick around. That's a question only he can answer. But I think he's a plus player in his team for sure.
I can't help but wonder if there's something wrong in the room. Like when you're looking for possible explanations, and we don't cover that team on a regular basis like the beat writers do. Is there something in that locker room that's unhealthy? Is there something that's holding them back?
I mean,
and this is giving it the 360. Like, what is the problem?
I can't imagine that's it. Just given that, if you looked in the room in February, how different it would have been because they were winning.
Yeah.
Winning cures everything. You were on your second 7-game win streak and things are going great. And then we talked about the momentum stopping because of the break in the season with the Four Nations Cup and how that was really unfortunate for the Red Wings because they were playing so well going into it. Yeah, they lost the last game going into it, but they had just come off a 7-game win streak. They go to that. We get to watch our 2 top players play in that tournament. They played both very well, and specifically Larkin played really well. Was
raise
just
your hand
force.
if you completely misread what that was going to mean to the Red Wings.
Well,
I completely misread it. I thought take off and run. Couldn't have been more wrong.
Was hoping, yeah. But if it comes out, and don't be surprised when you hear the stories come out that, oh yeah, he's got a torn groin or something like that, because that's typically what happens. You find out after the season because hockey players are tough as hell and they're going to grind through it.
Through stuff.
And McClellan said something about it over the weekend, something about Larkin and health, alluding to maybe there's something he's fighting through, which would make all the sense in the world. He's still a good player when he's fighting through it, but we saw what a difference maker he is when he doesn't have to fight through it, when he's completely healthy. So there was a confluence of things that went wrong, but a lot of those things are self-inflicted because of acquisitions were brought to this team. The guys just did not perform.
Let's go to Reno in Royal Oak. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Reno.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
Gator, you brought up a thing there. Is the captain of Montreal, is it Suzuki? Is that name?
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
One thing that sparked me last night in the broadcast was talking about when they were doing well, and he went to the GM and said, "Don't tear this team apart.
Did
Don't
you say?
do anything.
Did
We've
you
got a good room."
be clear here? You said when they weren't doing well, correct?
Well,
yeah,
right, correct.
Yes.
I mean, they were.
Okay.
I think they were 1-7 and something.
Yep.
And we don't. I love Larkin. Okay, I think he's a good player. He's not a great player. The mindset. Do we have somebody in that room that's going to be that kind of leader and bring up kind of like what Suzuki said? I question Stevie, and I'm all over the place here. Bear with me. Gostisbehere, we couldn't give him another year. Like you're saying, we give up Wallman. Craig Smith, we couldn't put in Watson instead of Craig Smith. I know Watson's not Joe Thornton. I get that. But when he's been out there, he's provided the energy that we've needed and we've lacked. He's got ability. Paying him, $600 a year. It's the kind of decisions that have been made that have gotten to us to this point. Yes, we've got draft picks up to you-know-what, but are we going to wait another 4 or 5 years for the upcoming draft picks to come to fruition, let alone the ones that we got 2 years ago? They still aren't up. So it's kind of like, how much leeway do we give Stevie? And it's like, a lot of people I think are confusing Stevie, the guy that wore the sweater, to the guy that's now wearing the suit. I think they're two totally different
but the guy
things.
that wore the suit in Tampa was awfully
Yeah,
good.
that's the problem is, and I'm not confusing Stevie, the guy who wore the sweater, with the guy who wears a suit.
No, I don't either.
It's the guy who wore a suit in Tampa.
Where's that guy?
Yeah, what happened? 248-539-9797. Maybe we're overvaluing it, but Hey, great lawn's like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that's where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
They want to say this too about looking at Montreal, and the caller had brought up that what Suzuki had said to to the GM and said, "Look, we got this.
Things weren't going well.
Don't move us anybody out. We all
During
want
the
to stay
season.
here."
Yeah, he said, "Don't break us up."
And he said, "Okay, we'll trust you." And then Montreal went on this big run. It's interesting when you look at some of the guys, some of the key players from Montreal. Maybe this needs to be a lesson learned throughout the NHL. Is you don't always judge a book by its cover in terms of how big the player is. Nick Suzuki is 5'11". Now he's solidly built, over 200 pounds, but he's 5'11". You look at Cole Caulfield, who's 5'8", but he's a goal scorer. He's got 4 straight years where he scored over 20 goals a season. He was taken in the same draft that Mo Sider was. He went 15th, and Mo was obviously a much higher pick, and I'm not disappointed with Mo Sider. I'm just making a point. Here's another guy who's diminutive in stature. And then you've got the water bug of a defenseman, Lane Hudson, who is setting all types of records, who's 5'9" and 162 pounds.
So good.
And he looks amazing out there. So I mean, every time, and I'm guilty of this as much as anybody else. When you start to look at things and players that you want, like the first thing I go is, how big is the guy? Yeah, because you want the big bruiser out there. You don't always need to have the big bruiser out there. And now I think the Red Wings have enough guys with size on the blue line that if somebody is smaller in stature, but boy, they can move the puck or boy, they can skate, don't shy away from it. And I'm not saying that's what the Red Wings philosophy has been. This is like for everybody broadcasting to everybody who watches hockey. Don't judge somebody just because they're smaller. These smaller players, it's about how much heart they have. You don't think Lane Hudson has heart? The kid's a stud.
If you watch last year's
he's an absolute stud.
Frozen Four, and quite frankly, their run, I mean, Lane Hudson was ridiculous at BU, and he's ridiculous with Montreal.
You know, and they've got a
puck's on a string, like man.
Yeah. So it's not always about having that big bruising forward or that big bruising defenseman. It's about having players that know how to play the game, have the other skills necessary. And, you know, Montreal, they've taken it and run with it here, and they're running away with it now. Now there's, 8 points between them and the Red Wings and the Rangers, I think. And it's just, you know, good for Montreal. They got it going, and the Red Wings couldn't. They had a dominant first period last night, but they didn't put their foot on the throat of Montreal at all. When you outshoot a team 25-4 or whatever it was after 20 minutes of play, and you only have a 1-goal lead, eesh. When you saw Compher miss that empty net, just you had a sinking feeling that something was going to go wrong, and it did.
Look,
and it went very poorly in the third period again.
248-539-9797 from Greg in St. Clair Shores. Gator, I don't think a superstar on the Wings can change inconsistent, uninspired play, which was the Wings most of this season. Just my opinion.
I think there's a lot more to it. I said more than just a superstar player, but I think if you add Mitch Marner to this team, you're bolstering that offense in a number of different ways. Obviously, you're adding a superstar, but you're also putting other really good players that can play together on a different line as opposed to maybe the top six. I really like what the offense would look like if they were to do something like that. And then I'm counting on other guys being brought up and then other acquisitions that can be made.
Unnamed texter, if Steve listens to his coaches this offseason, should be aggressive because McClellan won't mince words on the issues with this team. Let's hope so. 248-539-9797. Dan's in Dundee and on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Dan.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Okay.
First-time caller, so I appreciate you guys having me.
Thanks for calling.
First off, I do agree, Mitch Marner, whatever it takes, 10, 11, 12 mil a year, I think that's a no-brainer. I think it puts players more in their slot. Could you imagine Casper as your third-line center going into next year if they bring him in and then re-sign Kane? I think that's a great spot. But more so, my focus on this call is defensively. I think they need to get bigger. They need to get meaner. They need to get physical. No offense to Justin Hall or Jeff Petrie, but we saw yesterday, first goal for Montreal, Cole Caulfield, who's half the size of Justin Hall, just completely outpositioned him. Strength in your spot there, scores that first goal. It's completely unacceptable, in my opinion.
Hall lost a battle in the corner before that. Like, he lost a battle in the corner where it looked like he had the puck. And, I mean, it was just...
Just a bad thing. And, I mean, with the Red Wings' current decor, I mean, you're giving guys that are typical number 5, number 6 defensemen, number 3, number 4 minutes in Petrie and Hall and probably Gustafson before he got hurt. But two names to think in the offseason, obviously Trouba. We revisited this going into the year with the trade deadline and stuff. It'd be nice to bring him in, local guy. But the name I really think is Aaron Ekblad. He's an unrestricted free agent in Florida. They have zero money to bring him back, especially with bringing in Brad Marchand too. I don't think he'll be back in Florida, but they're obviously very financially handcuffed. Another thing about Aaron Ekblad is he's currently suspended with PED, so I'd like to believe that would probably hurt his value and hope and help any team that would get him. And I just think, could you imagine a decor next year of Ekblad, Seider, Evanson, Johansson, Sandin Pellikka, and then Trouba? Bigger, faster, meaner. I just think that's what the Wings need to bring some grit into this lineup.
Well, Windsor native, I don't know how much that matters, but in an effort to try, I mean, you play every card you can possibly play to get a guy, and, he late 20s, what kind of contract is he looking at?
He's been a career Florida Panther, too,
Yeah.
So I don't know if he even wants to leave. But no, I mean, it's a player I'd certainly listen to. be interested in. Absolutely.
They've got to take some steps forward because this is the spinning of the wheels, the being in the, I mean, look, quite frankly, worse than last year. This is worse than last year. It's a step back. It's a step back. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback here on Carson Anderson. For the past 2 seasons, we've been saying, if we don't make the playoffs next year, why are we still moving the goalposts? Well, I don't know when you were saying it, sir, whoever this, or ma'am, whoever wrote this. This was the first one that felt like a do or die season to me.
Yeah.
And you know, the last year was disappointing for sure, but you know, we are at the point where certainly there need to be serious discussions, and I understand if they are ready. I mean, I think everybody would understand if they're ready to move on from Yzerman. It's awfully frustrating. You go backwards.
And last night they wasted another really good Talbot performance.
Mm-hmm.
He was really good again last night. You know, the second goal, you don't fault him. You know, when Johansson loses his helmet, and next thing you know, he's got to go pick it up and put it on or leave the ice or whatever. When you leave that position, the guy's wide open, and it ends up being the game-winning goal, and it sucks.
248-539-9797. This team is a disaster. Yzerman has no clue. He makes no big-time moves to improve this team. He's just riding the wave and sits on his hands and does nothing. He's disappointing and needs to answer as to why. He does nothing. Sits on draft picks instead. It sits on draft picks, leaves talented players in the minors too long. I'm done with him. Football fan in Belleville writes that.
I don't know how many guys are too ripe in the minors. I don't mean, as much as I want to see Nate Danielson, Nate Danielson hasn't been, you know, a world beater at the AHL this year. He's had a nice couple games lately, but for the season, his point totals aren't anything special. You know, Sandin Pellikka, they knew they were going to have him in Sweden all season long. But I thought the idea would be interesting to flirt with bringing him up to the main roster if this team was going to make a playoff push, but they're not. So will he end up playing the last few games with Grand Rapids and then playing for Grand Rapids in the playoffs? Like to see that, but I don't think anybody's been left on the vine too long.
Well, you're a Kosa guy.
Yeah, I'd like to see Kosa get an opportunity. Now, if you go into next season and Kosa's starting at Grand Rapids, then maybe you can make that argument. But goaltenders seem like they take a long time before they break in. But he's still, what is he, 21, 22 years old? I want to see him play. I thought they had an opportunity earlier this season when they did bring him up in an emergency situation. They didn't do it.
Is that an example of a guy that left in the minors too long?
If he's left in the minors this next season, I think you can make that argument. But I think for right now, you can still make that argument.
Yeah,
now.
I was about to say, because you say you want to see him play. Yeah,
I can make that argument.
248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. The Red Wings pretty much done for all intents and purposes. Tigers, however, just getting started, looking pretty good. We will get to them at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, FanDuel is giving new customers an offer unlike any other that they've had. The first major at Augusta, because right now new customers get $250 in bonus bets if you win your first $5 bet. So can Jordan Spieth get his second green jacket? Can Will Zalatoris finally break through? People are loving on Rory this week. You can bet on all these storylines, plus first-round leaders, top 20s, top 30s, 3 balls, tournament matchups, and so much more. Plus, you get paid instantly when you bring home a major win this major season. Don't wait. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, and swing for some green at Augusta. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. Now the recruiting job for Steve Yzerman, if he indeed is in charge, is to try and convince someone to take your cap space. And, is there excitement? Is there excitement about the direction of the Red Wings? There's excitement. Like, you can see the Red Wings were once a coveted place to play. This was a place to play. And then the team started losing momentum. The Joe Louis Arena was out of date, and it was noticed. I mean, it was noticed. And, I talked to players. They were like, it was our dump, but it was a dump. The people that worked there took very good care of it, and the building had a soul because we had championships that we celebrated there. But they upgraded from that, okay, and then they build the LCA, and now you've got a modern, up to date facility. But this isn't as coveted a place to play, and so now the recruiting job starts. The guy called to mention Ekblad. And, he was born in Windsor, but I don't think he even grew up there. I think he moved pretty quick.
Somewhere else in Ontario.
Somebody said Trouba. Yeah, you can try to play that card. It matters and it doesn't matter. I mean, it matters to some people. But you remember, there's some people that want to get away. Some people that are happy being elsewhere. And there's going home matters to a select few. But that also narrows, if that's a card you have to play, it dramatically narrows the field of players that you have access to. I mean, when you trade for a guy, they don't have as much of a choice. Unless if they have a no trade clause, they can say no. So I mean,
doesn't it feel like there should be an advantage for the Red Wings over other teams in the league because the developmental team is based here, the U.S. developmental team?
I mean,
because these players are living here when they're teenagers, living with billet families and all that. I would think that would be somewhat of an advantage.
That's like saying, Scott, you've been offered a position on the Central Michigan broadcast. You went to school there. How do you know the person liked it here?
I suppose you don't, but I mean, in my case, I certainly didn't at Central, but that's okay.
Yeah, it wasn't for you. Let's just say that. I mean, again, it goes back to it matters to some people.
I mean, how about this? For at least scouting purposes and all that, I mean, I don't know. I think that there should be some sort of slight advantage with having the developmental team right in your backyard. Not that necessarily every time they become a free agent, they're going to want to come here, but that there's something there for the organization at least to gain by having this program right here.
I think if you look at what's happened with two other Detroit teams, the Lions and the Pistons. The Lions certainly, and the Pistons maybe, have been able to change the narrative with either strong young players or strong leadership that have excited people. Like the Lions are now a destination. The Detroit Lions are a destination. The Detroit Pistons might be. All right, we've gone through a long era where Detroit, not an exotic locale, not a place that NBA players really coveted to play. And now they might have the appeal of having a good young team with a superstar that's developing, blossoming in front of our eyes, and other players that people want to play with. I mean, at some core, Jalen Duren has got to be an awfully attractive player to play with because he takes up a ton of minutes and he's not commanding a ton of shots, and it allows superstars to get shots up. And Duren is going to get his, but he's not a player that you have to run the offense through. I just think there's some excitement about those teams. Is there excitement about the Red Wings that will draw free agents who have a choice if it's more than money?
I think with the Pistons, it's more of an uphill battle because Detroit being a cold location. For basketball towns,
the weather's the same for Lions and Red Wings.
Well, it's not the same for the Lions because the Lions play they play from September through, December basically. So basketball starts up early November, late October. There's more of your season is in the cold, and for the Red Wings, it's hockey. You got a bunch of players that grew up in Canada. They're used to it. In the NBA, players will want to go. They're more inclined to go to
the Lakers or the Miami Heat, right? Because of that situation. I think it's improving.
If you're good,
it's improving. It's
people
still an
want to
uphill
play
battle.
Yeah, we had an era where people wanted to play for the Pistons, and you can get back to that. But anyway, right now, do they want to play for the Wings? Do they want to play for the Wings? I want to bring in Kenny, resident hockey guy here on the station who lives and dies every night. Has done a lot of dying lately.
Wow, it's true.
Your thoughts on the state of the organization here?
The state of the Wings?
Yeah.
I mean, I remember maybe it was a week ago, Doug, when you kind of threw the towel in on the season.
It was about 3 weeks ago. But yes,
3 weeks
Yeah.
ago. Okay,
Yep.
I was around there with you. I was kind of like, just go away already. Stop making me invest in these games. But I think the big splash move needed to happen last offseason, if you ask me. I think they needed to get a lot better last offseason. I think they needed to fire Derek Lalonde last offseason. I mean, could you imagine if they would have gotten the new head coach bump and had that system in place throughout this whole season as opposed to half of it? I feel like the organization would have operated a lot smoother. And if you ask me, I think we would have been in the playoffs firmly right now had they have done that.
That might have been the biggest mistake of all.
Yeah, I think it was.
Forget Tarasenko, forget Gustafsson, or forget whatever. It's Derek Lalonde starting the season as the Red Wing head coach.
And I love the idea that you had about Marner. I'd be all in on that. The caller said Aaron Ekblad. That'd be cool. It's tough to pry players from Florida nowadays because of the tax situation down there. But I mean, we said it last offseason. I feel like we needed a big splash move. And I guess what faith do you have that Steve is in a rush to make that move? Because I just don't have any.
I think the roster has enough players now on it where they're at reasonable amounts of money they're making because the roster has a lot of younger players on it, that you can go ahead and spend half of that salary cap on one player, of cap space, I should say. If you've got $25 million in cap space or $24 million in cap space, go ahead and give half of that to a superstar like Mitch Marner and then continue to promote younger players and pay them. Now, I think Soderblom, is a restricted free agent. You're going to have to.
It wouldn't surprise me if somebody offer sheeted him.
Yeah, I wouldn't surprise me either. And Red Wings better match it because I think Soderblom is one of these players that has a very, very, very bright future.
Feedback here. I hate this because I love Steve Yzerman. Though, why did we add the dead body of Mrazek and you helped the Blackhawks at $4.25 million? Cop and Comp are overpaid and getting $10.75 for another 3 and 4 years. Tarasenko is useless and also $4 million with no trade clause. The entire Wallman trade is horrible. My God, it is. And gave away a top-line defenseman and a loss of a second-round pick. Hull, who everybody knows was horrible and soft, made no sense, and Petrie's overpaid. The entire collection of Yzerman's moves outside of the first-round draft picks and bringing in a Captain Kane has otherwise been abysmal.
Well,
it's Troy Weaver.
What's that?
It's Troy Weaver. It's
draft.
Yeah, draft, but a collection of moves with the big club that have not paid dividends. And look, there could somebody like, I don't think they're in a useless situation. There's people in the pipeline. The question is somebody here that's going to be in the pipeline, it's going to be better than Dylan Larkin. Somebody here that's going to be better than or as good as Mo Seider. Is that Pelika? I mean, who's the next, the guy that can probably bump Larkin down to being, the second line center or somebody who can score more? I don't know.
In a couple of years, that might be Casper. Casper is on a rookie season. He's got 16 goals and 16 assists in 72 games, but most of that has come in the last, 30 games?
Yeah.
When he's been promoted to the better lines, he's really performed well. He's got a high ceiling. But, guys in a pipeline like that, Danielson's not that type of player. Brandzeg Nygaard is not that type of player. Or Nygaard, I guess. He's not that type of player. They have some players that have had some in their system that have had some pretty good offensive seasons, but you just don't know what they are yet. I mean, you're just starting to get it. Like this Emmett Finney, who's a player they have, who's now at Grand Rapids, played with Kamloops in the Western League, had 84 points in 55 games. Now he's with Grand Rapids. In 4 games, he's got a goal and an assist. So, I mean, he's getting a taste of what it's like to play in a bigger league. So, but you don't know. They got a Russian kid. We'll see. Are any of those guys Dylan Larkin-esque? I don't think so.
Yeah, you need
players. Dylan Larkin was a first-round pick for a reason.
Dylan Larkin's a good player. Don't get me wrong, but you need somebody better. Like you need
Marner.
Yeah, well, if you can get him to come here. You can get him to come here. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, Carson Anderson. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download it for your mobile device today. Then you can listen to this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket. Anywhere in the United States, same thing through our website, 971theticket.com, where Champ and Chump got posted yesterday. See who the people selected as Champ and Chump of the weekend. We've got streaming with video now. Go to twitch.tv and youtube.com, where streaming chat. Fine community of people love to comment on the show and other stuff. Do appreciate all of you that watch the show and comment on twitch.tv and youtube.com, where go to the search bar and type in 971 The Ticket.
Gator, have you had a Sheen Shad before?
A what?
Sheen Shad? I'm probably saying this wrong. Did you see Ken Kal, what he tweeted out last night?
I did not.
Go ahead and check out his Twitter account, both you guys. I'm not asking you, Doug, for an obvious reason once you see this.
Okay. This is Kenny Kal, voice of the Red Wings.
Yes.
All right. I'm intrigued. What the hell that means.
Where am I looking? Oh, I got you.
Okay. All right.
says-
Well, let's describe it and get to it coming up. And I want to know if you ever. We'll retweet it so you can know what Kang's talking about.
Yes.
All right. We'll get to it at 11:05. Talk some Tigers next hour as well. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Applied Innovations. Former Mr. Basketball Fat Brooks has entered his name in the transfer portal. He played in 15 games as a freshman last season, averaging just 3 minutes per game. He posted on X that, quote, "I've loved everything about Michigan basketball since I was in diapers, and that feeling will never change," end quote. 2 top 5 home run hitting teams in the MLB will once again clash at Comerica Park this afternoon. The Yankees are second in the league with 25, while the Tigers sit 5th with 16. The pitching matchup pits Max Fried against Jack Flaherty. His last outing against the White Sox saw him toss 5 2/3 innings of 1-run ball. Pre-game at 12:45 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The rest of the lineup is in as well. Justin Henry Malloy will lead off in DH today. Andy Ibanez hits second at third. Riley Green back in the 3-hole as he plays left field. Spencer Torkelson hits cleanup at first base. A home run yesterday for him. Dylan Dingler bats 5th and catches. Colt Keith will hit 6th and play second base. Javier Baez in the 7 holes. He plays shortstop, carrying that .333 average into play today. Ryan Kreidler bats 8th and plays center field. And Zach McKinstry will round it out and play right field today. Red Wings forward Patrick Kane is the Detroit nominee for the Masterton Award given to a player for perseverance, sportsmanship, and dedication. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so is it Sheen Shawd? Is it Shien Xiaod? I don't know what it is. It's.
I don't know. It's a hot dog.
It's a hot dog, and that's so. Ken Cal tweeted out a picture from the press room last night. When in Montreal, you got to have a Sheen Shawd in the press room.
Sheen Shawd,
and it's. I mean, it's just
CHIEN.
At first, I thought,
CHIUD.
"Oh, Sheen Shawd. Is this some sort of special prepared hot dog? Let's take a look." It's a hot dog. It's a hot dog.
There's a difference here, though. In this picture, guys, tell me, that bun looks a little different. It looks like a sliced bread.
It looks like a slice of bread
that's slit in the middle.
Half.
Or something like that.
Yeah, but have you seen these buns? Like, I've seen these buns. I don't even eat hot dogs.
I've seen buns like this is more like a lobster roll.
Like a top, top cut.
Yeah, the top cut, but yeah.
But I didn't know that. Did that make it a Sheen Shawd? But apparently that's just what they call hot dogs in Montreal.
Look really good.
It's pronounced Shien Xiaod.
Well, Doug's the hot dog expert, so he knows.
And it's also pronounced Montreal. Montreal.
We retweeted it.
Yeah, it looks good.
So have either one of you been in Montreal and had one of these? I don't know if it's any different.
So here's what's crazy, and is when I was younger, I went to baseball games at the old Olympic Stadium, which is one of the strangest places I've ever been, architecturally. Very bizarre. There's a chance I had a Sheen Xiaod back then. There's a chance. Because I was
a chance.
Yeah, I was.
You're a huge hot dog guy.
I ate stuff back then.
It's true. I love hot dogs.
Yeah,
or I used to love hot dogs. Last one I had was okay. It was okay. I'm getting back on the train.
Turned
For
you
a
off a
while
little
there,
bit?
I was turned off by hot dogs significantly.
Me too.
Yeah.
For a while.
Yeah, but I'm a big hot dog guy. There's no question about it. And this dog looks very, very tasty. I mean, look, I'd go more mustard on it. This one has mustard and relish. I'm down with that.
Do you think ketchup was an option? Should we judge Cal based upon his choice?
No, you don't judge anybody. Whatever they put on a hot dog is whatever they want to put on a hot dog.
Well, you're no fun.
Well, I don't like the people that tell me what I can do.
Yeah, well, I understand that, but
And I think that's awful when people,
do you think
only mustard on a hot dog? Shut up. Did you buy my hot dog? No.
Are you eating my hot dog?
Yeah, are you eating your taste buds enjoying my hot dog?
So you wouldn't do it this way? You wouldn't do mustard and relish?
No, I would do
roughly
mustard and relish.
50-50?
I'm down with it.
Okay.
I like relish. I like mustard.
So your perfect Sheen Xiaod is mustard and relish.
No, my perfect hot dog.
That's what I'm getting at.
My perfect hot dog has mustard, ketchup, onions, and probably some American cheese.
American cheese?
Yeah, I like to put the cheese in the bun on the sides of the bun, and then put the dog in the middle of it.
Like roll the dog in the cheese?
You can do that, yeah, but I just kind of I set the I spread the cheese open in the bun, and then I lay the meat right in between there.
All right.
And then
that makes it a true. That's a
thank you.
That's
then
a craft.
I put the onions and then the mustard on top of the onions. Why? So the mustard weighs down the onions, so they don't go flying all over the place when you take a bite.
He's giving it some thought, people.
Yeah, and a little bit of ketchup.
All right, so you can see Cal's Sheen Shiad on our Twitter account at DunganGator971.
Though, if I have a choice between a hot dog and a coney, I probably just go to the coney. Yeah. And then I don't put ketchup on the conies. It's just mustard, chili, and onions. Yeah, some people do, and that's fine.
Do they?
But it's just for me, it's mustard, chili, and onions.
Let's go to Tom on a cell. You're on 97 the ticket. Hello, Tom.
Hey, guys. How are you?
All right, Tom.
Hey, I lived in Montreal for 5 years. I played hockey over there. Had plenty of those dogs. The difference is the bun is like a piece of bread. It's kind of cut in half, so the dog sits in there.
Yeah.
But they grill it like a grilled cheese. So the consistency of the bun has a little crisp to it.
Oh.
Yeah, the meat is a little to be desired. It's Canadian meat to me is, But if it was an all beef hot dog, even like Costco serves on that, it would be awesome. I'm surprised it hasn't caught on here.
Yeah, the all beef hot dogs are delicious.
You sound a little lukewarm towards it.
What?
Oh, Tom here.
No, just the beef part of it kind of makes it a letdown. It's part of it, right?
Oh, I don't know. You're asking the wrong guy, Gator. You're the one to answer that.
I mean, I love all hot dogs, but that's not true. I don't love turkey dogs or chicken dogs, but the real hot dogs you get, whether they're the natural.
Why is that so
casing
funny,
ones.
Kang?
I just agree with him. That's all. I took a direct shot at you, but I mean,
Well, what's funny is
I think Doug doesn't like turkey.
I think turkey dogs are disgusting.
They're terrible.
I think they're awful, and
they're mushy. They fall apart. They're gross.
It's probably the of all the turkey, like a turkey burger, I can do. A chicken like sausage, I can do. A turkey dog, I just, for me, they're awful. But all right, let's move on. How about them Tigers, Scott? How about them Tigers?
How about them Tigers?
So look, yesterday, Tarek Skubal bullied the Yankees, and they are now 7-1 since the 0-3 start against the Dodgers. And when you like a team and the team gets off to a start like this, which is a 7-4 start, okay? It's not like they're undefeated or anything like that. But you know what you don't do? You don't tap the brakes.
You don't tap the brakes.
God, we get a lot of tap the brakes, guys. We get a lot of that. I'm like, look, I think what happened at the end of last year was something that's legit. I think it's carried over into this year, and because it's a many of the same collection of players, but mostly it's the same strategy, and the acquisition of the players they got are parts that they feel that they can get the most out of. And I mean, we heard from wait till they play the Yankees guy. And I just wonder if wait till they play the Yankees guy is even remotely impressed. Because wait till they play the Yankees guy is probably going to say, well, it's only 2 games. And I'm okay. I mean,
it's 2 games, but the Yankees have scored 2 runs in those 2 games total.
Do you remember the Yankees? God, if I go back, if people can remember back to 2 weeks ago, what people were saying about the Yankees when they scored 36 runs in the 3-game series against Milwaukee and hit 15 home runs.
Buddy, you don't have to go that far back. You just have to go back to the preview show we did on Monday. Here come the Yankees. They average 8 runs a game. They've got 25 home runs through 9. And, now through 11.
Yeah.
They have, I think, 20. Did they hit a home run in the first game?
The Yankees?
Yeah. When they had the 2 runs, I forget if they hit a home run or not. I
came
don't think they did. So they have 25 home runs now through 11 games. And their 8 runs a game has dropped significantly because they've scored 2 in the last 2 outings.
Yeah.
So I'm very happy with regardless of what happens today, I'm satisfied right now.
Yep.
I'm hungry for a sweep, but I'm satisfied that they've got the series win. You just got to win series, and And at this point, being 2-0 against that team with that lineup.
So there's a couple things, too, here. Not only have they scored 2 runs, they've scored 1 earned run.
That's right.
They've scored 1 earned run. And the Tigers, sure, Torkelson does it again yesterday with 2 really hard hit balls for a double and a home run.
I can't believe that home run went out. If you watch a replay of that, I'm like, that's just gonna land in the gap in left center field, and he'll get a double out of it.
Yeah,
it just kept carrying, and went over 400 feet over the wall.
I guess here's what I'm going to ask for the people who aren't impressed. Okay, I'm going to ask you this question to try and quantify your feelings towards this team, because invariably at the start of a baseball season, we will get the call or the reference or the person that will say, "I'm not even going to begin to judge them." Until they've played 40 games. Because it was brought down on stone tablets by an old manager with white hair that 40 games is the time.
Who wasn't that old. He just had white hair.
Yes, that's a good point. He wasn't that old. He looked like he was 90 when he was 45. Anyway, the point is, if you are not impressed, and you will not be impressed until they are at 40 games, can you grant us this? Are you a quarter of the way impressed?
I mean, it is 11 games.
Can you be a quarter of the way impressed with the way this team is playing?
They started off 0-3, but as you said, Doug,
my favorite 0-3 team of all time.
And now they've gone 7-1 since then.
So, and they're not so good that they aren't going to go through slumps. I mean, they are.
Sure.
And it's not going to be a straight line up all the time.
But I like things I've seen. Javi Baez had a base hit and his first walk of the season.
Which is funny because we brought it up on the show yesterday.
And then he got up to his next at bat was a 3-2 count, and he grounded into a fielder's choice. But, I mean, almost had a chance at 2 walks in the game. He hadn't walked all season. So good to see that. But Javi's off to a 3.33 start on the year.
There's something that has been consistent under Scott Harris that is probably undervalued, underrated, and under-talked about, but I think might be the real sign of why this guy's good. And we will get to that today at 11:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. You trust CGC for top quality Connecticut water systems. Now trust them with your plumbing too. April showers bring flooded basements. Keep yours dry with CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing. Right now, save 10% on a new Zoller sump pump. Need backflow testing? CGC's got you covered. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Remember, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Do not be the filter. Call your authorized independent Connecticut dealer today, 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Evan just told us, although I have not seen the actual tweet, I guess Chris McCoskey is reporting, the Detroit News Tiger beat writer, that they're expecting Jake Rogers to be out at least a month with this oblique strain, which is rather unfortunate. But you know what? Dylan Dingler, you get the Dante I'm not even supposed to be here today award for hitting a home run and getting another hit and going 2 for 3 yesterday, a late emergency backup break glass catcher. Now,
well, he's not break glass. He's the backup catcher. Yeah. They're splitting games, but
yeah, but I don't think he's ever. Did they say he never caught
he's
Skubal
not.
before?
No, Skubal and Rogers. That's been their the battery all last year, and because you win a Cy Young award, he was going to be the personal catcher. But AJ said during spring training that they wanted to get some outings where other catchers got a chance to work with Skubal just in case. And here it is, just in case. And what happens? He goes out and pitches a shutout. Yeah, Chris McCoskey tweets out, AJ Hinch said this morning, just as a rough estimate, he is expecting Jake Rogers to be out at least a month with the oblique strain. It's not a short stint on the IL. So that means Thomas Nido, who is the catcher in Toledo.
That Thomas Nido?
That Thomas Nido, NIDO. He is the backup to Dylan Dingler.
We're going to see a lot of Dylan Dingler.
We will.
Yep.
We will, and we should. He looks good.
Well, hey, nice win yesterday. Now they've beaten the Yankees twice. They go for the sweep of the New York Yankees today. Okay, look, it's there's a lot of baseball to go. The thing about this team is they are not so obviously World Series contender ready that they aren't going to have slumps. I fully expect them to have slumps. There is a reason why I was chesty about this team even after the 0-3 start. In fact, in many ways, more chesty after the 0-3 start. I really had no issue with the way the series with the Dodgers went, and I felt like it is not a true barometer of who you are. And there was a lot of good things that happened in that series. So here they are, 7-1 since then. And I'm trying to I got to tell you, something has started to stand out to me that is maybe a part of the secret sauce or a sign that I really think that it might be indicative that this regime really, really is good. And it's something that is underrated when it takes place. It typically gets under-talked about. But Scott Harris took over in September of 2022. In his first 3 months on the job, he signed Brennan Hennefy to a minor league contract. He claimed Tyler Holton off waivers from Arizona. He claimed Sean Gunther off waivers from Miami. This was all in the first 3 months of his job. Now, Gunther's not with them right now, but last year he had, I believe, 4 postseason appearances and didn't give up an earned run. He was very, very good. Remember they got John Brebbia back in February?
Yep.
He's given up, in 5 innings this year, he's faced 1 over the minimum. He hasn't given up a hit.
That's pretty good, knock on wood.
Yeah. The bullpen last year was top 5 in the majors in ERA and WHIP. Okay? Their WHIP right now is currently, the walks and hits per innings pitch, is currently the best in baseball. The bullpen. There is no celebration when they claim Tyler Holton off waivers from Arizona or sign Brennan Hennefy to a minor league contract. They're going out and they are mining undervalued, perhaps misutilized bullpen arms, and Scott Harris and Chris Fetter and AJ Hinch, and it's, you know, they haven't all been there the whole time, but whatever, they have been able to go get useful bullpen arms that they are able to get out. These guys are getting out. Yesterday, Herter's been around for a while in the organization, for a while. That's an underrated part of that game. Skubal turns over a 5-0 lead, and Herter just mows him down. He gives a couple base runners up, but the Yankees they didn't even really threaten.
Three shutout innings. Yeah.
And it's the ability, even they get credit for repurposing Bo Brisky. Sure, I guess.
Got fettered up.
They are when you do something, look, it's great, okay, to go get Juan Soto. And it creates mass hysteria amongst fans. but they're doing smart, underrated things that are completely under the radar and go for the most part unnoticed. And these guys are getting outs for them. And they aren't costing a lot of money. They aren't costing a lot of resources. They've actually been pretty damn brilliant at building a quality bullpen last year, so far this year, without spending high-end resources. And I think it might be part of why I'm really starting to have growing faith in this organization under Scott Harris. It's been some really good stuff going on that didn't move the needle at all when those moves were made.
No, the bullpen last year was phenomenal for this team, and they carried the team over the last 6 weeks of the season, along with Tarek Skubal. But we know that the rotation was completely compromised last year. We know that they basically waved the white flag when they traded away Jack Flaherty. But that's not the result was. The result was Trey Sweeney gets promoted, becomes the everyday shortstop, plays well enough. You get a healthy Parker Meadows who refound himself at Toledo, and now he's a 300 hitter on the roster. You get a better version of Torkelson than you had earlier in the season, though for a small sample size. But really, it was the pitching that carried the day, and it does go under the radar because when you're adding bullpen arms, nobody's going to notice unless you get the big flashy closer, right?
Kahnle was not that.
And Kahnle is not a big flashy closer, but Kahnle is a very, very good pitcher who has closed games and fits right in with this team. And it's remarkable to see that's how last year finished up, and they played really well. And now this year, it continues on with the pitching, but it's also been the hitting. They've gotten much better hitting this year than we saw last year. The team overall is getting on base. They're hitting for power. I mean, the 4 solo home runs yesterday on a cold, cold day is pretty impressive.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Robert in Southfield. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Robert.
Man, why you steal my thunder, man, about Trey Sweeney? How they stole him and the catcher from the Dodgers, man, that's coming up next.
Lorenzo,
okay, yeah. Jake, right? We got so many people, man, that's in this organization. This team, man, I'm telling you, I'm going down to put $100 on the Tigers win the Central.
Oh, boy.
Right now.
There you go.
Yeah. Flat out.
What's the number on 100? What did I get you?
8 to 1 or something like that?
To win the Central?
We continue the conversation. Man, I love this Tigers team. This team is legit. They got interchangeable people at every position. They are nightmare. They are a coach's nightmare to even try to game plan for.
Well, it feels like they have found a collection of players that they know how to use them to get the most out of them.
How about this part? Gleyber Torres ain't even played.
Meadows hasn't played.
Cobb ain't pitched. We still got Parker Meadows like on the DL, and Verlin. Come on, man, this team is legit.
It really does feel like it, and it goes back to. Yeah, every time this topic comes up, we are told to tap the brakes. We are told it's early. And I just go back to say, I think it's all started last year, and it's continuing the same way this year.
It's a nice start.
I'm tapping nothing.
Well, it's a really nice start. And there are some speed bumps. You know, even get out of the gate, there were speed bumps into it. You were restricted because of the players, as the caller mentioned, that aren't on the roster right now. Or with a big club, I should say. They're on the roster, but they're just not with a big club because they're hurt. Now you're adding Jake Rogers to the mix. I hope this one doesn't really hurt this team. I think Dylan Dingler is a better than adequate when it comes to up at the plate. I think he can hit the baseball, but can he work the staff? He showed yesterday working with the Cy Young Award winner. He was just fine. And afterwards, Skubal said, I only shook him off once, and it wasn't because I disagreed. I thought he was making the wrong call. I just felt better about what I wanted to throw at the time. And it was 6 shutout innings of baseball. He goes out of the game. Now you bring in Brant Herter, and it's 3 more shutout innings of baseball.
Mowing down the New York torpedo bat, 15 home run the first 3 game Yankees. 15 the first 3 games.
Sorry, yeah. 25 through the first 9.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Tiger fans, are you even if you're a skeptic, are you a little impressed? A little impressed? 7-1 since the Dodger series. 97-1 the ticket.
Hey, if you have any issues whatsoever with your garage door, I'm telling you who to call. It's Precision Garage Door Service. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR because they're going to come out to your house and fix whatever problem you have. I had to call them out years ago for problems I had with my garage door, and they were amazingly professional, came out right away, diagnosed the problem, and better yet, they fixed the problem. So if your garage door is suddenly not working, count on Precision Garage Door Service to answer your call 24/7 and schedule your repair appointment, and they'll do it quickly. Here's the best part. If you do it on their webpage, you can set up a time that works for you. You're not dependent on what their window of opportunity is. They're going to work with your schedule. So give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or go to precisiondoormi.com. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug and Gator taking your calls and your texts at 248-539-9797. It's exciting times right now if you're a Tigers fan or if you're a Pistons fan. Always if you're a Lions fan. Red Wings fan, not so much. But the Tigers come away with a win yesterday over the Yankees in shutout fashion, 5-0. They've got the game today. Try to get the sweep. It would be the first time they would have swept the Yankees in a regular season. They haven't done it since 2000.
We have reposted, you mentioned the Pistons. We have reposted the look at next year's City Edition jerseys. John Neo tweeted out initially from the Detroit News. We have retweeted it. If you want to check them out, I think I'm a huge fan. I'd like to see the entire jersey. You kind of can't see the shorts here a little bit, but I think it's a good look. But you can check it out for yourself at Doug Gator 971. 248-539-9797. You don't like them, or do you?
No, I kind of do. It's just it's interesting to me because it's an homage to the horse head without having a horse head.
A little bit.
Because you've got it's just a little bit of color.
A little bit. Well, certainly some teal. It looks like teal, yellow, and maroon.
Yeah,
you're right. But it's mostly black. But it's got those.
Is it black or is it a bluish?
I don't know if it's black or blue.
Whatever
it's dark.
it is. It's cool. I like it.
And the teal, yellow, and maroon are just like the piping. Yes. But you can check it out for yourself at Doug Gator 971. Kang, what do you think?
I like them, and yeah, it's not black. It's like a darker blue, actually, because you can see
like the tiger hat blue.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I mean, look at the sleeve, the arm sleeve on Cade. That's black, and you can tell there's a difference between that and the jersey.
All right,
I like them.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Bob in Ann Arbor. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hello, Bob.
Good morning, guys. Samantha and I are on our way to our 9th game of the year, having had the good sense to miss the 3 against the Dodgers.
Wait. You were in Seattle?
All 3 of them.
Wow. Hardcore.
Yeah, we always try to go to a very early road trip.
Oh, that was an early
one.
one.
We missed baseball all year, and Samantha loves it. So my take so far is the bullpen, there's nothing surprising about it. I knew they had a great bullpen. And I knew they had good starting pitching, but if Casey Mize is the real deal, then they have spectacular starting pitching.
Yeah.
In terms of the hitting, obviously they're not a great hitting team, but they needed some people to step forward. And right now, 3 people have really stepped up. I'm not going to talk about somebody like Carpenter or Green because that's expected. But McKinstry and Dingler and who's the third one?
Torkelson.
Yeah. Torkelson have all been really, really good. I still think there's just something wrong with having to play Ryan Kreidler in center field. I'm sure he's a nice guy.
Well, it's an emergency break glass situation, right? I mean, what are their other options given their injuries?
I'm a little surprised that given the depth of their organization, they can't find somebody with the White Sox or the Miami team or somewhere that's willing to trade them a, average major leaguer type center fielder. And that's about but other than that, they obviously have as good a manager as there is in baseball. And one of the things that annoyed me during the offseason, when they talked about Bregman, they talked about getting a veteran presence in the clubhouse. The last thing, Bregman's a wonderful player, but this team does not need a veteran presence. This team knows how to show up for games, stay in games, and play hard.
Well, they got a lot of that experience last year for sure, and I think that's an interesting point. I wouldn't mind if they had a veteran player to come in here. I think that you go back to the 2006 Tigers team that waited to the World Series, and they had a bunch of veterans there, and they brought in another one like Kenny Rogers in that offseason, which I think was pretty important for them. But those are different teams in different eras of baseball, frankly. But I like what they're doing, and I think that experience they got last year with that run, it wasn't just the experience they had getting into important games in September. It was winning a playoff series and then losing a heartbreaking playoff series. Remember, they had the lead in that year, that series. They were up 2-1 over Cleveland, and then it ended up losing it in 5 games. That's heartbreaking, and that means something. These guys were able to experience that and see that. So maybe that whole veteran presence thing doesn't matter anymore because these guys are kind of battle tested.
You know what's weird? He just mentioned that he's surprised that Kreidler was the call in center field. Akil Baddoo is still in the organization.
Yeah, but he's on a rehab assignment, and he's at Lakeland right now on his rehab assignment.
Yeah, but I haven't heard anybody say when Baddoo is healthy.
I don't know if he's on the 40-man roster either.
Could be the case. But if you're going to go outside the organization, you've got to put that guy in the 40-man roster. So if you're going to do that, then they still have Akil Baddoo. And I'm not.
Well, they also have Riley Green, right?
Right.
That they have used at center field probably way more than they wanted to, but they are using him in center field. So got to go with that as well. But having another outfielder sure would be nice. It felt like, a couple of years ago they had nothing but outfielders, and that's not the case now.
Right.
So need some guys to matriculate through the minors quickly, or just go with what they've got. And what they've got so far, they're off to a 7-4 start.
Yeah, and look, and I'm not saying clearly they should go bring in Akil Baddoo, but it's more of a don't forget about this guy. He could play a role here at some point. He is not on the 40-man roster, so he would have to be put back on the 40-man roster.
Right, and you actually have to show that he can hit. At this point, he's played a handful of games with Lakeland, and he's off to had to get one good game, and then the rest of it's kind of a slow
I get you, but I mean, has Kreidler shown that he can hit?
No. I guess not really. I don't think he's a long-term solution by any means.
Let me just restate this. This is simply a don't forget about him. Maybe he does play a role. I kind of forgot he was with the organization, and I'm like, wait a sec.
Well, but don't be surprised if they do trade for somebody as well.
They could. I can't imagine if they think they're getting Parker Meadows and Matt Vierling back, and
I mean, they just got Brewer Hecklin.
I know.
And he is on the roster, and he is with the big team.
But his point interesting about they need a veteran presence in the locker room, and I kind of bought into that.
He said they don't.
But yeah, no, that's what was said. He might be right that they don't.
Yeah,
they are proving a lot. They proved a lot in August and September, and they continue to prove it now. Maybe they don't need that. Maybe they're. Maybe they just fine the way they are.
Yeah, and you don't force it. I mean, if you could find a fit, then you find a fit. You're always looking to better your roster. 100% you try to do that. But I don't think you do it just intentionally to go, we got to get somebody who's got who's a veteran presence.
Mm-hmm.
If he happens to be a veteran, great. But they should be looking to improve this roster.
Okay. I'm going to give you and Kang an assignment.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Gator doesn't like assignments.
At least I'm awake for it. What do you got? I'm in the presence of somebody who's giving me the assignment as opposed to, playing Tetris in my dorm room.
The assignment is as follows. Somebody put together a list of the 5 Detroit Lions who have the most to prove. Okay? All right. I'm setting the over-under at 3.5. Can you and Kang come up with the 5? Texters, you can send some names over to help spark the conversation. 5 Detroit Lions that have the most to prove in 2025. Okay? See if you guys can top 3.5 with the help of the listeners. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to that today at 11:48 here on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Twin Peaks fans, it's hump day, and you know what that means. Bourbon and Brews back at Twin Peaks. Every Wednesday, your favorite Twin Peaks girls dressed to impress in their finest black lingerie, serving up samples of special bourbons and beers. Get there between 5 and 7 for sampling opportunities of these high-end bourbons and whiskeys and some of their famous craft cocktails. Enjoy them with the beer of the month, which is Bell's Oberon. And what's better than beautiful Twin Peaks girls and awesome drinks? How about pairing it up with some of their scratch-made food? As far as restaurants go, their food can compete with just about anyone. Hand-cut New York strip steaks, house-smoked ribs and brisket, and the best wings in the state. Have you had their wings? They're hand-cut and battered to order. All the boneless wings, the smoked wings, they're naked and breaded wings. Enough to tackle any appetite. The biggest ones you've seen. And, pairs well with wings. All your favorite sports action. Twin Peaks should be your destination for sports all season long. They deliver the best game day atmosphere. Apart from actually being at the game, we were just there during the college basketball tournament. It is outstanding. In fact, they took down decorations to put up more TVs, 50 plus, at every Twin Peaks location. Ask your Twin Peaks girls for awesome drink specials during every game. Twin Peaks, eats drinks, scenic views. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. All right, did you get anywhere?
I got a list of 7 guys here. I got to trim down to 5. But
Okay. Kang, you got a list on your own?
I got some names.
Okay.
I got some names. Are we doing this together or are we doing it separate?
I think you guys should talk it through and come up with your final 5.
I agree.
Okay.
I like that. Teamwork. Makes the dream work.
And people been texting in. I'm sure they have.
Yes.
They helped out.
right.
The definitive list, I mean, it's one person's opinion, but we'll go ahead and call it the definitive list of the 5 Detroit Lions with the most to prove.
I just had 2 quick questions.
Yep.
One, these are Detroit Lions players, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Just wanted to make sure it wasn't like a coach or
Like
something
Calvin
like that.
Shepard.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
it's a great thinking. Look at you. Great thinking man's answer. Playing the role of the thinking man today on the Carson Anderson program as Kang, the producer. But
somebody
yes.
has to.
And secondly, this is a national publication?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to see the perspective that
Well,
whoever wrote this.
but
That's
it's
a great. No, that's a fair
okay,
question.
but it's a national publication, but it's a local writer.
Oh. Hello, Eric Woodyard, perhaps.
That's a great example. Works for ESPN, national publication, local writer.
Okay.
All right.
So
Good
it's
to
not.
know. So
Look,
it's not someone. It's not somebody who's completely outside.
Exactly.
Who's just going to throw out. It's
yeah,
somebody who actually has
parachuting
knowledge.
in, not paying attention.
All right.
No.
Let's start debating, King, before we go to the people's picks, because I think we should come up with our
And then see if anybody else.
and see what the people say, and then we can go, oh, we should have done that. I'm going to throw a first name at you, King. Levi Onwuzurike.
All right. I'm not sure. But the fact that we've asked those questions, it is a local writer for national publication. Levi would be on his radar for sure. So to me, he's a maybe, Gator. I'm willing
Okay,
to
we
listen.
can circle back?
Yes.
Want to circle back? Okay. Christian Mahogany?
I don't think so because he's not exactly the guy yet. Now, if he was penciled in for sure as the guy, because we got a draft to go through here.
It's true.
I want to circle back as well.
Circle back on Mahogany. Not a good start. Here's one I think will be on both of our lists.
Okay.
Broderick Martin.
He's on my list.
Okay. Let's circle him. Yes.
Okay.
Josh Paschal.
Not on my list.
Oh.
And we have 2 different lists, I think.
We do. Ennis Rakestraw.
Not on my list. Right now, he's not even the third defensive back, so I don't know how much he really has to prove.
Hendon Hooker.
Not on my list.
And last I have Mekhi Wingo.
We have 2 different lists.
We have 2 different lists. I have Mekhi Wingo as a 7th player.
Okay. We might just go 2 separate lists if you want.
Okay, Kang, let me hear yours.
Mine is Terrion Arnold. J-Mo.
J-Mo. I mean,
he's on a contract almost year, basically.
Yeah,
right?
but
hasn't
he proved that he's good? But I mean, you've already got St. Brown signed, so I mean, what's he got to prove?
That he's worth a contract extension.
I guess I'm thinking I wouldn't extend him regardless, but
Okay.
Well,
I'm gonna
I hear you. I hear you.
Go
though.
ahead.
Well, we agree on Broderick Martin.
Yeah.
I was going to put this one on the list, Hutch, because of the injury. And we get calls and texts all the time about people not. They
I
seem to
thought
be
about
overly worried about him. And I'm like, would someone write him as, hey, he's got to prove he's healthy?
I thought about that, but then I thought better of it and said, I mean, if you ask the head, let's say you ask Dan Campbell, does Aiden Hutchinson have anything to prove this year? And he's going to say, of course not. We know what Aiden Hutchinson is. He's got to get back out there, and we feel confident he's going to be healthy and be the player he was and be better. So I don't think he'd be on that list, particularly if it's a guy who has more intimate knowledge with the Lions.
I'm not married to that name.
Okay.
It was a name I wrote down.
Yeah. I understood the logic behind it. I considered it.
That's why.
Any more, or is that your list?
I did have one more. This was kind of a wild card one, but Derek Barnes.
Okay. So let me read you one of the definitions because this will change it. There's a bit of a clue here because you guys are going to pare it down, right?
Yeah.
5 lines with the most to prove. Story starts by the writer saying, one thing's clear, Lions like their roster, and why wouldn't they? Team went 15-2 in the regular season despite missing a number of key players. Those injuries finally caught up to them in the postseason, but it doesn't require a drastic shift in philosophy or panic move. Instead, the Lions have worked to retain what they have, and the hope is the core will be enough to carry them to another strong season. But what about some of the less heralded players with questions attached to their names? It's worth discussing. We'll do that here, taking a look at some with more to prove. Less heralded, that can help you pare it down, right?
Yeah, I would take Hutch off the list.
That would take Hutch off the list.
But I agree with the Levi now. Levi Enrique.
Okay, so circle Levi, yes.
Mhm. Yep.
Okay.
So we got Levi and Broderick.
Yeah.
I think Terrion Arnold has something big to prove this year.
You think
for
Arnold?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, well,
I think
I'll go with you on that. I mean, he's not on my list, but I'll give it to you.
you give me that one.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
We give me Mahogany?
I'll give you Mahogany. It's a give and take relationship.
This is how we roll. I think Josh Paschal. You know, I mean, this is what, his third year with the team now? And he really hasn't separated himself as being a guy. He's a depth guy.
I'm going to go with it.
All right.
You've sold me.
All right, that's 5.
Okay, so your 5 are Paschal, Arnold, Martin, Mahogany, and Levi.
That's correct.
I set the over-under at 3.5. You guys, I just accidentally closed the page.
A lot of discussion.
Timing's bad.
We had a lot of discussion on this.
I apologize.
Some give and take. That's how we work.
Okay, here we go. You guys got 1.
Well, this is a BS list. Completely BS.
Like garbage you come up with, Karsh.
Yeah. It's like, I don't know where you come up with your material.
So I'm trying to think if you named.
Here are the other names that I had on there.
All right.
Rakestraw,
Yep.
Hooker, and Wingo.
One of those guys made the list that you took off the list. Do you want me to just give you the list?
Yeah, why don't you just tell us
because
the
we're
list.
going to run
And
out.
then I want the people to be smart with who they said, but who's on the list?
All right. Number 1 name, Edge Marcus Davenport.
Well, you know
I
what
don't buy. Yeah, exactly. I mean, he wasn't even here last year.
Yeah.
Number 2, Graham Glasgow.
I thought about him.
What does he
but-
got to prove? Graham Glasgow's
Can
been
prove
a
he still
solid
be a
player.
starter.
Yeah. That's why we went with Mahogany, though, I
Yeah,
think.
exactly. Yeah.
Number 3, Hendon Hooker.
I understand it.
Number 4, Broderick Martin.
Hey, we got it.
And number 5, Colby Sorsdahl.
Backup offensive lineman. All
This
right.
is the list put together by Colton Pounce of The Athletic. Sounds like you guys are ready to fight.
No, I mean, Colton's good people.
He is good. He's really good at his job.
Um,
really good at his job.
I just would,
I mean, I could. The
I'm
problem
surprised
is
a couple of
they
our
all
names aren't on
come.
his list.
They all come with like 6-paragraph explanations, and I'm not going to read them all.
Well, I mean, here's the thing: like Marcus Davenport.
That's the one I strongly disagree with. That's
what
the only
he has
one.
to prove. Here's
I
what
could-
he writes at the
yeah.
top. What he has to prove: he's got more in the tank after injuries derailed his career. Number 2, Graham Glasgow. What he has to prove: he can still be a starter for the Lions. Number 3, Hendon Hooker. What he has to prove: they can be a quality backup for the Lions or a potential starter for another team. Number 4, Broderick Martin. What he has to prove: he can be the nose tackle the Lions drafted him to be. Number 5, Colby Sorsdahl. What he has to prove: he can be a key reserve along the offensive line.
Well, see, Soren's still being a key reserve among the offense. I mean, he is what he is. Saying key reserve, what is there to prove? That's not proving like he can even be a starter. I want bigger. I want better. I want something that really has meat to it. Davenport, I did consider him for a half a second, and then the reason I took it off is, yeah, we know what he is. What's there to prove? The only thing he's got to prove is he can stay healthy. But at this point, that's just a bonus. The contract is such that if he's healthy, he gets rewarded, and if he's not, then the Lions don't get punished, other than a roster spot. So I'm with Kang. I'm vehemently opposed to having Davenport on that list. I understand Hooker on the list.
I understand Hooker, but I don't get how he's going to do it if he doesn't play. You have your quarterback.
Well, but it's going to be, can you prove that you're a backup quarterback? He's going to have, that's completely contingent on how he plays in the preseason, and then you don't see him again. I mean, I hear you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
we need him to be good, and we hope to never see him. We asked the question. It's one of the most bizarre tools of measurement ever. If he proves to be good enough to be the backup, was he worth the pick? As if he never plays. And I would argue yes, because then they don't have to go out and put a big resource into a backup quarterback. But it's a strange. If people want to argue it was a wasted pick, I can understand why. It's just I think there's tremendous value in having confidence in your backup quarterback.
The other one I take umbrage with on his list is Glasgow. Glasgow's a starter. and now he's going to go with Zeitler out. I mean, you could move Glasgow back to right guard, which he's a better right guard than he is a left guard.
Well, here's what he says. Last season, Glasgow allowed the 7th most pressure amongst guards with 36, then allowed 9 more, almost 25% of his regular season pressures in Detroit's playoff loss with the Washington Commanders.
He needs to be on the right side.
Yeah.
Where he was probably pretty good if you go the Pro Football Focus stats or whatever. So
hey, man, I just thought we'd dip our toe into the.
Great. Now you got us angry with Colton Pouncey. That's awesome. Mission accomplished, Karsh.
Take it up with Colton. It is Karsh and Anderson. We'll get back to some Tiger stuff leading into an afternoon game with the Yankees where somebody might get swept today, and it's not the Tigers. It's Karsh and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
What do you got today?
I got a chicken breast with some carrots, reheated, with a little honey mustard. So,
No
looking
bun?
forward to no bun. No.
No onion?
No onion, no. Why, do you smell onion?
No, I was
Oh,
just
okay.
I like onion.
Just reheated lunch, brought it in studio.
Is this straight chicken breast, Doug? Like,
No, it actually I rolled it in some panko and then fried it up in
Air fryer or the
No.
saute?
No, I did it in a pan with a little olive oil. Pretty good. Pretty good.
Okay.
I got a tip here from a friend of the show. The Piston New City Edition jerseys. Friend of the show says, check out the old photos from the Bob Lanier and Dave Bing days. They had a dark blue away jersey with Detroit across the chest. Seems like they've incorporated that jersey as well to me. So we were discussing how it looks black, but as Kang made I don't think it's just a different material. Cade, in the picture that we tweeted out, the New City Edition jerseys that they'll wear next season, Cade's wearing an arm sleeve that looks way darker than the actual jersey. So I think he friend of the show might be right that it is a darker blue jersey with a little throwback to the teal era Pistons with the piping. The teal, yellow, and maroon that goes along like the collar of the jersey. I think it's a really good look. I would like to see the entirety of the shorts. There's like I don't know, what is that, a stripe or a lightning bolt or whatever it is on the
They
shorts.
look like lightning bolts.
Yeah, I'd like to see the how pronounced that is. Does the lightning bolt carry around to the back of the short? These things are important to me. But you can see for yourself at Doug Gator 971. Today, Gator at the Masters is the par 3.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like golf is the sport that markets and can get away with, because of the nature of the game, they do a good job of repurposing the game into miniature versions of the game, smaller versions of the game. Par 3 courses are popular.
Yes, they are.
I don't know if they're as popular as they once were, but they are popular.
They might be getting a little bit of a bump. I think Boyne is adding one now.
They've always had one. I think they're upgrading it.
Yeah,
the one that they had. Are you talking about Boyne Highlands or Boyne Mountain?
I think it's Boyne Highlands.
Yeah, Boyne Highlands always had this like par 3 that was free out in front, like kind of start up the ski hill and wrapped around. But there wasn't much to it, and they didn't really take care of it. Now I think they're actually
They're
marketing
sinking money
trying-
into it.
Yeah,
They're marketing
yeah.
it, and there's 3 tops at Treetops
Yeah,
up
it's
north.
that's a pretty famous one.
But I think that this is going to be something that becomes a little bit more popular.
Yeah. So, but golf also has Top Golf, which is just basically target. It's a bar. It's a bar with golf target shooting.
Right.
That's what it is. That's really well done and become incredibly popular. Miniature golf.
Right, and then you got the simulators. You got 5-iron golf,
Yep.
X golf, and stuff like that, which is also bar golf. You got bars and restaurants that are part of it.
All these different things with golf. I don't know that any other sport has anything close to as many versions of its sport that can, like, I mean, I guess in some ways, like 3-on-3 basketball is a version of basketball. Half-court basketball is a version of basketball. Is softball a version of baseball?
I mean, yeah, and flag football to football, sure, I guess, but is nowhere near as many versions that golf can offer.
No, and the thing about golf is some people like Top Golf, don't like golf. Some people like miniature golf, don't like golf. These are things that you can go do even if you don't really like the sport. To play the sport, I mean, you don't go play the sport. You don't go play 18 holes, but you might go to Top Golf. You don't go play 18 holes, but you might go to miniature golf.
Do you like par 3s as a golfer? Do you like par 3s?
No.
Neither do I.
I do not like par 3s.
Why don't you like par 3s?
Don't know. When I get to a par 3, I always think, damn.
I don't like them because I
why.
can never score well on them. It seems like I just spray the ball all over the place when I get to a par 3, and I'm less apt to spray it on a par 4 or 5.
So, not being particularly skilled with the driver or the irons, it shouldn't really matter. It shouldn't really matter. But in fact, the par 3, I guess, has, I mean, you're basically one shot away from having a birdie attempt, where in a par 4, par 5, you're multiple shots away from having a birdie attempt. So I should like them more.
To me, it's interesting with the par 3 is that even though I don't typically like them because I don't score well on them, sometimes they can be the most fun holes to play because of an elevation change. You can have, there are plenty of holes throughout the Metro Detroit and up north where it's like, oh my God, this thing's awesome. It's Sanctuary Lake in Troy. There's a par 3, I think it's the 8th hole, where it's only like 145 yards, but it plays like it's 100 yards because you're 60 feet above the hole. There's the hole at Hidden River. Is it the 9th at Hidden River? That's like that where you're again,
the bridge and,
like
the water and the fly fishermen in the background.
Right. It's like 130
It's a great.
yards.
It's like an artist rendering come to life. There is a bridge, and there are frequently fly fishermen.
And the clubhouse is up there to the left.
Log cabin.
But those holes can be a lot of fun because of the change in elevation.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of fun, which makes it more of a target golf type thing, which goes back to, what you said with Topgolf.
Yeah. So why when I get to a par 3, and again, the Masters par 3 contest is today, why when I get to a par 3 do I say, oh, damn? And it makes no sense.
It makes very little sense because even
and
if
you don't like them either.
No, I don't. Because even if you bogey the hole, it's a 4. And it feels like my score goes down because I can put a 4 on the scorecard.
Right. Yeah, and bogey golf is my goal.
Right. I'm happy shooting 90. I'm happy with that.
Yep. I think I've only broken 93 times, all in the same course. Arthur Hills at Boyne Islands.
That's
89, 89, 88.
If you're gonna break 90 on a course, that's a good course to break.
Well,
90. But they have like 6 different sets of tees, and that helps out.
Yes, it does. There's so many courses that I love that are just categorically, I think, unfair for a bad golfer, which means it doesn't mean they're unfair. They're unfair for me because it's asking me to make too many shots that I'm probably not capable of making.
Which is why you need the sets of tees so that you can make it.
Well, that helps a lot. And I read in Golf Magazine once that the biggest problem with golf and slow golf and golf in general is mostly guys don't play the right sets of tees. Move up, guys.
That's correct.
Move up. It'll go faster. You'll score better. Stop attaching manlyhood to playing the tips when you don't play well enough.
And your legs won't chafe when the skirt allows the wind to go.
Oh, look at you. Why?
That's what somebody would say. I'm joking. I think it's smart. I think it's very smart to play to your strengths.
Move up, guys. All right. So the Detroit Tigers are 7-1 since the season opening offer in L.A. against the Dodgers to start the season. For those that have been skeptical, are they winning you over? Is there parts of this that feel sustainable? And I think there are absolutely parts of this that are not only feel sustainable, they are sustainable, which is why I think the Tigers are going to win the American League Central. And I've been chesty about this team all season long. And now they've wait till they play the Yankees crowd. Hey, are you impressed? I know it's only 2 games, but look, I mean, guys we make early calls, right? You make an early call. The earlier you call it, the more street cred you have. Is the person that wanted them to see what they did against the Yankees on board, even after just 2 games? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on a Wednesday. Tiger baseball this afternoon as they go for the sweep. 97-1 the ticket.
I tell you what, green grass is awesome to look at. You talk about the baseball stadiums and look at how awesome the green grass is there. You can have it too. You just got to take care of it. And the first step is calling the right people, like Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN's a telephone number, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. And for a limited time only, you know the drill. You purchase a full lawn program and you get free grub control, but you mention my name, Gator, and a station's 97.1 the ticket. You don't want crabgrass. You don't want to see dandelions. You don't want any kind of weeds. Spray for them early. In fact, that first application is the most important when it comes to prevention of crabgrass, and you want to control that stuff. You see it in the summertime, it's too late, frankly, to treat for it, so take care of it right now. Natural Way uses fewer chemicals, environmentally sound practices. They've been a locally owned company for about 35 years. I've worked with my lawn for almost a dozen years now. I couldn't be happier. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee, and each lawn is assigned its own specialist. So that's right. They send guys out or gals out. They're certified applicators and arborists that'll custom tailor a solution specifically for your yard and your home. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Get back to the Tigers in a moment. I want to ask you about NHL Rule 9.6. Your thoughts on NHL Rule 9.6, which addresses helmet regulations. If a player's helmet comes off, they are responsible for immediately either 1, retrieving and properly replacing the helmet with or without the chin strap fastened, and 2, exiting the playing surface. Penalty for failure: if a player fails to take immediate action, they will be assessed a 2-minute minor penalty. No delay. There is no allowance for a player to continue playing on the ice without a helmet. Scott Anderson, I think this should get looked at after what happened last night. It is a completely separate subject from where this organization is, what should happen. His helmet comes off. And for people who missed it, Albert Johansson behind the net, there's a scrum, his helmet pops off. And was it Josh, who's the player that scored the goal?
Was it Anderson?
Josh Anderson, thank you. I think I'd remember that.
Yeah, you'd think.
Josh Anderson's behind the net with him. They both go out in front of the net. Johansson's helmet is a stride away. He strides over, grabs the helmet, but leaves Josh Anderson open in front of the net, who then receives a pass and knocks it in for the go-ahead goal, which goes a long way towards ending the Red Wings' playoff hopes. I hope this gets looked at. Player safety is very important, and I take it very seriously. However, it cost the Red Wings a goal last night, and it was like the kill shot goal of the season. And it's a total aside to whether or not, because the Red Wings could benefit from that just as easily as they, were hurt by it last night. But does the rule make sense?
In terms of player safety, I understand why the rule is in there.
Yep.
If they accept the rule, they accept the rule. I mean, as a fan, because I'm not the one who's out there risking my noggin. So as a fan, I can sit back and say whatever I want on it, right?
Yep.
I don't like it. This is a league that used to play without helmets, and now they obviously require you to wear a helmet. Most players have shields as well. I think what this will do is maybe reinforce the point that you have to have that chin strap on nice and tight so the helmet will not come flying off, even on a minor collision behind the net, because that's what it looked like. Because I wanted to see, wait a minute, is it possible the Montreal player, deliberately brushed him to knock the helmet off? And of course, that wasn't the case. It just doesn't happen. Doesn't happen often, I imagine. So I don't love the rule. No, I understand why it's in there, but it seems pretty punitive. That you've got to make a split second decision to pick up the helmet or get off the ice. And either way, you're hurting your team. And if you decide to keep playing, you hurt your team as well, because then they're going to blow the whistle and call a delay of game penalty on you.
There's last night of the options, there was no good outcome for the Wings. They were either going to give up a penalty and a power play late in a 1-1 game. They were going to be a man down while he skated off and somebody else skated on, or what happened. There's no great answer there. 248-539-9797. Nathan and Warren. Hi, Nathan.
Hey, fellas. First and foremost, before I get to the penalty itself, the rule, I should say, I hope every single Red Wing went to Gustafsson last night and beat him with a sock full of soap, because you never leave your goalie out to dry like that. You take the penalty if it comes. You never, ever, ever leave your guy hung out to dry like that. That was terrible.
Is that just something you hang on, Nathan? Is that just something you believe in, or is that something that's coached?
I mean, you can coach it, but that's an instinct play. Instinctively, as a defenseman, you never leave your goalie out to dry like that. Never.
You take the penalty.
This is just one of the dumbest things I have ever seen in a hockey game.
Yeah, I can understand. First of all, he's a rookie. I hope nobody beat him with a sock full of soap. Secondly I think his instinct was, I can just grab it real quick. And
it's right there.
It's right. Leaving the ice, you have three options. Leaving the ice, I'd have to skate past it. So that makes no sense. It's better if I go get it. It's way quicker than leaving the ice and getting somebody else on the ice. And you really don't want to take a penalty.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. The rule itself is overly punitive. But, like I said, it's an instinctive thing. The guy goes to the front of the net and you skate away from him and leave him in front of your goalie. You just don't do that. You don't. I don't care if you're a rookie in Pee Wee or wherever you're playing hockey. That's something, as a defenseman, you are taught to never do.
Yeah, when you're taught, are you taught about what does the league teach you? What does the coaches teach you about losing your helmet?
It's a different helmet you're playing with too.
Obviously, the team is obviously lacking in a lot of areas. So I don't want to add to another thing that they need to be taught how to do on the ice. But Jesus, man, like a defenseman leaving a guy in front of the goalie like that, just absolutely asinine.
I guess let's be fair. These are weird circumstances.
I think it's easier to say.
I appreciate that you have an incredibly high standard, my man, but
I didn't like it. Of course,
you didn't like him leaving him, or you didn't like?
No. I
didn't like him leaving
no
him
one
either.
likes the result.
But here's the thing: there were no options that weren't punitive. They were all punitive. Skating off the ice and getting somebody else on takes way too long. Taking a penalty with, what was it, 6 minutes to go, 8 minutes to go, whatever it was in the game, would have sucked also. Like,
and I think it's different if he's talking about, you're taught is way young. Never, of course, you're not supposed to leave the goaltender, but the circumstances, your helmet came off. And there's a rule that says you have to do one of a couple things. When you're younger, you're wearing full cages as helmets, right? Those things aren't coming off.
No, they aren't.
This is a chin strap.
Yeah, I don't think my helmet has ever come off.
So it's a different situation when you're in the NHL. Now, I don't know what Todd McClellan and his staff are teaching the players after the game. Do they say, or look, you can't ever do that again, let's take the penalty? Or are they like, hey, man, that's a tough spot. What are we supposed to do?
I would say this. The only thing that I think is close to unforgivable, I'm not as mad about it as Nathan is if the helmet wasn't properly secured and you make yourself prone to this kind of thing happening. But, hey, 248-539-9797.
It's strange, right? But the NHL has a concussion problem. They at least they had in the past.
Yeah.
And they do not want their players to risk that injury. It's interesting when you compare and contrast that with the NFL. In the NFL, if a guy's helmet comes off, the play is blown dead. Or if the player continues to play without the helmet, it's a penalty, right?
Yeah.
It's just different ways to interpret a rule that's trying to benefit the player and his safety.
248-539-9797. Mike, you're next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how's it going?
Okay.
Hey, I'm an ice hockey referee. I do high school and college and junior, and we have that same rule, and it's just unfortunate that it was timing. 9 times out of 10, a goal is not scored. But for player safety, that's what they're supposed to do. Matter of fact, in high school, they came out with a new rule about neck guards. It's the same thing. If the neck guard falls off, the player has to pick it up or go directly to the bench. And then we had a question, what if the player's on a breakaway? Are you going to blow the whistle down if he's on a breakaway? But it's about player safety, and they have to follow the rules.
Yeah, it's kind of tough, Mike, because I just started thinking about, my oldest played hockey, and if my son lost his helmet in a game, would I want him to go put it on because that's what the rule makes him do? And the answer as a father is 1,000 times yes. Now, as a professional athlete, things are different. You're aware of the risks, but it is a league that has had concussion problems. There's a lot of sensitivity to CTE, and they're trying to cut down on that. It's what happened last night, quite frankly, was unbelievable. And I'm not making excuses for where the Red Wings organization is. We spent the entire first hour evaluating where they are and what they need to do and whether or not Yzerman should be the man making the call. It's pretty incredible that this rule, this situation happened last night. It's really unbelievable.
Yeah, it is. It is. And, I'm a Wings fan. I'm bummed out about it, but it's a tough call. You could be on both sides. But you know what? If he entered the play and something happened where stick whacked him in the head, or he got slew-footed and he ended up cracking his head on the ice, then where? Then where are we at?
Yeah. Thank you for the phone call, Mike. 248-539-9797.
I think it's just an impossible situation. And it's easy to say afterwards, just take the penalty.
Well, look, it was if you take the penalty and they give up the power play, then Nathan and Warren is calling up saying, you just go get the helmet. It's one stride away. You can't give up a power play there. You can't.
I don't know if he would, but he's pretty adamant about it.
It's Carson Anderson. Let's get to some Tiger stuff leading into Tiger baseball this afternoon as they take on the Yankees. Tigers going for the sweep. We'll talk some Tigers next. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, Auto Accident Attorneys. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. An example of that is the fact that they will call you back and they take on fewer cases. All right, they'll call you back because proactive communication is super important to them. They return all phone calls within 24 hours. You will get a call back from them. And the fewer cases thing, that formula, they do it on purpose because they get faster and larger settlements for their clients. Michigan Auto Law is the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carson, Scott Anderson, 97 on the ticket. All right, feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. People are pumped about the Tigers. I'm impressed with how they started, but I'm not going to fully buy in to this. I'm not going to fully buy in that this is who they are until they sustain it for longer. So I guess, is 2.5 months long enough? Because that's how I see this as. August, September, April. I mean, I get that things change from season to seasons and there are subtleties and there are big differences. Boy, this looks a lot like the baseball team that played in August and September. It does to me. So I'm comfortable making what is on the calendar a ridiculously early call. Got it. But for the sustain it longer crowd, I guess I have two thoughts on they got to do it longer before I buy in. do you just simply not believe in any carryover from one season to the next? Is question one. Question two is, do you think last year was a fluke? Because if you think last year was a fluke, I could see why a continuing the season and playing the way they're playing wouldn't move the needle for you. I don't think last year was a fluke.
I don't think it was a fluke either.
I think they are strategically a tough matchup.
I think the fluky part of last year was how they were able to win. It's a fluke to me that you're going to be able to do what they did for that long with pitching chaos. That's fluky to me.
Because pitching chaos isn't part of this Tiger team.
No, it's not, because they've got they have the rotation here. They have good players. I don't know if they have great players other than Skubal, but they have good players, and this is a team that plays sound baseball. They do what you're supposed to do: hit the cutoff man, play well enough defensively. We think there's some holes right now, but they'll be filled in when other guys get healthy. But in the meantime, this team's actually mashing the ball a little bit. I mean, they had 4 solo home runs yesterday.
Yep.
They're kind of, flexing their arms a little bit.
So if you don't believe in carryover from one season to the next, that's fine. Okay, I do, but I don't think it's a hard and fast rule that everything carries over or nothing carries over. I just think doesn't this look a lot like the August and September Tigers? Kevin in Ann Arbor says, good day to you guys. I am so fired up for this team. I know it's April, but how could you not be extremely optimistic? Couldn't wait for the show to hear all your reactions to the Tigers shutout yesterday. Amazing we only needed one reliever to get through 7, 8, and 9. Is AJ a baseball demigod? So pumped for today's game. Let's go Flaherty. It is pretty, a headliner yesterday is Skubal. The sub-headline's the 4 home runs. The sub-headline is Herter coming in and working his way through 3 innings. I mean, there was a lot that went right yesterday, but Herter mowed down the Yankees with 3 innings, 2 hits, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts.
Yeah, look, 5-run deficit is not insurmountable.
Nope.
If you're the Yankees, you're probably breathing a giant sigh of relief that Skubal was out of the game. Here you go. You got
3 innings.
Yeah, you got 3 innings worth, 9 outs worth to show what you can do for a team that got off to such a great offensive start. Here they come. Not so much. Not so much.
Coop at work says, just think of how many home runs the Tigers would have hit if they were borrowing the New York Yankees torpedo bats.
I think the torpedo bat thing is interesting. I would love to feel the difference between a torpedo bat and a regular baseball bat. Is there a difference with how it feels when you swing because the weight is distributed differently?
Mm-hmm. Well, they're probably not for everybody, right? I mean, everybody's swing is different.
Not every Yankee is using them. They only have like a handful of Yankees that are using them, and Judge isn't one of them.
One main thing I've noticed with this team is confident. So, yeah, I mean, did they come out of the gate confident? I guess 0-3 didn't rattle them. That's pretty clear. You know what else? Another big part of what I keep watching for? I keep watching Torkelson the next day. What does he do the day after he goes 0 for 4? Which I think he's done twice this year, and he's bounced back both times. Let me just double check this. My instinct says it was twice this year he's followed up an 0 for 4 with a good game. He went 0 for 4 last Wednesday against the Mariners. Came back and went 1 for 3 against the White Sox the next day with a walk. He went 0 for 4 against the Yankees Monday. Came back and went 2 for 4 with a home run and a double. So his bounce back after 0 for 4s, 2 0 for 4s, he is 3 of 7 with a double, a home run, and a walk. 3 for 7, double home run, and a walk. I like that a lot, Scott Anderson.
I like it too. Showing that ability to bounce back, and he has. And the power that he has is unquestionable. There's a reason that every team in baseball would have selected him first overall in that draft. It was based on that power potential that he showed in college, and unfortunately, it was a shortened season that year. But he's got it, and we saw it on display. I still can't believe that ball went over the fence at 408 feet in the left center field. Looked like it was just going to be a gap shot, go off the wall, maybe reach the wall.
Next text, I'm excited where the Tigers are. They're going in the right direction. Their pitching will win them a lot of games. The offense could be dangerous. Mize and Torque are like signing 2 free agents. My only concern is the infield defense and center field while Parker Meadows is out. Those are things that could cost them. The thing is, and I remember doing this back when the Tigers, like the 05 to 2015 Tigers, whatever that stretch was, where better part of a decade we were always talking about competing for a World Series. Even those teams were flawed. And it felt like every year was the bullpen. But we talked about striving for a perfect team. You strive to be the perfect team. Everybody has things that probably makes their fan base uncomfortable.
Oh, 100%.
And so this guy's concerns, I think they're legit. I'm concerned about the infield defense. I'm concerned about the injuries. Hell, I'm concerned about losing Jake Rogers, upsetting, the catcher rotation that they've had in place.
I have levels of concern, and so far, none of my levels of concern are getting out of whack or getting to the point like, hey, that over there. I'm not there.
Okay.
If this proves out to be something where the level of concern rises, then we can address it. But right now, they've got solutions. You can put Riley Green in center field. Trey Sweeney's playing just fine at shortstop, and having third base, whether it's manned by Ibanez or Javi Baez, both players have made some plays over there. It's less of a concern. Watching Colt Keith now back at second base because Torkelson's at first, you got a better first baseman, and I don't know if Colt Keith is an upgrade or a downgrade from Gleyber Torres at second base while he's out with an injury. But, that's a little bit of a level of concern after what we saw the other day when he kind of booted the ball and then threw it to God knows where, when probably just should have just held on to the baseball. But nonetheless, it's a work in progress with him, and I'm not freaking out about it.
So if you look at just on the surface, okay, how surprised should we be that the Tigers have defeated the Yankees in the first 2 games? Well, is Mize better than Carlos Rodon right now? I think you could say that Skubal is definitely better than Holmes. They started yesterday. Carrasco, thank you. I mean, today is Flaherty versus Max Fried.
High school teammates.
Yeah.
Can you imagine facing that in high school? What?
Decent staff. Fried's really good, but so's Flaherty.
Yep.
I mean, the most important part of a matchup is your starting pitcher, and I don't think the Tigers, they've either won it or not, or been arguably as good as. I mean, it depends a lot on who Mize is. Who Mize is right now, let's face it, who Mize is right now is really freaking good.
Yes.
That's who he is right now.
Which I like. I like this version of Casey Mize. I like this version very much, and I hope that he stays healthy, because I think a healthy Casey Mize, this is maybe not every start to see like what he's been, but I think you go back to his rookie season when he had like a 3.7 earned run average, and it was all this, okay, we feel very confident this is going to be a guy, and then he suffers arm injuries and has setback after setback. Now he's back to being healthy, and if he stays that way, maybe he can be much more consistent and be a guy who's got a ERA in the low 3s or high 2s.
I have an idea, too, something I think we should explore a little bit, maybe develop as a topic, and that is, how about a Detroit team has some luck with injuries?
That'd be nice.
How about that?
That'd look good.
Tiger baseball's coming up next. We'll have plenty to talk about with this team tomorrow as they go for the sweep against the Yankees today. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Hey, I got some great news for you. I think that weather is finally going to change here. We're going to get the warm weather around the corner. So that means those red, white, and blue trucks that are